cuando tú me digas. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It is my absolute pleasure. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Alex. I'm going to be your host for this full 2 days. But before that, please welcome everyone to Valencia Digital Summit 2022. How is everyone doing? Ooh, we need to work on that. You know, this is an event that only works if we get the energy from the audience. So let's try again. How is everyone doing? Now we're talking, now we're talking. So because we're running a little bit late, sorry for all the stuff, like big events always happens, the same, lights go out, WhatsApp went out internationally, you know, the kind of stuff that happens in any event. So I'm going to go very quick, and I want to introduce our first speaker that's going to do the actual opening, who's a very good friend. I've known him for a very long time. Not only he's an incredible entrepreneur, he's also business angel investor, but amongst the many hats he wears, he's the president of the Valencia Startup Association. So please welcome our wonderful friend, Juan Luis Hortelano.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Have the mic. Thank you, Alex. So, thank you everyone for coming. I just want to give a really fast welcome to Valencia Digital Summit, the tech event of the Valencia ecosystem. It's really a great pleasure after 5 years to be here today. This is the event we dreamt about 5 years ago when we started working around it. We have 2 years with the pandemic in the middle, not as good as planned, but really happy to be here today. And I just want to thank, first of all, everyone that helped us make this possible. For all the authorities, all the team that is helping us, and of course, to thank all the people coming from abroad. We had today close to 12,000 people registered. We expect to have thousands of people coming in the 2 days. We also have attendees from 35 countries all around the world, from US, Latin America, Europe, even Asia. And we expect to have around 300 attendees, 60 hours of content in the 5 stages we have. So we are really happy to be here, even with some small problems like every tech event, where we have some analogic things to solve. And even WhatsApp is now down, so it doesn't help us with the logistics here. And again, happy. I just want to thank all the authorities, starting with Ayuntamiento de Valencia, Diputación de Valencia, Consellería. We have here the Conseller I will introduce later. And of course, our more than 50 partners. I cannot name all of them because honestly, I don't remember all of them, but just the biggest one, Caixa, we have HP, Siemens Mobility, and let me check because otherwise they will, they will kill me. We have, Waira, Siemens Mobility, Bit2Me, CaixaBank, and over 50 sponsors that have backed Valencia Digital Summit and have made this possible. So, with no more delay, I want to introduce Rafael Climent. He's the Conseller of Economía. He will give us a warm welcome, and then he will introduce the first panel we have after that. So, Rafael, please, welcome. Thank you.
Gracias, Alex. Buenos días a todos y a todas y bienvenidos y bienvenidas al Digital Summit Valencia. Iniciamos esta conferencia inaugural del Valencia Digital Summit reafirmando una de las alianzas que ha hecho de la comunidad valenciana uno de los territorios más prósperos de Europa en los últimos 40 años, precisamente el año que celebramos la misma efeméride de nuestro Estatuto de Autonomía. No se puede hablar de prosperidad de la Comunidad Valenciana sin hablar de Ford. Pero no queremos que esta conferencia se inaugure recordando el pasado. Queremos iniciar este encuentro destacando que precisamente gracias a ese pasado la Comunidad Valenciana vive una excelente madurez en lo económico, madurez que le reporta fortaleza para afianzar el crecimiento y el empoderamiento frente a los nuevos retos a los que nos enfrentamos como sociedad. Madurez también para desarrollar la resiliencia necesaria, para fundamentar un sector, el del automóvil, que tiene en nuestra comunidad un tejido bien trabado que aúna la innovación más incipiente y la industria tradicional, y que ha sabido vertebrarse en el clúster promovido por la Asociación Valenciana de la Industria del Automóvil, el Mobility Innovation Valencia, para proyectarse a la sociedad y encarar un entorno cambiante como el de la movilidad desde la tecnología, la innovación y la sostenibilidad. Universidades, startups, institutos tecnológicos, industria, se encuentran inmersos en un proceso de innovación abierta que gracias a empresas tractoras como Ford se puede llevar a cabo. Son muchas las iniciativas que están germinando desde múltiples ámbitos y que conocimos en el encuentro Smart Mobility Valencia celebrado recientemente. Iniciamos este encuentro buscando inspiración en un sector que vuelve a ser nuestro regreso al futuro, que se prepara para responder a los retos del futuro, que cobija y empodera iniciativas emprendedoras y startups llamadas a transformar nuestra sociedad de la mano de sectores que podríamos llamar tradicionales, pero también innovadores. Esta vez, además, con la sostenibilidad como premisa para contribuir a inspirar un buen futuro, tal y como reclama el lema de este encuentro. Inspirando un buen futuro, haciendo hincapié en el calificativo de bueno. Bueno para la sociedad, bueno para nuestro planeta, bueno para las personas. Hoy no solo nos reunimos en este Museo Príncipe Felipe, referente de la ciencia en la ciudad de Valencia, para hablar del futuro de la movilidad. Este encuentro reúne y visibiliza el sector tecnológico de la Comunidad Valenciana y potencia el ecosistema del emprendimiento de nuestro territorio. Se esperan más de 10.000 personas asistentes. Me acaban de decir que ya inscritas más de 12.000. Se exponen más de 750 startups y están presentes, creo que puedo decir, todos los agentes y stakeholders de la innovación en la Comunidad Valenciana. Inversores internacionales y estatales, corporaciones, personas emprendedoras, startups, conferenciantes de referencia estatal e internacional en un encuentro que consolida a la Comunidad Valenciana como el tercer hub tecnológico del Estado español. 1.467 entidades y startups que vamos a compartir 2 intensos días de trabajo, de compartir experiencias, hacer contactos, pitchear, invertir y tejer una red en la que el ecosistema emprendedor valenciano ofrezca al mundo garantía de acogida, solvencia y sostenibilidad. Un ecosistema donde sus más de ahora 1.130 startups son las protagonistas, las cuales han sido capaces de generar en el primer semestre de 2022 inversión por valor de más de 150 millones de euros, multiplicándola por 4 respecto al año 2021. Startups que emplean entre 28.664 personas y 61.453, con empleos de alto valor añadido. Pero también un ecosistema donde 32 universidades y centros de investigación, 30 aceleradoras públicas y privadas, 33 fondos de inversión y business angels, 21 corporate ventures y 9 instituciones públicas compartimos estos días espacio e ilusión por hacer de la Comunidad Valenciana un territorio amigo para los negocios sostenibles. Deseo que el Valencia Digital Summit confirme las expectativas y los objetivos para posicionar el sector tecnológico valenciano como una referencia estatal y europea. Y creo que Ford es un claro ejemplo de resiliencia, de innovación y de adaptación constante, donde conjuntamente Administración y sector privado han ido de la mano para generar nuevas oportunidades de presente y futuro para nuestro territorio. Así que, sin más, les dejo con las dos personas de hoy que estoy convencido que les inspirarán para que todos ustedes finalmente tengan también su historia de éxito. Y estas dos personas, que ahora yo creo que van a inspirarles de verdad, son Paula Carsi, gerente de innovación de Ford en Europa, y María Dolores Parra, directora general de internacionalización del Gobierno de la Generalitat. Les dejo con todas ellas. Muchas gracias y que vaya muy bien.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Rafa Climent, Regional Minister for Sustainable Economy. And of course, I would like to congratulate the organizers. I would like to say thank you to the Valencian Startup Organization to bring me this opportunity to share the stage today with a very talented woman working in one of the most important companies in Europe and of course in our region. And well, Paula Carsi, thank you very much to participate today with us in the Valencian Summit. Thanks, Ford, because you are always there helping the Valencian public administration in our role of promoting innovation and investment in our region. And today, Paula, I would like to talk about that. I would like to share with our audience how Ford and Musafes has known how to adapt to the new challenges of its moment. And thanks to that, today we can talk about a present and a future of the Spanish plant.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm pleased to be here representing our company in one of the biggest and most important events in the city. So, first of all, thank you for the organization. Thank you for all the people that is behind all the great dates that we are going to spend today and tomorrow. And of course, very pleased to be here in the States talking about the success story of Ford, but overall talking about the people that it's and the company behind all of this success for all of these years.
Thanks, Paula. So, well, we can start with the first question. Paula, please, we are excited to know how is working your industry today and what are the biggest challenges for the sector?
Well, I think that everyone will agree if we say that the automotive industry today is just uncertainty. Everything is changing. I think that it's one of the days in the history where we are seeing changes around the whole industry. We are changing the power of the vehicles that we are selling, but we are also changing the business model of those companies. We have new companies that are going inside of the industry, so the competition now is higher than ever. And there is a lot of different factors in the world, like materials that we are using for building, skills that we need in the people to drive the companies, the way that we are organizing, the speed that we need to go. So everything is changing around the industry, and I would say that there is no stable area in any of the departments and organization of the company. So it's very challenging, and the good part is that everyone knows that. So everyone is giving the best in order to be prepared for that and to give the best to the company in order to survive, to compete, and to improve to the competitiveness of the company. And to strengthen the industry, because at the end we know that 3, 4, 5 companies cannot survive alone, and then we need the whole ecosystem in order to move forward.
Thank you. I think it's a very nice contribution to start with this meeting today. It's true that the sector are facing a new important transformation, especially with the concept of mobility, and how we feel that mobility can help our society. And well, and my second question is in this way: how is the sector facing these changes, and how is Ford facing them?
Well, as I said, so many changes going on, and if you look like the different departments that we have inside of the company, you see that looking at the company globally, right? We have the design department that is completely in transformation. So the people that we had designing ICE engines, now they are building batteries. And the people that was looking at the how to optimize the consumption of our engines, now is looking on what the customers need for these for the new commercial vehicle fleets. And even the services and the products that the company is selling are changing, because now it's not only selling vehicles, but also selling data, selling services with all these different options that we are offering to our customers with the commercial vehicles, how to control the fleets, how to check the fleets. And also the speed that the industry and the customer are asking to the industry is also changing the way we are interfacing with our customers. So very big new departments that we are creating in terms of customer experience and the relationship that we have with our customers, not only the way that we were doing in the past, but also all the spiritual and digital world that now we are creating between the customers and the company is also a big change. And of course, data. I would say that the big part of the workforce in the past, it was all the people that was working on the factories. But now if you look at the complete staff of the company, you will see that most of the people that is working there are data scientists, data analytics, and engineering people. So I think that this is one of the facts that really shows how this is changing and how the company is adapting to that. If we focus on the manufacturing area, that just remembering that in Valencia we have this factory in Almusafes, and we are focused on the manufacturing of the vehicles. The most important change could be the product that we are building. So it's a very big transformation to start building those ICE vehicles, and then all the way that we need to go until we will build a complete electrical vehicle. So the technology that we are using in order to build the car is different. The communication that we are using with the car is different. The factories that we have now are like the assembly of a lot of parts, and at the end we create a car. But now it's different. We will have like a mobile phone with wheels coming from the beginning of the factory until the end, and sharing and interfacing with a lot of data to our factories, our operators, etc. So the way that we need to plan, design, and work with this kind of products is very different. The skills that we need in our people, it's very different, and the time and the urgency that we are now working with this kind of products is very different. So all the plans of transformation that we are doing in order to be prepared for that, it's a lot of work, but it's been a really exciting times for everyone to make sure that we are on the best position in order to compete for the future.
Thank you very much, Paula. I think it's very exciting to know how Ford is working to find new solutions to these challenges, and I'm very proud to know hope that the new talent that you will need for your factory here in Almusafes. And of course, my next question is going on the startup ecosystem. And as you know, the Valencian region are one of the most important innovative regions in Europe and in Spain. And well, we are the third city in Spain concerning this innovative cluster. So, of course, my question is in this line, how Ford is promoting the startup ecosystem in Spain, in our region, in the Valencian region, and also in Europe? Please, you can tell us a little bit more, how are you working in Ford in this way?
Well, I think that first it would make sense to explain the way the company is thinking related to innovation. So, as we have said, we are facing a lot of changes, but changes is not the same than transition. Changes is something that happens in a specific moment in the time, so some changes already happen and some changes are coming. And the transition is the way that you face all the different variables that are driving you to the next stage, we would say, when the change is happening. So I would say that Ford has embraced innovation as one of the tools in order to go through this transition. And innovation is a big word. We can talk about technology as a tool that is helping to innovate. We can talk about the way that we organize the people as a tool to innovate. So the company understood that we cannot go alone to this way. The different knowledge that we need in order to face this different challenge is very, very big. And it's almost impossible to have all this knowledge and all this talent inside of the company. It's true that the innovation that we are driving in Ford overall, if we are talking about Valencia, is based on the strengths and the knowledge that we have inside of the company, because it's true that the automotive industry is quite complex, and it's important to understand the process, to understand the needs, in order to make sure that we are adding value with the innovation that we do. And overall, is based on innovation and technology for our manufacturing lines. So if we understand that, then it's quite easy to see that we will need different partners to go with us that allow us, on one side, to have all the knowledge and the, let's say, the state of the art of all the technologies that we need, and also the resources, the time, the investment, in order to go as fast as we need and to be able to scale all the work that we do, not only to one specific application, but to the whole factory and to the whole European ecosystem that we have inside of the company. So for doing that, we are collaborating with different partners that each one of them, let's say, give us different things that if we sum all of them, at the end we are creating this ecosystem that is driving to us. So specifically with the startups, I would say that with the beginning of this kind of companies in the past, we were just looking at them and, oh wow, this is a great idea on some of the technology, but it was difficult to think that those companies had a space in the industry where we need robustness, we need escalation, we need some control area in order to work. But I think that with the time and with the opportunities that we have given to them in order to start with MVPs in our factories and show that the technology and the agility that they were offering to the company was something different, that we were used to that, we have started to work with them in a more structured way. So we use different way of communication. On one side, we create some events where we are doing this open innovation, where we share the challenges and the needs that we have, so they are able to offer the technology and the ideas and the solutions that they can offer to the company. And on the other side, inside of the ecosystem, and with some big projects where we just sum the different partners of the ecosystem. So we have the universities, we have the institutes, and we have also the startups and the small and medium companies. They are part of this ecosystem, understanding the industry, understanding the needs, and being able to adapt of what we need from them to offer.
So I think, Paula, that here the Valencian Summit is also an opportunity for FOR to find nice partners to go together in your innovation process. So, of course, I'm sure that they will contact you to have 5 minutes after the talk and to share with you what they are doing in the companies. So, the other question is if you can explain a little bit more, but you talk about that also about the culture of the Almusafes factory. But what are the strengths of the Almusafes plants that have determined its success?
Well, I think that the word is people. But trying to explain a bit more this, I would say that is culture. I would say that is accountability of the people, and I think that one of the situations that we were facing for a lot of years, it also explains the attitude of the people in the factory. Let's say that if we see the different factories that we have in Europe, Valencia is one of the most isolated ones, but at the same time is the biggest one, and globally is the one that is able to manage as much as complexity as we can in comparison with the others. And the one that has almost the best results in all the different metrics that the company is looking at. So we think that because we are quite isolated and we needed to fight every time for our future, it's one of the things that has helped the workforce, the staff, and the people that is leading the company to be always with this can-do attitude and to think that we were the only ones responsible to fight for the future and to get this company grow and grow in our region. So I think that the responsibility of feeling that we are the attraction of a lot of companies in our region is something that every day help us to look at to the future, to not be comfortable with the situation that we have, and to look always to go farther. And I can say that I'm right now 6.5 years more or less in the company, and since the first day that I started in the factory, you could feel this culture. You could feel that everyone is asking you to do your best every day. But if you have this in all the people that is around you, then it's easy, because you always have the help to everyone, and you always have someone that is improving your idea and is helping you to move forward. So I think this is the best thing that has the company here in Valencia, and you can see the same in the ecosystem that we have around, and it's something that we cannot lose for the future if we just want to keep fighting for the future.
Nice, thank you. And then a little a small homework for me from the public administration. Maybe, how do you see the role of the public administration to promote business innovation, Paula?
Well, I think that we have a good historical of the collaboration that we have had always with the public administration. But I think that now it's not only about FOR and the public administration, it is something bigger, it's something about the ecosystem. So I think that keep promoting this kind of events where we can share the needs and also hear from the ones that has the knowledge, that are in the state of the art of the technology. What is available is where you have the ideas on, oh well, this is something that can work for us and can open a new opportunity for the company. So we can go together hand by hand and grow together as a company. Because I think that this is one of the most successful stories that we can say, that a big company is going with the smaller ones to go through a specific project or a specific initiative where they are growing together and improving themselves. So I think that to promote this ecosystem, this collaboration happening is one of the most important things that we need to keep. And on the other side, when we have those ideas or those needs, as you know, innovation needs support, needs investment, needs resources, and needs time. So to help and to listen this ecosystem that will ask the needs that they have in order to go faster, because time is not waiting for us.
I'm sure we will continue to do that. And well, it's time to finish. I have only 1 minute more. And it's the time to say thank you again to Ford and the organization to bring us the opportunity to know a little bit more about the factory and the company in general. And I think that is a big opportunity too for all of you, all the audience here today, to share also with Ford and with the public administration your needs, and also is an opportunity to know a little bit more about all of us today. Thank you very much. Enjoy the journey, and thanks again to the organization.
Thank you.
Big applause, please. Big applause. Paula, Maria Dolores, pleasure. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Come on, another round of applause. They were the first ones, right? So you have to understand this. The first ones are always like, they set the tone. It's the hardest thing to do. And following up with this, we're going to have a very, very interesting panel. A panel that's quite interesting because it's titled, What International Investors Think About Spain. What do you think they think? Is it good? Raise your hand. Good? Yeah? So-so? Anyone? So-so? Come on. So-so? Bad? Come on, everyone thinks it's bad? Well, the first thing they're going to notice, though, is that we are in Spain and everyone is at the back of the room. Turn around. You don't see it. Those at the front. Turn around. Everyone is at the back. There's plenty of space here at the front, just saying this. And we have a very nice venue where you can feel like you are in the UN. Do you feel like you're like, do you want to promote something? You can vote here or something like that. Anyhow, so please let me introduce our next panel. We're going to have incredible speakers. So I want to welcome our first speaker. She is based in London. She's a partner at Lightspeed Venture Partners. So please welcome Julia Keynes. Big applause for Julie. Thank you, Julie, for joining. And to join her in the panel, let's welcome all the way from Berlin, the investment director at Target Global VC, Lina Chong. Big applause for Lina. Thank you for joining. And all the way from, I keep saying Beijing, but he keeps saying, no, not Beijing, I'm based in Shanghai. So all the way from Shanghai, please welcome the general partner, managing director at SOSB Orbit, Oscar Ramos. And last but not least, you know our next super moderator, the godfather of Valencia. Please welcome the moderator, the great Juan Luis Hortelano, president of Startup Valencia.
So, thank you again, and hello again. So, as he said, the objective of this panel is to learn a bit more about the growing interest of the international VCs in the Spanish market. First of all, I want you to introduce yourself, Julie, Lina, and Oscar. Tell us, maybe in 1 minute, Twitter style, a bit more about you, about your company, about your fund, and then we can start discussing about the topics.
Yeah, very happy to. Thanks for having me, by the way. So I'm Julie. I work for a fund called Lightspeed. We are a global firm, founded sort of 20 years ago back in Palo Alto. We now have offices all over the US, in Europe, in China, in India, and Israel. So a truly global platform. And we also invest from seed all the way to pre-IPO, so all across stages in B2B and consumer. I myself, I focus mostly on B2B at the early stage, so software companies, seed and Series A. I think what's special is that we started building the office here about 2 years ago in London, And that means that now we can really, with the whole team here, support companies from the early stages all across Europe. And yeah, spending a lot of time in Spain recently. We just discussed this. I feel like my home is now between London, Madrid, Barcelona, and here. So yeah, excited to be here.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Lena. I'm an investment director at Target Global. We're newer kids on the block compared to Lightspeed. Started investing in growth stage companies around 2015 and launched our early stage practice in 2018. That's when I joined Target Global. I was, prior to that, kind of mainly an entrepreneur, so I had two of my own businesses, one in consumer, the other one in software-enabled consumer. Worked for a family office doing some tech direct investing for the chairman of SAP, and also worked in operations, so did product and growth at a company called ResearchGate. I focus on early stage investing, pre-seed, seed, and Series A at Target Global, investing up to 5 million euros. We're a fairly small team on our third fund, so you know, kind of I focus on pretty much every vertical. These days we're particularly interested in software, digital health, fintech. I personally have a soft spot for consumer, but that's a tough one these days. So yeah, that's me. Feel free to come up and say hello.
Thank you, Lina.
Bon dia a tothom. I'm a general partner in SSB. We're an American fund, $1.4 billion under management, very, very active. So every year we make around 150 new investments plus additional 200 follow-ons. Well, as Alex said, I'm based in Shanghai, but I'm China, but I'm covering everything. So even if I am Spanish, I've been living abroad for like 15 years. Most of my initial activity, both as an entrepreneur and as well as an investor, has been in Asia and US, a little bit more in emerging markets. So Europe in general and Spain in particular are new markets for me. I do have a few portfolio companies in Spain, and it has been it's been a very interesting few months where I kind of like reconnected with my home country and actually discovered the ecosystem. So it's a great pleasure to have an opportunity to join my second conference in Spain and come here and share some thoughts.
Thank you. So first question to all of you. Why do you invest, or you plan to invest? I know both of you, you're already investing. You plan to invest in Spain. Why do you invest in Spain? Why do you plan to invest in Spain? And tell us a bit more about the hurdles you find, the challenges. How or what can we do from here to improve it, to have you invest much more, the ones that are already investing, and have your first investment in Spain? Julie, you missed that.
Yeah, I think what's really exciting about the ecosystem right now at this point in time, and I think it always had the right ingredients sort of to start with. So you have a very entrepreneurial spirit, you have strong industry, you have good education, great universities, but you are at a point now where you have enough sort of larger scale successes or companies that have made it to a certain stage that you kind of have like this talent flywheel kicking in. So I think we see, for instance, Factoria just raised a huge round, right, and from international investors. And the business has now, 300 employees? Those are 300 potential founders down the road again that are coming out of that business. And so you see that happening more and more. And I think there's an inflection point over the last few years where you see that happening. On top of that, what excites us as a global platform is, I think also, we've been also actively investing in Latin America over the past few years. And we see a lot of businesses that kind of are Spanish entrepreneurs that naturally find a market there. So you have sort of a very international mindset from the get-go. And I think with businesses in Germany, France, and UK, you often find huge markets in their local markets already. And I think Spanish entrepreneurs, I find, are often having already a global mindset from go on. And I think that's super exciting.
Yeah, Lina, you told me you already have 11 Spanish companies in your portfolio. Tell us a bit more about that. And speak us about the differences you find with other countries, maybe more mature, what we call mature ecosystems.
Yeah, we've been investing in Spain since late 2017, early 2018. The very first investment we did here is a company called Travel Perk, based out of Barcelona. I think, in terms of let's say, peculiarities, honestly, I can't really think of really any, right? The entrepreneurs that we tend to work with and like to work with, as Julie was saying, are they think global from day one. They look at a problem space that can scale and is experienced around the world. It just so happens that they are from here, right? Or in Avi's case, from Travel Perk, he moved here with his family. No relation to Spain. It was just for lifestyle. So, I mean, I think some of the characteristics of startups here that I particularly found attractive, right? I remember doing a bit of research around, what's kind of the VC environment like here. And there were a couple that really stood out to me. One was extremely high kind of unemployment amongst the younger populations. The second one was actually a relatively high rate of small businesses being started here in Spain. Not necessarily in technology, but there is it's very clear there's a very deep history of an entrepreneurial mindset here. And the third was really around education, right? Very, very strong engineering, business schools, and also, as Julie was saying, also several decades actually of tech companies coming out of Spain and graduating, right? The next generation of tech entrepreneurs. So I think all of those characteristics combined, plus the country attracting a lot of international people. For me, was extremely attractive. But there's nothing particularly different about the specific companies we've worked with.
Thank you, Lina. Oscar, what's your take on that?
Well, looking at from the outside, like really far away from Europe, one of the things that we always see as a general advantage of Europe is that we have a lot of strong talent. As an investor, we work a lot in the deep tech space, and it's surprising the amount of really amazing talent here that you can find that is able not just to develop new startups, but to create technology-based, science-based companies. So I think that itself is something that you can see across Europe. You can see that in Spain. Something that I also found quite interesting, in my investment, I also have an opportunity to compare a lot more developed ecosystems, mostly the North America, as well as emerging markets. And I see sometimes, like some of my Indian portfolio companies that expand abroad, they have a challenge sometimes because they are developing their business in an ecosystem where they have a cost advantage, but they don't have the market there. And what I see in Spain, which I think makes it quite interesting, is that you have a cost advantage because there's a lot of roles like full stack developers are way more competitive in terms of prices here and cost that you have in other markets, but you also have a market domestically. Those people that are involved in the product, they can really resonate with the customer, and I think that's a really good advantage that Spain have. No? And if I look at my own portfolio in Spain, they all kind of fit that pattern. No? They're all global companies with an element of deep tech that are building a product where they can interact with the customer and the early adopter domestically, but that's something that can expand globally.
Thank you. And how do you work in terms of, I don't know, scouting, trying to find the right startups here? Do you work with local VCs? I do think that you don't have an office here, but do you work also with government? Of course, events is a nice place to be, but tell us a bit more about that, Julie.
Yeah, I think it's super important to work actually with local funds, and we do that in every single market. Again, we are a team in Europe now, but it's a very small MIT with 4 investors on the ground. That means that especially in the early stages, it's super, super important for us and super helpful to work with local funds in every single market. So how that looks like is either investing in companies that have been backed by amazing funds before, or even co-investing in rounds together, essentially. So that's one part. I think the second part is, angel investors, so entrepreneurs who had been successful, who might be investing now themselves, staying really close with them, bringing them into deals ourselves. That's another way of getting deal flow. And then, as you said, coming to events and just spending time here really on the ground and meeting as many founders and people as possible. Yeah, that's for now the playbook.
Yeah, sounds like a great playbook. Yeah, I try and spend a lot of time here. So I've before the pandemic, was based out of Barcelona for a little over a year. I think it's a people's business, right? So I think for me, it's a lot about identifying people, whether they're entrepreneurs, operators, angel investors, fund managers, that I just generally get along with, I love to work with, and I respect their perspective on things. They can also, they're not afraid to challenge me, or we can have a nice intellectual discussion. Right? At the end of the day, these are people that will hopefully be around, the same cap table, and we'll be seeing them for a long time to come. So yeah, definitely love to work with all sorts of kind of, let's say, stakeholders in the ecosystem. Also including, by the way, a lot of local government, right, programs that help local ecosystems quite a bit. I think they are actually amazing kind of network openers, as well as other stakeholders in the industry, lawyers, PR folks, journalists. So I think in general I like to just approach many different kinds of people.
Yeah, thank you, Lina. Oscar.
I mean, in our case, we don't actually play so much on the ground. So it's more. I mean, most of our deal flow comes out of relationships, and most of the relationships come from investors. Either funds that have already invested in our portfolio companies, and they've seen the way we work with the companies, and they like some of the work that we do to work on compliance and governance and setting like the infrastructure there, or funds that are earlier stage than us, or we actually love working with angel groups. Angel groups sometimes have a lot of insights, and there's lots of situations where they need that back office that can help with all the boring stuff that nobody likes. But it's fundamental if you want to build a scalable company that needs to be able to go through a due diligence for a CUSA. They need all of that. So we love working with this type of co-investors, and we do that globally everywhere. Then conferences help a lot to strengthen those connections and to be able to meet the human behind that. That's really good partnerships. Then, because of our deep tech focus, we also work a lot with universities and research centers and the technology transfer offices that they have, where they have groups that they've developed some technology and they have some potential, and they want to spin off that as a new organization, and they need help with these scientists, helping them to become entrepreneurs. So I'll say that's the best. And then our own portfolio companies are a really good source. I mean, right now that I'm here in this conference, I've already got like few introductions from some of my own Spanish portfolio companies. Say, hey, you have like a few founders. So that's kind of like the best way to connect with us.
May I add one point? I think it's true that most of deal flow comes through our networks still, but I do think usually it's also super easy to reach out directly, and I think that's super important, and I want to make that point. At Lightspeed, every single founder will get an answer. It might not always be a fit for us in terms of focus or where your business stands, but we give you an answer. And it's also very easy to find our emails, our focus areas. On the website, there's a huge description for every single partner, what we do, what businesses we look at, what stage we look at. And then it's literally first name and URL of our website. So it's really, really easy. Just reach out as well if you're interested to talk to us or everyone on this panel. I think it's a good way of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point.
Okay, thank you. There is a question a lot of entrepreneurs ask me regularly, and it's about when they want to build a global company, sometimes, especially when they have to raise money, and that was usually really with US VCs, they ask me, should I have a Spanish co, or should I start with a US corporation? I don't know if that's something as common with European VCs, but what will be your recommendation? Because we know there are some bureaucracy problems and everything around that. Some companies, when they want to have US investors in the future, they have to flip, and it's not as easy as. So would you recommend probably to have the company established in the US or maybe in Europe as well from the beginning, because we have seen some of that problems in the past? that's something, I got this question via Twitter for you to answer. I know that was not prepared, so.
Yeah, happy to start here. So the reality is, I think the world is getting more global, and international investors, for example, we're mainly pan-European, right? And we work with a lot of US investors. So there's kind of two approaches to this. I think the first one, especially in the very early stages, and especially if you're in like software or consumer, it's completely acceptable to be a local entity, right? The international investor, like especially in the earlier rounds, will be happy to kind of co-invest and have the local fund on the ground kind of lead the investment, right? Lead the negotiations, as well as everything around, transaction documents. In general, though, because for many different reasons, right? Like different jurisdictions have different legal frameworks. It's extremely difficult to become highly proficient in every single jurisdiction that, across Europe especially, is such a fragmented market. That at scale, I think at later stages, it certainly does help. So I personally do recommend companies, it doesn't matter if it's in Spain or Germany or Poland, it doesn't matter, right? Like that you go to a jurisdiction where the legal framework of that jurisdiction is well understood, and where English as a language, as an international business language, is the accepted version of things. Just one also to that, if you have a company in crypto or blockchain, for example, I would also very much recommend early on to go to like the US or UK, a place where the understanding around that space is a bit more advanced, and where the rest of the world will likely follow.
We're actually talking about this right before we came on stage, and I think for me the advice for entrepreneurs is always make it simple. Make it easy, don't overcomplicate things. We try to do the same, we try to make things simple for entrepreneurs, and we actually make investments directly in Spain, in Italy, the UK, in Germany, not anymore. I'll say that for a good thing about Spain is like way simpler to invest in Spain than in other European countries. So, but the problem, that we do that, and it's because we have a large back office that can do that. Yeah. For most VCs, that's a really painful problem. It's very, very difficult. You don't know the legal risks, you don't know the tax implications. So if you want to raise investment, the point is make it easy. Make things understandable, don't overcomplicate things. And unfortunately, multiple jurisdictions are complicated, multiple languages, legal frameworks, regulations, risks. So the easier you make it, the better. So picking one of these easy jurisdictions would make everything way, 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 way simpler.
Sorry. Yuli, you have to say something about that?
I agree with your points. I think that's exactly it. I think we have also invested directly in French businesses and German businesses, but if you want to make it easy for yourself, it doesn't have to be, it can be in Spain, but just also figure out what your business is about, right? If you're building a purely European fintech business, probably doesn't really make sense, but if you want to be a global business, it might make sense earlier, so voila.
Okay, so we are running out of time, just a bit more than 1 minute. Just a fast recommendation to all the entrepreneurs. How should they approach you?
As I said, our email is really, really easy to guess. So it's the first name and the URL, in my case, julie@lsvp.com. And just reach out. But again, I recommend going on our website and having a look who are the partners in your geography, and then also in the geography who focuses on what. I don't do any consumer investing. I can direct you to that person, but you can also just go direct and talk to the consumer investor, right? And so, again, doing that little bit of homework, I think, makes a huge difference in your intro too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're pretty vertical agnostic fund, but there are certain industries that we wouldn't invest in, right? So definitely do your research, understand which partner you're reaching out to for what reason. But yeah, it's pretty easy to guess our password. It was actually one of our biggest growth hacks in my previous company, where I would just keep guessing emails. Maybe a bit of a gray area practice, but it works. It works. It's a, at the end of the day, fundraising is also a sales game. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say identify who are you talking with and try to make it again, make it easy by framing, okay? Why are you relevant for that specific fund, for that specific partner? Like, put the context on what you're approaching. Keep in mind that at the end of the day, as an entrepreneur, you also need to be selecting your investors. So when if your company, the same way that this product market fit is going to be startup investor fit. So help us understand that, because we can miss it.
Okay, so thank you very much. I hope we can meet next year, maybe with some investment from Lightspeed here in Spain. We will celebrate it. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the event, enjoy the city, and see you next year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Big applause. Thank you very much all for... Thank you very much. And just for the record, I mean, yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. It's over there. So just for the record, Berlin is very, very cold right now. We don't know if London is going to exist in 2 months. Just saying. And, well, China. Just saying, you should all move to Valencia. And speaking of Valencia, by the way, you don't need to check WhatsApp. Who's checking WhatsApp is still down. Don't try. You're going to be fully focused here. So you can do a lot of work today here with no WhatsApp. So precisely to talk about that, and I was recently talking with the EU Commission, and I had a couple of representatives of the city of Valencia, and people were really impressed with what Valencia as a city is actually doing at a European level. So precisely to talk about that, we have our next panel. And I need you to ask a favor, okay? Are you all going to be good with our next speaker? Are we going to be good with the next speaker? Okay, she's a little nervous, so you need to be good. You're going to be good? They're going to be good, okay? So please welcome our next 2 speakers and basically an interview and a conversation. So please welcome from the entrepreneurship side of Valencia Activa, Teresa Macia. Big applause for Teresa, please. They promise they're going to be good. And to interview her and have a nice chat with her, please welcome Virginia Sanchez, Managing Director at Subilabs. Big applause. Stage is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with Teresa. When I came to Valencia, I'm from Madrid, I realized and I loved that every agent of the ecosystem collaborated and worked together in order to become more competitive. We are right now the 3rd ecosystem in Spain, but yes, we work together, and one of the agents that work with the startups, the incubators, and the accelerators, and the corporates is Valencia Activa. It's a very important agent in the ecosystem, so it's a pleasure to be here to speaking with you.
Thank you. You
and,
too.
For the audience, could you explain us better what's Valencia Activa?
Yes, Valencia Activa was created to aim at coordinating the existing structures to the City Council in Valencia and the areas of policies in employment, training, entrepreneurship, economic innovation, and equality between women and men in the workplace. Promoting synergies, collaboration, and taking advantage of the benefits and opportunities offered by cooperation in a common project.
And to be more specific, who would be interested in receiving your services or in working with you?
Well, we have a kind of publics, and on another hand, our stakeholders are the entrepreneur, basically, and we offer training, counseling, support, and in promotion provide great to connect through the Valencia Activa community and the local and international projects. You too work with entities and other entities, public and private entities, and another make bigger our ecosystem with alliance and collaboration. Our aim in the point of the value, the local talent, holding in attracting in the international one. Traditionally, we have been especially ally for all foreign projects and companies to want to set up in our amazing city, and we will be perfect partner to land in Valencia. We know the ecosystem works and how public entities do, and so lend a great help. But Goal, nowadays, we share in Invest in Valencia now, a new entity, you say, we offer a complete catalog of services in order to help foreign companies and investment who choose Valencia to set up.
Okay, you've said that you collaborate with other entities. Could you give us some examples or which entities you collaborate with?
Yes, of course. Mainly with our amazing host, Startup Valencia, of course, which is the perfect partner for us. And we are focused in helping entrepreneurs as a public service, and Startup Valencia help with them at optical private sector. We collaborate with strongly because we want to cover all spectrums so the Valencia entrepreneur and can exploit their full potential. In addition, we work with other entities as CEP, Valencia Business Confederation, digitalization programs and equality ones, with Cámara Valencia in the entrepreneurship promotion programs in Invest Valencia. And I have to mention as well entities Banco Sabadell, FEI, the Next Web, too, which with collaboration in the organization the next year, the Next Web Valencia. And as you know, Valencia is more than ever tech city, and we are basing our model economic in the tech, innovation, and sustainability, and that's the reason why we have special programs based to clean tech. And this team, we work closely with ABAESEN and Global Startup Cities.
Could you explain us a little bit more about these programs?
Yes. Valencia is participating with Global Startup Cities, a new initiative within European innovation areas by the European Commission, which has been proposed synergic we are achieving in the European education areas by Global Startup Cities initiative. In Europa, values have been the seed to transform an idea and dream proposed 20 years ago into the real bottom movement lead that the Global Startup Cities. In the next year, the challenge to tackle a bottom-up gamer change implementation with the down-down approach to design a coherent European Union approach to support entrepreneurs and innovators as global leaders to accelerate the economic recovery. The European Innovation Area is a geo-economic movement to support a global Europe entrepreneurs and innovators with the largest public and private consortium impulse by local innovation ecosystem from among other cities, other villages and remote areas. In Valencia, we firmly initiative that is referred in clean tech, the startup city, within the climate innovation area. The goal of climate area is to be one diverse and biggest environment for real testing and breakthrough startups, SMEs, without off-the-box solution focusing in the climate solutions. Climate mitigation, circular economy, smart mobility, and zero pollution at global European level.
So lots of programs, lots of events, a lot of collaboration. When is your next event?
Yes, this year is crazy year. And the next events are this Friday, Climaton. We collaborate with Climate Kick. The next Women Entrepreneur Day 28, and Summit Braga, Unique Summit Braga with Global Startup Cities, and the Valencia Startup Awards in December.
And well, finally, where can people find you, or how can they contact you? How then can they collaborate with you?
Well, if you want, they can contact with Valencia Activa, writing Bit Emprende at valenciaactiva.es, and through the social media Valencia Activa, Tech City, and VLC Bit Emprende, sorry. And if you come to Valencia, to our disposal to help and everything.
Do you have also offices, or they should contact you by email or virtually?
It's to contact with email and telephone maybe, and concert the meeting point.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very well.
Wow, that was fast. You were good? Yes. Was she good? You guys behave. Big applause, please. So, call me a little bit of hand there. You know what happens with technology? The sooner you shame a technological company on stage, they fix things, right? You know what happened, right? I said, it's down, now it's working again. You can see all the memes that have been flying around. So anyhow, we're going to be connecting with our next panel. And I'm really interested on the next panel because it's, first of all, it's a bunch of very good friends. And they have a very extensive experience around investing. So there's a big question hanging around is, does it make sense to keep investing in technology? Let me do a poll. Who thinks we need more money in tech? Raise your hand. More money in tech. Okay, more or less. We are okay with money. Raise your hand. No, no one is okay with money. We have more than enough money. Oh, good. Couple of people there, more than enough money. Okay, well, stick with me because we're going to be talking about this. And I want to welcome our next panel. Are you guys ready? Rock and roll? Okay, so let's introduce our first panelist, good friend. You have to excuse him. He's French, okay? So he's a little bit weird. Just bear with him. You see, the French on the other side of the room understand what I'm talking about. So please welcome our first speaker of the roundtable, Ralph Crowan, Managing Director of Tech Clients Europe at Oreg. Come on, big applause for Ralph. And to join Ralph, I want to welcome our wonderful Marta Campillo, Investment Manager at Banco Sabadell. Bank Sabadell, big startup, big applause for Marta. Thank you, Marta, for joining. To join them, Alan Berkfeld, the Chief Business Officer at Verifi Media. Big applause for Alan. And last but not least, joining the panel, Mertse Tell, Managing Partner at our dear Encomenda Capital Partners. Big applause for Mertse. And to run the show, I'm not entirely sure how to define her. She's Irish, but I'm sure she has a little bit of German, and I'm sure she has a little bit of Chinese somewhere around there. She's my colleague, senior tech reporter at tech.eu. Big applause to Jill Petzinger.
Thank you, Alex, for that awesome introduction. And welcome. We have a stellar panel here today to talk about a really exciting question. Is it still worth investing in tech? Now, obviously, if the answer was no, we could all go and have our second breakfast like we do in Valencia. But the answer is absolutely, and we're here to find out why. So as you've just been introduced to everyone, I won't go through their CVs again. Safe to say that we have a wealth of knowledge from both Spain, from Encomenda and B Startup, the investment vehicle of Banco Sabadell. On lead guitar, we have Alan here from Verify Media, which is a 6-year-old platform that basically decomplexifies the very, very complicated world of IP and music rights. And down at the end, obviously, everybody knows Raf from Oric. Now, one thing is clear, which is that there are cloudy times ahead. I think we all know about the macroeconomic environments, the geopolitical problems that are going on, which are affecting all businesses, not just the tech sector. And this year, the tech sector has seen crashing valuations, pretty huge layoffs here and there, and mega rounds, so 100 million plus rounds, are definitely down. However, I want to dive in and find out a sort of behind-the-scenes look of what investors are saying and try to figure out how it is absolutely worth investing in tech if you're smart. So I'm going to start with Raf here, and you can give us the, help me set the context. Is the current troubles or chill winds in the tech sector mostly due to macroeconomic events beyond its control, or is this a sector that was truly overinflated and needed correction?
Wow, thanks for putting me on the spot right there. So I'm not an economist, so I'm going to be honest. My view is biased based on the tech ecosystem, obviously. I think this was very long overdue, to be honest. I think we've seen that the last 2 or 3 years have been overly inflated with crazy valuations, with deals that have been executed in record time with very little, if no, due diligence whatsoever. So that context was not sustainable for a long period of time. It helped grow some of the ecosystems, helped bring a lot of new capital, and help raise a massive amount of cash. So there is a lot of dry powder out there, and we'll come back to that, I'm sure, later. But I think it was necessary to be a bit of a kind of a get back to reality kind of standpoint. So
kind of reality check.
Pretty much reality check, yeah. There's some pretty brutal reality check as well for some, but overall necessary.
Okay, so the kind of boom-bust cycle to repeat itself, obviously, and self-correct. Marta, I think over to you with the question of how have the goalposts moved in terms of how investors in Europe are thinking. I mean, the old fear of missing out, FOMO, has that been replaced with fear of messing up, FOMO? I'm going to invent that. What are investors doing or thinking differently in terms of their investment strategies, let's say moving into 2023 or all of 2023?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's true that we are going to face a difficult year. All of us knows that we are going to face a difficult year next year, but I think that things are going to be different. The situation is different from previous similar situation that we have lived before. First of all, as you have said, there is liquidity in the market, there is money in the market, and the entrepreneurial base in Spain, no? The Spanish entrepreneurial base is competitive. And when a crisis, not all sectors are going to be affected equally. And we come from a pandemic world, from a pandemic crisis, where companies has been forced to be more adaptable, to be more flexible, to have lower levels of debt, and to strive profitability. So it's true that in these situations, investors are going to look for different things. For example, at the cash, we are going to be very. We want to focus on the cash, steering the runway, looking for unnecessary cost, steering the runway despite it could penalize growth, and to have enough cash if the company has to face some month with lower levels of sales, if the company needs to pivot during this situation. And also, I think that, well, investors are going to look for a path to profitability in order to short, to look for, to short the objective, no, in the short, mid-term of profitability in the companies.
So the era of shut up and take my money is coming to an end, you would say, yeah? What about you, Marcel? Do you agree with what Marta's saying, or do you have anything to add there?
Yes, I agree in terms of there's going to be less noise and more music. So good companies are going to be financed. It's true, as my colleague said, that we're going to be focusing on capital-efficient companies. And there's this correction in valuation. So there was these overinflated valuations that we've seen in the past years. They're going to be correcting. So it's traditionally, when there's a crisis or downturn terms, it's a good vintage for funds. So it's good projects are still there. There's liquidity to be invested, and you have more, so less noise in terms of companies and entrepreneurs that shouldn't be launching a project. So it's even easier to identify those projects that are capital efficient and that have nice ideas that really fit into the market, so that there's really something solving a real need, so not these other projects that maybe are good to have, but nothing really that really matters.
Okay. Alan, as our lead guitarist here today, you have a vast years of knowledge of the music industry, from managing bands to having a music investment advisory and now Verify, your platform. How's that all doing? It's a very big question, but tell me what trends we're going to see in investment. What are investors going to be looking at? What niches of audio or music tech do you think are going to catch investors' eyes and be a good bet in the coming year?
Yeah, so at Verify, we're focused on solving some of the complex problems on the back end for the music industry. So I think there's been a large movement forward over the past 10 or 15 years on the consumption side, streaming, even streaming metrics, having artists understand where their music is being played so they can make decisions about touring. There haven't been a lot of solutions that have taken hold to kind of solve the complex royalty problems. There's music ends up on Spotify from the record label, but the record label is responsible for providing the publishing information, but it's not the publisher, so often the times the information is not correct. So I think that there's a move in music to really try to solve some of these back-end problems today. We have one solution. There's a lot of companies that are working on this, and I think, we haven't talked about it yet, but I think there's a move kind of, as you've seen, greater due diligence and perhaps a reluctance to invest to the degree that was happening 18 months ago. There's a move towards M&A activity. So I think with us, we're looking at other companies that have additive solutions to what we're doing to think about how can we grow beyond organically, but combine and use this period to be strategic. And I think that that's not just in music back-end copyright management solutions, that's in the investment world as a whole.
But is the money still going to be pouring into these areas you just described?
I mean, I think that the money is not pouring in anywhere right now. I think that, we did a fundraise about 12 months ago, and we're going to launch another one in about 3 months, and we've been out talking to our existing investors as well as new investors, and there's definitely not this FOMO, this, take my money, please. There's certainly a greater look at companies that are managing cash well, that are having a path to profitability. And I think, again, that's a macro thing.
Mm-hmm. So it's not sexy, but it's more sensible, right? That's more conservative, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's fascinating. And let's move on to sort of that area of verticals and stages. Either of you can take this, but what verticals are going to be the most attractive prospects looking into 2023? And what I have in my head is a sort of side question about, are startups who are aligned to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are they going to be ever more popular with a kind of purpose-led startups? Could you see that surviving and thriving in the next years?
Do you want me to take that? Yes and no. I love that kind of answer. So anything around sustainability, SDG, is obviously well regarded when it comes to a theme in general. But it's not a vertical. It should be horizontal. It's impacting every single segment out there. So it's not the segment in itself. You can look at any kind of technology out there, any kind of solutions, any kind of companies. They will have to look at their sustainable goals in general. And not everyone will abide by every single one of them. There's too many anyway, right? So that's the first positioning standpoint. Is that a good thing? Yes, it is. It's necessary. Is that a good investable area? There's a lot of greenwashing out there. Too much greenwashing. Too many people hiding behind that sort of nice label of we're doing an SDG, we're sustainable, except that there's no solution behind, there's no product, there's no tangible, money-making company. So I think the investors nowadays are a little bit more savvy around this and realize that unless you really have a valuable product market fit with something that's going to grow and make a difference, it's not just because you get an SDG stamp that it's going to be good enough to be invested in.
So arguably, they have to still be solving real-world problems? Like, so in that case, things like clean tech, green tech, do they stand to do well?
I mean, any one of you can answer, but I know
Marta,
they will.
Do you want to take a question on clean tech and green tech? I know you guys look at that.
I agree totally with you, but and I agree also, and also one of well, in our case, we are receiving every time more and more opportunities working in the field of impact in terms in general, digital tech, health tech, sustainability, green tech. Why? Because we are going to face a climate change. We need to face a industry change in the climate change. So digital solutions are going to be needed to face this change. And we think that there are several opportunities in this field and very promising companies. And it's proven that you can build a solid solution, a solid company, with this double impact, a double P&L, a profitable, an economic return, and also an impact return. And well, in our case, in this startup, we have a specific, well, starting from last year, we have a specific budget allocated in order to invest in green or sustainability companies, and we have some examples of companies that are performing very well in that field.
Mm-hmm. Jill, can I add one thing? Yeah, because I want to take it one step higher. So the financial industry is the first industry that had been regulated and obligated, like literally mandated to report on their SDG goals. It's not like it's not a nice to have, it's a must to have, right? And so banks have to report specifically. And so it's been a rush around, how do you call this, the carbon footprint, measuring tools out there to help them measure that. That's one thing. The second thing, if you take one step higher, we went low from company side to investor side to then LP side. LPs, for those who don't know, are the people that invested in funds, right? So those are the people that have the money, either big institutions or independent companies that invest in funds. Those are now looking at impact funds and say, not good enough. We want something that's a lot more tangible. Okay, your fund can be impact, but it needs to be impact on a series of specific areas that will be measured and controlled. And so some of those guys that we've seen recently creating new funds, new fund managers, have to be much more precise. Again, they can't be hiding behind a green cloud. They have to do, carbon footprint is one area that is too wide, but they look at, for example, the concrete emission of CO2 around concrete, the concrete, the sort of the ground stuff. That's one area that's really big right now. So they have to be a lot more specific. And so this is changing the game in a way by putting people be a lot more accountable for what they're doing, including at the investor side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's super interesting. That like especially with ESG reporting being such a big mess, really, and hard to standardize and hard to kind of oversee. Which is, it's going to have something that everyone has to come to terms with, like you say. But in terms of, just to jump back, because after Verticals, I quickly wanted to talk about stages, because we were talking about early stages being a good bet right now, and suffering less than later stage startups when they're trying to get funding. Do you think you'll see a lot of multi-stage investors kind of focusing more on the seed, early stage areas?
Yeah, as you say, so pre-seed, seed stages are probably in a good position to be invested. Companies in growth stage, depending on the previous funding rounds, they are probably struggling to raise new funding. So that's true, the probably investors to kind of balance their portfolios. They go and jump and we see people going down to seed and early stages. In our case, we're launching really, we're focusing on seed. And we consider it's a good time for investment in this stage because of that. And in terms of verticals and sectors, as you were saying, we'll see more companies trying to improve daily lives of both users, companies as well. So the future of work and digitalization of companies is here. And then on top of that, I think Planet, it's on both sides, so for companies. So energy costs have increased, and we are seeing this increase in companies working on sustainability.
I think what's interesting, and this is something we spoke about recently, Raf, is that in every crisis lies an opportunity, positive opportunities, opportunistic opportunities. I know what I want to ask you about this, but Alan, what's your take first? Do you think there's a lot of opportunity here in this current, let's call it a slowdown or a so-called downturn?
I mean, I think if you look at, excuse me, prior downturns, that there have been a lot of opportunities, right, to get in at a lower valuation, to be a little bit more diligent with who you're investing in, and it does tend to sort out the good from the bad, for lack of a better term. So, I think that, what's the quote? Out of every good crisis comes opportunity.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So,
I can't remember who said it though. And Raf, you also said it was an opportunity to reset the game and try and do better. And I think it's interesting because there is, in crisis, the risk that, the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater. All progress that we've made in certain areas, like diversity, may just be rolled back or sort of abandoned in the, let's say, like the kind of effort to stay alive. What is your take on that? Do you think that's a risk if we go into, let's say, even a recession next year?
No. No, I'm a positive by nature kind of guy. So I think it's, I'm totally with Alan on that. I think every major crisis will have some death and will have some incredible stories as well, right? And it's a bit of a banality what I'm saying, but it's true. Some of the biggest tech success, some of the biggest tech companies have created the best product out of a downturn, right? If you look at Apple, the first two products that were a success were double investing during the downturn. Literally, biggest crisis of the first bubble, Apple invested in the product that made the new industry in music, like iPod, right? So I believe there's so much to be done during a downturn, and that's not even talking about the investment. We talked about this, the fact that better valuations, or lower valuation, better deals to be made, all of that everybody understands. But to your point, I think it's also a reset period, which is back to basics, back to the real things that matter, because it's less inflated and less noisy. There's less of that crazy, excuse me for journalists, but nice titles out there to be looking into. And so it's more about the real solution themselves and the real impact that some of those solutions are doing. And so in that context, diversity matters more, ESG matters more, real impact ESG matters more. And so I think it's a good time to look at the real stories. And as I said, because it's a reset, people tend to pay more attention on both sides of the fence. The creators that try to create something that's really more important, and the one that try to invest in those rather than the others.
Mm-hmm. That does sound very positive, actually. And on a positive note, just because I also want this panel to be not just for investors, but also for startups today. And I thought it would be interesting to have all of your takes on what startups should be thinking when they go looking for funding, especially in the early stages. How can they align themselves with what their VCs are thinking, what their mentality is? So basically, any advice you would have to startups who want money now, who want funding, what they need to keep in mind when they're putting together their pitch decks or whatever. You want to take that, Marta? Yeah.
Well, be adaptable, be flexible, paying attention to cash flow, and be realistic, as you have said, and building solid financial business plan, looking for profitability and a realistic company.
Mm-hmm. I always say know your numbers. If you don't know your numbers, you're going to be grilled instantly.
I was going to say kind of simplicity on your business model. So getting to know how you're going to make money out of your company, how are you going to spend the amount that you're raising, and being really capital efficient, and knowing, so basically as they said, so being really realistic on your assumptions and where you can take the company to.
Anything else you would add to that? It's probably a wise idea to be aware of how your VCs are thinking in terms of risk.
Yeah. I guess if you are not solving a real market need, you're not going to get financed. So that's for sure. Making sure that there's someone willing to pay for your solution. So that's really, really crucial.
Do you have any advice, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, I think that having a really clear product path forward, and I like what you guys were talking about with actually the prior crisis wasn't so long ago if we just talk about COVID. And one thing that we did in the COVID crisis was we shut down all business development, all marketing, and we really focused on the product, and we rebuilt our tech stack, and we took this period where the world kind of, you know, went insular for a year to really grow and develop and work on the product. So I think having that product path forward is good, but I also think having realistic valuation expectations. So don't, you know, you have to have your numbers, you have to have a path to profitability, but your valuation is just not going to be what it was a year ago. And you have to be aware of that, and you have to be a little bit flexible on the funding terms. So, for example, in our situation right now, we did a Series A about a year ago, and we're considering, do we really go for a Series B, or do we do something like a bridge with a convert, or some other kind of more flexible financing path to move us forward?
What did you decide?
We haven't decided yet.
There's one more thing that we forgot to talk about, which is critical, is the team, right? Team. We need to be, as investors, looking at who's going to be able to create that company, grow that company, and you can have the best idea in the world. If you have the wrong team, it's never going to go anywhere. And so it's about the team as well. The complementarity skill set between the various founders. Solo founders is a tough one, but it still happens to be good when it really is a person that has what it takes. But yeah, complementarity in the team and the right people that have what it takes really to get that company to where it needs to be.
Yeah, and I was reading about B2B startups finding it slightly easier to hire. I mean, the sort of war for talent has been well discussed since years, but that now with layoffs in more B2C startups, there could actually be great new talent on the market, which could then be of an advantage to B2B startups who are actually hiring or growing. So do you think there's still going to be a terrible talent crunch, or is this ongoing?
Yeah.
Cool.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be that positive. It is ongoing. Having said that, a lot of very qualified people coming from refugees country are now being directed in the right direction as well. So I'm positive, and I'm objectively optimistic in the sense that there is a ton of talent out there, as long as they don't get stopped at the border. And I'm from the UK, so I can tell that. That's Brexit for you guys. As long as they don't get stopped at the border, there's tons of opportunities to get them even more sort of skilled around what they need to be. So there's not a lack of people, there's a lack of training, and there's a lack of diversity in that training as well, but that's another story.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Merce, you were saying that Spain's doing very, very well, because I mean, Spain has a lot of very, very young startups. Does this mean that you and you too, Marta, are feeling super positive about Spain's 2023 in terms of the startup ecosystem?
We are positive, so I've been fundraising for the last 2 months, so being positive it's needed because you find people that are not investing in funds. But actually, I'm positive in the terms of good quality out there, so that good projects that we are seeing. As said, it's basically there's not so much noisy projects, so real projects solving real needs. It's what we are finding the most, which is it's great for us. So we think and terms are better. So if you find right team, so at the end is having talented team, and that's not so easy to find. So people who's able to launch a project and even move ahead or move aside at some point, and being able to recruit or even to fire when it's needed. That's not so easy, but still there's a good quality of projects, and valuations in terms of investment are quite well.
Okay, so we're coming to our last minute. Do you guys have anything to add? So is it still worth investing in tech? Yeah, absolutely. Is there any final words that you'd like to leave the audience with today? No? Be sensible, be careful, and...
Be mindful.
Be mindful. Okay, great.
Resilient, probably. And resilient, probably.
Resilient? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you guys for attending, and big round of applause.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you. Jill, don't leave. I just want to show you something. Just for the next time, startups, investors, you want to talk with journalists. You can recognize them by their glasses. Can you do the move of the glasses again? There you go. And take them out. They take them off, put them on again. Journalist movement. There you go. Big applause, please. Thank you very much. By the way, I think we have the youngest member of the conference is sitting there. She's very concentrated. Do not interfere with her. Mom? Mom, where's Mom? No? Dad, there you go. Dad is there. Dad was on stage. Having fun? She has a... Having fun? Big applause for her, please. She's been there like... Are you having fun? Oh, she's shy. Anyhow, so now we're going to talk about something that I find it fascinating, which is how do you measure doing good? How do we measure goodwill? It's something that personally, for me, has been growing up year after year. It's like you do good things and then you have to assume that what goes around comes around, that, you know, do good. And people go like, yeah, but that person is an asshole. It's like, I don't care. It will come around. You know, trust the process, right? And sometimes it becomes really, really hard to actually do these things because people ask you to put a number to this. How do you put a number to being good? Do you know the number? I always put the same stuff. What is the return of investment of your mom? Anyone wants to throw a ballpark number? Or let me rephrase this. Did she get any return of investment by being your mom? We want to believe she did, right? Who thinks so? Raise your hand. Seriously, and those that are not raising the hand, what? No? Really? You think yourselves are bad people? Come on, give you some more credit. So precisely to talk about that, how we do on the return of investment of doing good, please welcome our next speaker. I want a really, really big applause because you guys, it's taking some time here. I know it might be the heat or something like that, but big applause for Elias Berries, Head of Global Operations at Google for Startups. Big applause for Elias.
Woo! Oh man, what an intro. Hello everyone. It's so good to see you. Thank you for being here with me. On the return on investment of doing good, a personal and very non-scientific account. As I was so kindly introduced, my name is Elias. I work for Google for Startups. I've been in Google for about 10 years, spent the first bit of my career in the sales team in Dublin, doing advertising sales. And then about 3 years ago, I moved to the beautiful city of Madrid. And now I'm working with Google for Startups. On the side, I also recently co-founded a startup that tries to make it easy for tour managers in the live music industry to run all of their finances and to get return on investment from the tours that they manage and help the artists with doing better and better tours. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about return on investment. So, our mission at Google for Startups is, as you can see on the screen, to level the playing field for founders and communities by connecting them with the best of Google, which is our best practices, our people, and the knowledge that we have, and the connections. And so, some of my favorite examples of how we do this is we run academies. So we bring a bunch of really cool startups together for a couple of months, and we support them in different ways, different topics. So some of the examples on here is we run a couple of sales academies where we bring all of the best, most recent knowledge in how to do B2B sales to startups. Or we are currently running a growth academy in Madrid, specifically focused on sustainability. So how can we help companies that are trying to make a sustainable future, startups that are trying to make a more sustainable future, how can we help and accelerate them? Or we also have specific programs for women founders. Now, why women founders? Why this sort of focus on diversity? Some of you who were here last year may have heard me talk on that stage with the beautiful aquarium behind me about the funding gap that currently exists within the entrepreneurial ecosystem. How last year about 1.1% of global VC funding went to women-founded startups, and 1.2% went to so-called ethnic minorities. That's really bad, right? And I was just reading, just when I was sitting in the lounge, an article on TechCrunch that actually now, with the whole economic turmoil, it seems that the people who write the checks are even more careful. And as a result, it looks like the funds that go to ethnic, diverse entrepreneurs is even shrinking. It looks like about 0.5% in Q3, which is horrible. So one of the things that we tried to do is we started a founder funds in 2020, which is where we give non-equity grant funding to selected startups, 100K equity-free cash, plus all of the help that we can give from our people and from our products in terms of product grants and helping them to really accelerate. So that's one thing that I'm really excited about. But across Google, there are many more initiatives where we support some cause. We do something to try and, for example, help a refugee crisis, help solve a refugee crisis, or help to inspire a more sustainable future. And these are two examples from what Google.org is doing, which is our sort of not-for-profit brand within the company. And so last year, when I was walking the halls of this very conference, some people came up to me and they were like, hey, it's great that you're really trying to help to close the funding gap. But what's in it for Google? What is the return on investment of this thing? How do you calculate that? And it got me thinking. It got me thinking around what is the answer to this question really? Can we get it to a number? What have I seen in the 10 years that I've been at this company that would prove some sort of a return on investment on all of the cool stuff that we're doing? Because I really think it's cool stuff. I believe in it, but why? So I literally holed myself up in a room in our campus in Madrid with a whiteboard, and I just put down on paper, what are all the things that I can think of? So this is a very personal account, but it is backed by a little bit of science. It's not very scientific, but there are some interesting stats that I hope I can share with you. These are the 6 dimensions of return on investment for doing good that I could come up with. Staying ahead, better products, positive press, an improved buying experience for your customers, more engagement from your people, and a ripple effect in society. Shall I tell you more about them? Yeah? All right, let's do this. Number 1, and arguably the most important point, it is the will of the people that corporations do good. If you've ever heard of the Edelman Trust Barometer, which is a very famous sort of market research instrument that digs into how society and how consumers trust brands, politicians, governments, etc., one of their very interesting stats a few years ago is that 80% of people expect companies to do good in society. 8 out of every 10 people have a direct expectations of companies to not only make money, but also influence societal debates and do good in society, make a positive impact. And so, if it is the will of the people that corporations do good, what comes next? It's very easy. Whatever the people want, usually, after a while, gets codified. Regulation will start to happen. And in my experience, the best way for any company, any body, to deal with regulation is to be ahead of it. Because once regulation hits you, it's already too late. There's a big mess, basically. You need to figure out a lot of things, and it's messy. So if it's the will of the people to do good, well, your return on investment is listen to this will, do good, and you will stay ahead of the curve. You will stay ahead of regulation. That's number 1. Number 2, it improves your products as a company. And I have a couple of examples. One of the very big, meaty causes that we're trying to tackle at Google in the product teams is everything related to global warming, to climate change. And so we've made a couple of updates to our products in recent years where sustainability was really at the core. Number one, on Google Search, for example, you can very easily now find recycling points. If you look for, I want to recycle my bottles, or I want to recycle tin cans, whatever it is, it will pop up and you will find the right places to go and do that. Secondly, when you look on Google for any climate change related information, we made sure it's very visible, it's trustworthy and authoritative. Secondly, within Google Travel, which is a tool that I use all the time to book my flights, you will now be able to get all of the CO2 emission related information right there in the tool. You can also search for hotels and see how they deal with the whole sustainability question, from water to waste. And I advise you to take a look at, I know that there are sort of 2 summit hotels. Take a look at which one is scoring the best on these metrics. It's very interesting. Thirdly, Google Maps also launched a whole swath of updates recently. One of which I'm very excited about, which is when you plan your transit, you can get the most eco-friendly routes. So one of it is, you can obviously use things like bike and scooter sharing or navigation specifically for bikes. But if you're really hard-pressed to take a car, you can tell Google, you can tell Maps, this is the car I'm driving, and it will, for you, map the way that has the least amount of gas use and hence the least amount of emissions. So eco-friendly routing. Pretty cool. So in sum, you get better products from focusing on a cause. All of these updates will obviously increase the use of our products, which is good for us, it's good for the return on investment, it's good for the bottom line. The more users, the better. Third one is very simple. If you do good, in a world with a lot of shitty news, a lot of bad news out there, you can get some positive press. And positive press is not cheap to come by. So when we launched our Founders Funds, where we invested that equity-free money into Black and Latinx entrepreneurs, we got a lot of great press. I'm not going to dwell on this point. I think it sort of speaks for itself. Fourth point comes with a personal story. When I was in the sales team in Dublin, I was working with our large accounts. And what we would do at least once a year is we would bring over the CEOs and the CMOs, the decision makers of our clients. We'd bring them over to Dublin, and we'd put them in a room, and we'd have very deep conversations with them and give them a bunch of presentations. Do you know what really made their eyes twinkle? You know what made them sit up straight in their chair? I'll tell you, it's not the latest update to Google Ads. It was never about how they could increase their return on investment or reduce their cost per acquisitions from 10 to 5 euros. Never. The real magic of that buying experience, where they really engaged, was always when we talked about the good that we did. When we brought someone in to talk about the updates to climate neutral routing, when we brought someone in from Google for Startups at the time to talk about what we did with entrepreneurs to try and help them, accelerate them, this is what really got them going. And this is a fact that has been proven in B2C for a really long time. We all know that consumers are willing to pay a price premium for products that do good, products that are more ecological. We also, in the same Edelman barometer, one of the startling facts is that 60% of people will actively boycott a product when they are on the wrong side of what they believe is right. 60%. That's huge. So we notice in B2C. And now, since very recently, a paper that I found, it's also been proven in B2B. So this was a paper that was written around CSR, corporate social responsibility, in a B2B context specifically. And they've proven that customer perceptions in B2B of their suppliers implementing CSR basically leads to a greater exhibition of customer trust and hence smoothens the buying process. So in short, it becomes easier to sell to your clients when you're doing good with your corporation. Which leads us directly to your own people, because trust from your own people is also absolutely key in return on investment. Some fun stats, 60%, 6 out of every 10 prospective employees that you talk to expect the boss of your company to proactively speak out about big, meaty societal topics. It's one of the criteria that they look for in a job search. That's super interesting. And also, 40% higher levels of workforce retention, people staying in your company because you're doing something good for society. I've been with the company 10 years. I definitely did not expect to work for this company for 10 years. This was not in my plan. I was going to go to Dublin for 2 years, get the Google experience, and go back to Belgium and be comfortable. But then I got all of these cool opportunities. And it's really hard for me to leave behind a job in which the only thing I really have to do is help startups do cool things that matter. So yeah, I am, I guess, one prime example of doing good drives retention of your employees. Last point, number 6, in terms of return on investment, you get to create a ripple effect in society. When we invested those funds into Black and Latinx founders, we saw that 77% of their funding went directly through hiring, and they all hire diversely themselves. So we're helping to create more diversely built startups, which is what the ecosystem needs. Secondly, we've invested 40 million, which turned out to be a 305 extra million that was invested by for-profit companies, by VCs, because the signal that we were able to give created this ripple effect, which means that we are helping to create generational wealth. If we can help make those startups successful with our little bit of funding and the big VC money coming afterwards, we are really moving the needle. And this part of the ripple effect, I don't want to take direct credit for. It may be a little bit cheeky, but one unnamed cloud and retail company has recently announced an impact accelerator for underrepresented founders. One of our dear concu friends, or whatever you call that, competitors who are also friends who are playing in the same space have recently announced this. So this ripple effect can go beyond your own company into the competition, which in the end is a good thing, because we all want a better world. So, if you want all of the above, if you want those 6 elements of return on investment, what can you do? I will leave you with 3 last points. Number 1, I would advise you to choose a cause that you can disproportionately impact in a relevant way, which means pick one where your money and your expertise is highly valuable. It's something that you can move the needle on significantly, and it fits with what the people inside your company want and what you want. And your products are relevant, ideally. Number 2, create accountability and measure. If the doing good is not one of your primary KPIs, you're not serious about it. If you're only measuring the doing good, then you're probably also not doing it right. Because one day, somebody from corporate finance will come up to you and ask you about the return on investment. So try and figure out at least a couple of these 6 points. And lastly, haters are going to hate. There will always be people who think you don't care enough about a certain cause, you didn't do it the right way, you didn't invest enough money, someone in corporate finance putting on the screws, whatever it is, your investor, that's just part of life. But if there's one thing that is worth fighting for, I would argue that it is trying to convince people inside your company that what you're doing, the good that you're doing, has return on investment. If there's only one thing you do, spend your time on that, and the world's going to be all right. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Give me a hug. There you go. This is how you start the ripple effect. Thank you, Elias. Okay, how are we doing here? Good? There you go. People start knowing this because we're getting more people, it's getting hotter, right? It's getting nicer now. So we're crossing nearly the noon part, and we're going to be talking about something I think we all live, we all experience, but we're not fully aware of this, which is more and more people live in cities. And this trend, despite the pandemic, despite COVID, keeps accelerating. And we're starting to have a lot of very real challenges and problems when it comes to infrastructure. How do we fit so many people in a city? How do we make a city resilient? What happens with water? What happens with flash floods? What happens with too much heat? What happens with failing crops? All that stuff. And how do you deal with that inside the city is becoming an increasing problem. And to talk about that, I want to welcome two people that are basically working on that space, specifically in the city of Valencia. So please help me introduce our next speakers to talk about how smart cities can help us in a more livable future. Our first speaker, Mar Ferrer, Urban Innovation Consultant at Tech Friendly. Big applause for Mar, please. Come on, we can do this. Thank you, Mar. And to join her, we have the head of the Smart City Office at Ayuntamiento de Valencia. Please welcome Ernesto Faubel Cubels. Big applause for Ernesto.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to share the experiences from the Municipality of Valencia in this huge event. And, well, I'm Ernesto Faubel from the Smart City Office. And I'm in this office 1 month ago, I started. And what about you, Mar? Can you introduce yourself,
yes,
please?
Well, thank you to the organization as well and to the people who have invited us for being here and to speak about this issue, like smart cities for a livable future. And so I'm an urban consultant, innovation consultant for Tech Friendly. And we do strategic planning, we do urban agendas, and we are helping currently with the climate mission to the municipality, indeed. So actually, Ernesto, you were saying that you were quite new to your role. So what are your first impressions of your responsibilities, your new responsibilities, and the ambitions of your new team and all these things?
Well, to tell you the truth, it's a bit challenging. First, because the projects that are carrying out in these offices are very relevant. Mm-hmm. And as my predecessor has put the office in a quite relevant position. Mm-hmm. It's, in fact, we consider the city of Valencia as a reference in terms of a smart city, and not only at a national level, but also international. Mm-hmm. And this is a bit challenging in some aspects. But on the other hand, I have some enablers that make it easier for me to carry on this relevant task. First, I would like to highlight that we have an extensive portfolio of projects that some of them are ongoing, others are coming to an end, others have started recently, and even one of them that I would like to have time for giving you some information about this project are just about to start in January. Mm-hmm. The second thing that I would like to highlight is that we have strong political support, and this is very relevant because we have our councillor, Mr. Pere Fuset, is supporting us to a great extent. He's very enthusiastic with this issue, all related to smart city. And last but not least, and in this case I would like to underline and highlight the not least, because it's, I would say most even, it's the team that I count on them, because it's reduced in number, but it's excellent in terms of effort and capacity. So these things are making it easier for me. And you have recently joined the Valencia team, both working with the municipality and Las Naves, as far as I know. Could you share with us your first feelings, impressions about the team, how they are working?
Of course, of course. It's actually very exciting, and it's, as you were saying as well, it's quite challenging for me because it's quite new for me. I have had an extensive career abroad. I've been in London, working for Arup as a consultant for many years, and Amsterdam, in Paris and Boston. And coming back to my city, because I'm Valencian, was something I always wanted to do, but it was difficult. And it seems like it's the perfect timing, because you have built an ecosystem that is very powerful and growing, and I'm very impressed by all the team, as you were saying, from Las Naves and the head of innovation, Fermín Cerezo, as well, his dedication and motivation, and yourself. And so I'm actually quite impressed by the team. And we've been lucky enough from Tech Friendly to help to build the candidacies, fingers crossed, because this week we will know if we are European Green Capital for 2024, and then also we are in the race for the Innovation Capital, the European Innovation Capital. So, and we have the defense for this tomorrow one, and after tomorrow the other one, and we will know if we are. So I think Valencia is in a very good moment in terms of wanting to reach. We are in the climate mission, the climate mission is developing because we have been selected actually by the European Commission to be one of the 112 cities to be climate neutral and smart cities on the mission by 2030. And so we have great challenges ahead, but also a lot of motivation and ambition, which I find very, very interesting. So I'm actually very impressed as well by what you're doing from the Smart City Office. And so if you could expand on the projects you are undertaking and carrying out, that would be great.
Yeah. First, before starting with that, let me say that lucky us in Valencia to have recovered talent with you coming back to our city. And well, regarding the projects, I would like to highlight a couple, three of them. First, one of them is Matchup. Matchup is a European project. It's a lighthouse project from the most ambitious call for smart city projects in Europe, the lighthouse call.
Mm-hmm.
The focus of the project is on energy, mobility, ICT, society, having the citizen at the very center of the project.
Mm-hmm.
So this project is in which I have been devoting my last 5 years of my career in the municipality, being the coordinator of this European project with 28 partners from 8 different countries. Apart from that, in the Smart City Office, we are carrying out 2 amazing projects that are also related to different issues that could have some impact on the mission that you have mentioned. One of them is Impacto, VLCI. Impacto is a very complex project with 17 blocks, so 17 projects. It's a meta project in a way. Part of the project has been devoted to improving our components in our system, including the platform by itself, but also the geoservices, the geoportal that is very, very relevant, the GIS for our system, and also the app for mobile devices. So App Valencia is the app that we have developed so as to put in one hand most of the services that we are offering to the citizen and tourists. And apart from these developments that we have had in Impulso, we had the verticals for example, waste collection, or public lighting, or environmental sensors in buses, for example, or even tourism. But maybe one of the main parts of the project is related to mobility, so sustainable mobility, and in this case we have developed a massive deployment of sensors, mainly for controlling parking places, but focusing on logistics, so that is load and unload, also places for disabled people and taxis. But apart from that, we have another project related to controlling all the regulated parking places on the street, both the payment and so on. And even we have a pilot for the promotion of the e-mobility. So we will deploy 8 fast charging points, but also cameras for controlling the wrong use of these e-chargers, and also the smart management platform so as to deal with all the issues related to the charging process. And this is, in a nutshell, the Impulso project. But we have also another one that is more related to energy efficiency, that is Conecta. Conecta is focused on buildings, and mainly focusing on the one hand on connectivity, but also focused on another massive deployment of sensors in the different buildings. We are going to work with 194 buildings.
Energy efficiency of buildings, and then you were saying mobility, because those are 2 levers of our decarbonization plan. Basically, what we're doing in the mission at the moment, just right at the moment, is actually building the economic case for indeed decarbonization, because we have a diagnosis where we have the carbon footprint of the city. And mobility, for example, accounts for around 35–40% of the carbon emissions. So it's indeed very important that we act on those subjects. And energy efficiency of buildings as well is heating, cooling, and is around 15% also of the emissions. So we are working on those levers on how to mobility, energy efficiency of buildings, like electricity, where to decarbonize the electricity system. Waste, as you were mentioning, and with all those aspects, what we indeed do is to find ways to reduce the emissions, right? With actions, as you were saying, like how to implement the rehabilitation of buildings, like energy efficiency in buildings, etc. And that will give us a number, right, on how much this costs, right? And at the moment we are looking at numbers around 2.5 American billion euros, right? And then but we are seeing that we will gain benefits in terms of health and in terms of quality of life. Right, because when we choose maybe a bike or walking, we are actually diminishing carbon emissions, but we are also improving the air quality, etc. So, so indeed, these things, and by building the economic case, we go to a next step, which is the investment plan, right? And then before telling you how we are approaching this investment plan, I would like to ask you, like for your projects, Impulso and Conecta, how do you finance them? Like what are the fundings and how do you, how?
Yeah, we have taken advantage of different calls for funding our projects. For example, Matcha project is a project from Horizon 2020, in which we have had 1.5 million for the municipality, but also for Las Naves, that is in a way our innovation center. And but for example, related to the other projects that you have mentioned, the Impulso and Conecta, in the case of Impulso, the budget is by 7 million euros, 70% funded by ERDF funds. But here in Spain we have managed by Red.es. Red.es depends on the ministry, central government. And the other project is Conecta, is by 5 million euros, and in this case is 50-50. ERDF by Red.es and the other from the municipality. And there are other projects that we are applying for different funds, for example, for the Digital European program and so on.
All right.
you?
Yeah, so what I was saying about the investment plan, so basically in this investment plan, what we are realizing is like the assets owned by the city itself and that are under control of the city itself account for around 8-9% of the total investment that needs to happen, right? So what do we do with the other 90%, right? So and this is very much aligned with the forecast of the European Commission, right? That is saying that 15% will come from the public sector, globally, like not only the city itself, the municipality, but also the region and the European Union itself. And so, but in any case, there's a percentage that needs to come from the citizens and the private sector. So, but let me nuance that, right? Because if you are telling like, okay, 90% needs to come from that, from other that is not the government, that sounds a little bit too much, right, for the citizenship. But first of all, we need to start thinking about accounting for carbon emissions in the sense of monetizing. If I choose one transport mode over the other one, I'm saving, right, carbon emissions. So somehow I'm actually accounting, investing in that sense. If I renew my house, I'm improving my house and my quality of life, and it's an investment, right? And then we need to build. So obviously the government needs to give incentives for all these project actions. But also, we need to build business cases for the private sector. And actually, this week, we a private-public fund has been launched from Las Naves. So that will contribute to this private funding, like to the incentivation and put into to incentivize this private sector. So in any case, as I was saying, it's important for us to be aware of our carbon emissions in all that we do. And in that sense, it would be good in your system to include indicators, right? So I'm not sure about if you have indicators or like.
Well, in this case, we are very ambitious in our indicator system. We have more than 800 KPIs.
All right.
Yeah, we have we have participated in some standardization processes, not only at a national level, but also with ITU, this is the telecom agency for United Nations, and at the national level too. So we are very committed with this standardization process. And we have our dashboards so as to present our information that we are processing in different ways for different stakeholders, both internally and externally. Okay. So we not only manage the indicators, but also put into value with this kind of dashboards.
Okay, so I think that's a great idea. Like that would be an idea, like to link the climate mission with the indicators of the dashboard of the smart city platform. That would be a good idea. So in that sense, do you have any other projects or like what holds the future for the smart city office?
Well, the future first consists on carrying out all these amazing projects, but if I should select one of them, I would highlight one that will start in January, by which we are going to host the city of Valencia, one of the 3 super nodes in Europe related to artificial intelligence. We are going to focus our super node in smart city, but focusing specifically in the climate mission.
All right.
So with this, we expect to be a kind of reference in artificial intelligence, in the smart city, and in the climate mission. So this project is for 5 years. As I have mentioned, we will lead the South Supernode, because Europe will have one in Copenhagen, another in Brussels, and the other will be in Valencia.
Oh, that sounds...
We are very proud of that.
Yes.
Having that.
Yes, that makes me proud as well. So congratulations for that. And yeah, for us, really is to focus our efforts on the mission, because basically, yeah, we need to decarbonize the city by 2030, and that's a huge challenge for it. And but we need not only to focus on that one, because we have also the adaptation mission that from the region. Because in the end, climate change is hitting, right? And then it is not only about mitigating; it's also about adaptating, right? And so we are working also with the region on that mission, and we are basically focusing on how to communicate this, both mitigation and adaptation, in terms of because at the end of the day, both the Smart City Office and the mission, which are very aligned, as we can see, are instruments to improve people's life, right? So we are in that sense. We want clean air. We want a better quality of life. We want not to have heat waves, right? And not to so there's a lot we can do from strategic planning and with the missions. Like I think it's very motivating to have all those two missions and all the synergies that can come from those. I don't know about your about your communication, and I think it's aligned as well with
it's perfectly aligned, and well, we share in a way resources.
Yes.
The municipality Las Naves, and as you may know, but all these projects come normally with a kind of communication plan.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm afraid that we are coming to an end.
Yes, we are coming to an end.
Fortunately,
yes.
You have to summarize. I think that your sentence of that we have a common goal of improving the quality of life of our citizens. I think that this could be the main highlight. Thank you, Mar, for this amazing discussion, and thanks to the audience for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Ernesto, and for the insights and everything, and thank you to the audience as well and the organization. So thank you, and hopefully it's been insightful for you, and you can learn something. So thank you.
Very good. Here you go. Thank you, Ernesto, Mar. Thank you so much for having you for this wonderful chat. You have your well-deserved coffees over there. And we've had a slightly... How are we doing, by the way? Good? Good over there, people? Yes? Good over there at the back? Yes? This side? Oh my God. Okay, let's try this. This side? Ooh. This side? You need to work on your energy levels, huh? Come on, I'm gonna walk there later. Anyway, we had like a small little change of plans, so we're still gonna have our dear friends from Siemens, but we're gonna switch the people. And it has a lot to do with, you know, connections, agenda, and stuff like that. Always gets complex, but we fixed it. We have someone super interesting also to talk about it. And it kind of gets to the point on maybe one of the biggest features about startups. And I'm just wondering, who here is a startup? Raise your hand. Startups? A couple of you. And the rest? Students? Oh, well, you have some students. Corporations? Oh, interesting. So you're going to like this one. Because one of the biggest features about startups is that the world changes really fast. I mean, it changes for everyone, but for startups and technologically speaking, changes really fast. And having the capacity to adapt to these things is fundamental for the survival in the market. And precisely to talk about that, how important it is, innovation, change, being able to adapt to things, and how important is the entrepreneurial spirit within corporations, I want to welcome our next speaker. So please give a fantastic applause to the sales director of Siemens Mobility, Enrique Torres.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos días. Well, first of all, thanks for to be here to the organization of Valencia Digital Summit. I'm honored to be part of this meeting today. I'm here to share my thoughts on entrepreneurial spirit in a corporate environment. But why do I want to talk about this topic? I can imagine that seamless mobility, with a size of more than 2,800 people just in the southwest of Europe, may not always be the first one coming to your mind when you think of a startup culture. This is clear. But you may have seen in the news that we recently acquired several aspiring young companies which are now part of Siemens Mobility software. One is Skills, is a leading software as a service provider for inventory management, reservation, ticketing software. It's a Netherlands company. Other is Padam, is a supplier demand responsive transportation for the first and last mile. It's a French company, sorry. And EOS, an innovation driver and software specialist in the field of travel and transportation with a focus on online distribution system and ticketing solutions for public transportation. This is from Germany. Why did we do that? Of course, each of these companies convinced us with their cutting-edge products that we see as a valuable addition to our portfolio, to be able to even better serve our customers with tailor-made packages. But it is also based on a specific kind of growth mindset that we strive to live at Siemens Mobility, where we enable our existing team to unfold everyone's potential from bottom and to be inventive in all unimaginable fields: technology, processes, equity, and others. And at the same time, spot the great opportunities that emerge out of collaborations with startups and newly funded ventures. Here in Spain, this is the main reason why we just opened our new technological center of sustainable mobility here in Valencia, focused on the development of high technology for railways signaling. Here we want to take up exactly this spirit, make a difference together, and create solutions that can go all over the world. Engineering and software development will be the main areas of action, with the objective of developing new sustainable mobility technologies, focusing on innovation and digitalization, addressing international customers and being able to quickly meet new mobility demands. We expect here to generate around 150 jobs that can be duplicated in the next 2 years. Our teams will develop national and international railway signaling projects, such as those that the company currently is executing in countries like Egypt, Mexico, Singapore, Taiwan, Australia, or Brazil. And to enable that, we especially want to force an intense contact to local talents. According to the 7 Young Business Talents report made by different companies on attitudes and trends of Spanish pre-university students, it stands out that 35.2% of the young people surveyed have the intention of becoming entrepreneurs. You can imagine how angry we are as companies that constantly strive for innovation, get them, we hear about this much potential of motivated, driving youngsters who have a passion that they want to turn into reality. Well, okay, it's a corporate starts with an entrepreneur. This is our clear conclusion looking back to this story. In the end, every big company started small. In the beginning, there is usually an innovative idea and the unshakable belief in the success of this idea. But even the best innovation, the best invention, without entrepreneurial spirit, it will not lead to success. An example for that is the founder of Siemens, Werner von Siemens. He started his business in 1847 in a small backyard in Berlin, working like hell with a strong belief in his ideas, one of them the pointer telegraph, a game changer with long-term impact until today, the invention that once replaced the carrier pigeon because suddenly everybody could send messages in long distance. Or think of his first prototype of a powerful dynamo machine that was able to convert economically mechanical to electrical energy, a way paver for later innovations like electric street lighting, electric trams, and industrial electric machinery. Werner knew that the future cannot be foreseen, but invented. And this is more or less the motto of our company over years. Today, 175 years later, Siemens, the company that was founded in a small backyard, plays a major role in shaping flexible mobility as we know it, connecting people worldwide, and our solutions contribute significantly to create a sustainable future for generations to come. So I guess that in today's startup scene, Werner would be quite a star. But how to translate this into the here and now? For us at Siemens Mobility, the key is named corporate entrepreneurship, which briefly means to not only raise the dynamic of inventive talent in the face of establishment, but permanently in an existing organization and to continuously identify and use opportunities to be one step ahead. In a fast environment at the mobility sector where we are located, it becomes more and more crucial that we are the change rather than being overwhelmed by it, and the only thing left is trying to adapt to it. So our aim is clearly to be trendsetter in this arena. And being able to do so is a question of mindset, an entrepreneurial mindset of a company's team, from a single project member to top management, that is open to take ideas from every level, innovation and change. To me, this entrepreneurial mindset consists of 5 major cornerstones. The first is shown in the slide. Entrepreneurs are deeply connected to their passion. When was the last time you talked about someone who radiated a deep inner conviction about this subject? Maybe the topic was a bit boring for you, could be, but over time, the enthusiasm of that person could hold your attention, and you may even have thought back to it when you went back home. For me, this is always that starting point of success. When a person is truly convinced of what it's doing, it dives deeper and deeper into its area of interest, builds knowledge, and creates new solutions for problem solving. The second could be they are strongly optimistic. People with entrepreneurial spirit are big thinkers. They have a clear vision, but are also willing to continuously adapt themselves and learn from the challenge they face. They are not bothered by change, but see it as a chance to grow each time they learn a lesson. By that, they constantly, from their strategy, knowing that a solid undertaking means investing into the long term. Third topic is they have a risk tolerance. A portion of risk is always a natural part of success when you do something for the first time. But it does not mean to act completely blindfold. On the contrary, it means awareness that there is never a guarantee for success of an undertaking. This also includes being able to make decisions quickly and clearly, and despite all motivation, always preparing objectively for the fact that something may not immediately work as smoothly as you would like. The fourth is they are continuously striving for excellence in serving the customers. Entrepreneurs constantly question why things are done the way they are and aren't afraid to suggest something unorthodox to make improvements. In our context, this especially touches our ability to put ourselves in the position of our customers to respond best to their needs and pain points. The fifth is they bring their ideas to life. An entrepreneur is a doer. There I see one of the clear likeness with an engineer. For an engineer, there is nothing more satisfying than having his idea for the first time executing in reality. And the same counts for an entrepreneur. The target is always to materialize the vision into something happening in real life. Our approach in mobility is quite similar to these 5 points I've mentioned before, and maybe some of you recognize themselves in such characteristics. I find exactly those abilities every day in the corporate environment of our team at Siemens Mobility as well. Our organization is teeming with people who are extremely passionate for what we are doing. And therefore, I said in the beginning, growth mindset is part of our strategy. It is up to us to promote a company culture that helps to nourish and develop the entrepreneurial spirit that surrounds us by establishing a bottom-up culture where we trust in the talent we have within the company and energize teams. How does it look like in practice? To boost the entrepreneurial spirit of our team, we are running a strong and planned strategy supported by an internal grassroots innovation program that aims to promote ideas and proposals of our staff as well as new approaches of collaborating and processes. Our main goals are, in this case, first, to drive innovation and digitalization through a structured framework. Second, to solve customer issues needs by gathering digitalization ideas and transforming them into prototypes, MVPs. And the third, to foster the entrepreneurial spirit, leverage talent, empower cross-country collaboration in the region, and promote new ways of working. Participants in this program walk away gaining new skills, embodying entrepreneurship culture, and leaving their mark on product, solution, or processes. Winners will go to a startup school to transform their ideas into prototypes or MVPs. After startup school, all ideas will be submitted to Next 47, which is a worldwide Siemens acceleration program. So far, more than 200 people are involved, and over 30 ideas have been pitched out of this field: passenger experience, sustainability, and freight. And we are sure a lot more is to come. One example that was born from this initiative is AIRO, Artificial Intelligent Responsive Operation, a rail traffic manager to program the frequency of trains based on the number of passengers at the station. Putting people in the center, AIRO was developed during the pandemic crisis to improve the distance measures at train stations. How can we learn and profit from each other? As I said before, for us at Siemens, the sources of entrepreneurship do not end at the company's door. There is a lot how we, corporate companies, and also startups, can learn and profit from each other. Working with startups is having clear the principle of win-win. You know, new markets with greater agility and freshness are a target to enter for large companies. And startups at the same time need capital, customers, and access to distribution channels dominated by large companies. So synergies are pretty clear. At Siemens Mobility, we believe that with collaborative approaches like this, together we can move a lot more than standalone. So to finalize, you can see cultivating entrepreneurial spirit in a corporate environment will always be a nourishing bottom for co-creation. First, it empowers. How does it feel to work self-determined on a project you are fully convinced about? If you feel motivated and empowered, you automatically inspire others, who will then attach others as well. By that, entrepreneurial spirit can enhance the drive of a big team to the fullest. Second, it unleashes potential. If we give people the freedom to work on topics they are really passionate about, they will go the extra mile and unleash an outstanding creativity to try new and unorthodox things with outcomes that can have the potential to satisfy the demands of a worldwide market. And third, it creates ideas and growth. Attempting new approaches will build new paths to walk, and this will guide to innovation, leads customer attention, and finally to growth and success in business. So 175 years later, we are not in a small backyard as our predecessor and founder, but in this incredible environment where we desire to create, to innovate, to respond to the most pressing needs of our society is palpable. Let us never lose this entrepreneurial spirit that moves us forward. From large and medium-sized companies, from startups to any of us, with a brilliant idea to share with the world. We are hungry for more of this spirit. We are curious for your ideas and for you. Thanks.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Enrique, for jumping in. So please, big applause. He just jumped in to fill in the gap.
Thank you very much.
Enrique,
Pleasure
having you. Thank you very much. Hopefully see you soon. And now we're diving into deep tech. And it's a particular topic that I'm really a big fan of it. I've been doing startups for more than 20 years. And the definition of what a startup is has been changing dramatically. And we've gone from, it is really hard to do startups, to suddenly, hey, you know, it's getting easier and easier to do startups. We have the technology, we now have the cloud. I mean, this is a thing. I mean, you don't realize this. I was born when the cloud didn't exist. Who was born with no cloud? Please raise your hands. Couple of people. Yeah. The rest of you don't know what is pain. You don't understand how much pain we were before, right? And now the cloud came, doing startups became, I wouldn't say easier because it's still pretty hard, but we kind of democratized the capacity to do startups. So now it's way easier from anywhere to do startups. So now we are kind of reverting to this idea of, well, there's still certain verticals that are really hard to crack. There's certain technological challenges that are still with us that it takes a lot of effort to get them working. So precisely to talk about that, I want to welcome our next panel, who they're going to be talking about how to invest in deep tech, because investment in deep tech is a very different game, and how do you invest in deep tech in Europe in particular. So to crack our panel, I want to welcome our first speaker. So please give a big applause to Nathan Benach, General Partner from Air Street Capital. Nathan, big applause. There we go. This way, yes, where the lights, follow the lights. And to join Nathan, I want to call Jaime Bosch, CEO of VoiceMod. Big applause to Jaime, please. Come on, we can do this. We're nearly there. To join the boys, someone that's a very well-known face here in Valencia, a good friend, and she was late. So please welcome Patricia Pastor, Managing Director of Go Hub Ventures. Big applause to Patricia. And to finalize the panel, please welcome Sébastien Lefebvre, partner at Elaya. And of course, one of my favorite people to run the show, the Irish that has been living in Spain for so long that he still speaks Spanish with accent. Please welcome the great Joe Haslam from
Thank you, Alex. I speak Spanish like Antonio Banderas speaks English, you know, so does that joke resonate with anyone? I think it's hilarious anyway, and that's all that matters. Okay, guys, we only have 19 seconds and 19 minutes and 55 seconds. So, Sebastian, what do people need to know about deep tech?
It's hard. It takes some time.
Okay. Patricia, what do people need to know about deep tech?
Jaime?
Well, I think if you want to build a future, you have to invest in the next generation of technology. So that's what we do at VoiceMod actually. So if you're, for example, we are building the next generation of technology that is going to enable humans to interact in the metaverse. So in order to do that, you have to do a couple of things. So you have to do research and you have to do innovation. The way we look at this is...
You make it sound very boring, Jaime.
No. But the way we look at this is actually really funny because it's basically experimenting with technology. So you have to have like your small lab in your startup in building the next generation of products and building the next generation of technology. And we do that with our own team, but with partnerships with universities and the government.
So what about saying something like, now that there's a renewed focus on capital discipline and things like that, a whole series of investors are looking at us that didn't look at us before. How about that as a way of thinking about, like everyone always talks about, the moment is now for deep tech, you know? I mean, Patricia, are you looking as an investor? Is that how you feel? That now people are looking at deep tech, whereas previously they were looking at grocery delivery or something like that?
Well, when we have started in GoHub, it's true that in Spain, nobody invests in deep tech, no? The ecosystem was started in B2C, and it was a great bet for us because we look for deep tech technologies, and to develop these technologies, the industry is not prepared, no? But from Global Omnium, we have a very expertise in technology, and it's why we understand to validate the technology for startups, and we invest in like edge computing, you know.
I mean, isn't it hard to validate deep tech technology? I mean, that's the whole problem, right? How can you validate a rocket to Mars unless it gets to Mars, you know? That's the whole problem with deep tech, right? Which is to say, like, give me a lot of money and I'll tell you in 10 years whether this was a good idea or not. I mean, that's essentially the problem, right?
No.
No?
No, because I think that deep tech can scale so faster than B2C. The problem is that the curve is different. B2C grows very fast in 8 per year, and deep tech, for example, needs more years at the beginning to develop the technology, but when you have the technology, you scale very fast.
Sure.
Then it's different. It's different.
But what about the issue about whether, I mean, you know, if you're validating, if you have a B2C app or something, you can iterate until it works. I mean, deep tech, the technology matters much more, say, I mean, the famous joke went that Microsoft Windows never worked properly, ever. You know, it was always the next version was it. So, I mean, isn't that the problem as an investor? Someone comes to you and say they're going to do something incredible in synthetic biology or something like that, but you have to try and, you won't know for a long time whether they're capable of making the technology work.
First of all, it's different, deep tech and deep science. we invest in deep tech, we don't invest in deep science because it's a different market and different startups. But when you invest in pure technology and you understand, you can help those startups to be global soon, okay? Yeah. And I think that the impact of startups of deep tech is so important for a city and industry and globally that others than only improve the industry in a percentage very low, okay? And for us it's so interesting because we have mapped all the industries in all the world. Mm-hmm. And for example, you know, in USA now there is a lot of solutions demanded in EA. In LATAM you have a lot of solutions that is in the moment of digital transformation. Europe is at the moment of efficiency. They need deep technology to be better sustainability.
Let me throw that question at Sebastian. I mean, does Europe have anything to offer deep tech, or is it going to be the Americans and the Chinese?
Yeah, many things. So first of all, there is a disproportionate amount of PhD students in Europe. Spain, in absolute, is second to Germany in number of PhD students. So that creates lots of opportunities to crack the biggest problems that we have. Our investors in our fund are desperate to find solutions that are, to fight climate change, to increase productivity. So they need to find disruption in their processes. They don't look for increments. They look for something that changes how things work.
Paradigm shifts, yeah.
Yeah, deeply. That requires to crack very hard problems in science and in tech. That's what deep tech is about. So to bounce off on what Patricia said, the curve is different. So, and to answer your question, what's different between deep tech and a B2C app, which is on the other end of the spectrum, is the feedback loop. Yeah. So on a B2C app, you throw a new version of the app, and you get instant feedback. You can do A/B testing, you can do, and you know instantly, provided you have enough traffic, right? Yeah. In deep tech, the feedback loop is much longer. So if you want to go to Mars, maybe you need to go to the moon first, right? Okay. And before going to the moon, you need to go to orbit, right? Yeah. And so but then the cycles are way longer. So that's what that's how you need to think as deep tech in terms of an investor. Okay. And be prepared to support the companies on the long run and seek validation at different stages.
Sure. Let me go to Nathan at the end. So, I mean, some examples of some deep tech problems. I mean, what's the most exciting thing you're working on right now, or?
So, I guess as a preamble, I don't really think about deep tech per se. To me, it's a bit of a misnomer that's trying to label a bunch of companies where the technology is harder to build than a web app and a database. Mm-hmm. So I think of it as like market risk. Is there a need for this product if it can be built? And tech risk, can it be built? And deep tech is sort of both at the same time, and I try not to do that. But one of the themes I'm very excited about is, in general, the proliferation of machine learning across different industries, and specifically now the intersection of machine learning and biology, and just life sciences in general. So there's some really fantastic new companies that are applying some of the technologies that you'll see in generative AI, or what's labeled generative AI nowadays.
The DeepMind stuff, I'm sure you've been following. You probably even know the people personally who are doing it.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is that should we be really excited about that? There's also some things about proteins and all this kind of, people are saying this is among the most exciting things that have happened in our lifetime.
Yeah, I think we should, and this is just like a segment of the innovation that's happening in the space. But zooming out, I think the biggest problem in bio is the fact that 90% of major research papers are irreproducible, and the vast majority of biotech companies that we have today, and many of them that are on public markets, are predicated on a lot of this research that's been created in academia. And so these companies are basically one-trick ponies. They're built around this research, and if it pans out, it's great, and if it doesn't, they're dead. Whereas companies that are now kind of using technology approaches in bio, which is now being called tech bio as opposed to biotech, are intrinsically much more like gaming companies, gaming studios, if you will. They have some creative tools and software internally that allows them to come up with ideas and productize them a lot faster, so they can have multiple shots on goal versus just one. So that's like a major thing I'm interested in, and I'd love to also touch on the topic of spin-outs as it relates to Europe and deep tech and competitiveness.
Okay, let me go back. So Jaime, I Googled your name in preparation, all moderators prepare, and I got this article about the metaverse, okay? So basically, like, there's this feeling that, you know, Facebook are just plowing like billions and billions into the metaverse and coming up with a very poor version of Second World. Make us excited about the metaverse?
I mean, we should be excited about the next generation of human interaction in the digital space. We want to call it metaverse. To me, in my vision, is we are going to experience more human-like interactions in the digital space, meaning that now our interactions in the digital space is more like I'm looking at a square, I'm looking at a picture, at a video of somebody on the other side. For me, it's more about the sense of presence, the sense of can have a walk with you, can be in space with you. And for me, technology is always try to replicate nature. So it's about taking what is more human about the human interactions and putting it on steroids on a digital world.
Yeah, and of course you think voice is, you know, you're talking your book here, but you know, you think voice is an underrated part of the metaverse.
Yeah, well, what I think is that the digital world, what makes is people be able to have enhanced experiences. So you can be in the real world, you are yourself, you have also some kind of customization. You can dress the way you want, you can have your haircut, you can have whatever you want. But on the digital space, you can have an enhanced version of that, of your persona, of your identity. You can even have multiple identities. So we've been focusing a lot on visual, we've been focusing a lot on how you look, but the metaverse is meant to be audiovisual and very related with communication. So voice is an essential part of communication.
Okay. Patricia, if I was a deep tech, and if I was somebody like you find a lot, who had a lot of money but knew absolutely not what they were talking about, and I called you and said, make me excited about deep tech in Europe, what, I mean, you know, Sebastiana's already pointed to the PhDs. I mean, from an investor point of view, what kind of a partner could you be to a deep tech person coming from another part of the world?
Well, for example, one investor in VoiceMod.
Yeah.
And the latest investment was Union Avatars, that it's an avatar startup. But I think in metaverse, for investors, we have a long time to understand and to develop this kind of ecosystem. Mm-hmm. And it's attractive because it's the next wave. But I think for investors it's a little bit soon.
You're not exactly talking the book here, Patricia. I know honesty is very valuable in some, you know, I've always said the time is now. In fact, the time was yesterday. Okay, so what about you, Sebastian? Are you similarly very calm when people, do you believe in the realist school of investing? Or do you believe in the, give me your money by 12 o'clock or it's too late?
No, so it's not working like this. The way it works is that academia and research in Europe produces a ton and a ton of interesting things, right? The problem, and if you ask any academia or research lab, they will tell you the same. They have hundreds of inventions that are published over time, and they have trouble to make it a business, right? And so that's their perspective. Whether they use patents, whether they they open source the software, it doesn't change anything. They have trouble to make spin-offs out of their inventions. So that's where we have to play a role. That's where us as a venture capitalist, we can come in, understand what the guys are doing, connect the dots, and hopefully help them become a successful company, right? So based on the ability to do that, then Europe becomes an incredible, playground for us, and a huge opportunity for investors because of our ability to transform academia and research into profitable businesses at scale.
Okay. I mean, Nathan, you were in academia, you're a PhD from Cambridge kind of thing. I mean, how is that kind of, is everyone in Cambridge like wants to stay there forever, or is there a real sense of shall we say, I mean, I'm an academic sort of, I guess entrepreneurship is, it's a different kind of way of teaching, but like, is there jealousy and envy among colleagues that get rich, or do some people, like, is getting rich important? Like, it certainly is in the Stanford, right? The professors who get rich, they're actively looking to make it out of it. Is that the atmosphere in Cambridge as well?
I think mixed. It's also influenced by supervisors. Some of them are very like anti-industry, and others are quite pro-industry as a way of extending the impact of your work into real-world problems. I do think secondarily that there's much more of a tide of younger people to want to go out and kind of further prosecute their ideas in the form of startups. But unfortunately, a lot of the kind of administrative playbooks in Europe and also in some universities in the US that are sort of less used to supporting their companies is like more deleterious, more like negatively impactful than positive. So basically more companies die in embryonic form.
Did you say deleterious?
Did I what, sorry?
Did you say deleterious?
Yeah.
Wow, it's like amazing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think we kill more companies in Europe than we support, certainly like on the spin-out side, and you can see this a bit in the statistics where if you count like 120 or so billion-dollar companies in Europe, only about 4 of them are spin-outs, which is surprisingly low given the academic base we have here and a number of Nature Science Cell publications that we create.
Yeah, and it's also a lot of waste of money, right?
For sure, and this is the irony of the whole thing, is that most of the spin-out value capture debate in university is that the university has a job to return value to the public shareholder in the form of owning equity in startups because the taxpayer paid for the research. But I think actually they don't consider the other side of the coin, which is by killing a lot of these ideas before they become companies, that means the consumers don't get things like iPhones.
Yeah.
And so we kind of
most of the technology for the iPhone was based on public research, Yeah,
public research and academia and SRI and Stanford, et cetera. So sort of like we're thinking to like micro and not like connecting the macro dots.
Sure. Okay, Jaime, I mean, how important is it to you? Do you still read scientific papers, or you just try and, someone who's running a company, I mean, how important is staying close to the technology?
Well, it's key for our business. So we are constantly investing on innovation of papers that is coming from different universities. We are also working with different universities. We are even doing PhDs internally at Voicemo, so we have some PhDs working at the company, so they are like mentoring other PhDs so they can do their project inside our company. So the academic relationship when you are doing like deep tech development is, in my opinion, absolutely key.
Yeah. Patricia, can I ask you about getting the trust of an entrepreneur or a scientist? Deep tech, people who are, very smart are often slow to trust. In your experience, does it take a long time to develop a relationship with a deep tech entrepreneur as opposed to someone who creates gorillas or something like that?
No, the problem of the founders in a deep tech startups is you only fund very tech founders, no? And it's the problem that they don't have someone help us to grow the startups, to manage the business, and for investors it's complicated to manage us because you are always you look to complement the team, but finally it's true that they are in love with their product. And what you need is to be faster and to move and to pivot very fast, no? And they are not very complementary with those kind of profiles in marketing and sales in development business, and I think that it's key for a deep tech startups to not only to be in love with the technology but to arrive to their customer, no?
Can I ask you the same question, Sebastian? Do you find it, you relate well to founders as someone who's been in the corporate side with Twitter and also you've sold a company to Twitter? I mean, how do you go about establishing the trust of
I'll tell you, I have an unfair advantage. I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years.
Yeah.
And so I can relate 100% to what it's like to be a founder. My second company, the one that got acquired by Twitter, was a deep tech startup. And so I have no trouble to understand where they come from. And of course, if people come from research and academia, you cannot expect from them to be, full on sales or marketing from the get-go. As soon as they accept the fact that that function is needed in their company, then you're in good shape, to help them grow. And then that's how you build trust. You're there to help them transform their invention, and their invention will only have impact if it is transformed as a business that's profitable and sustainable. And that's why we are completely complementary.
Okay. Nathan, is there much of a scene among deep tech entrepreneurs? I mean, do they collaborate, or some industries, people collaborate because they're naturally collaborative? Are deep tech founders in Europe working together, or they tend to be working in silos?
I would say Europe in general just suffers from this federation problem. Like there isn't
Is that a Star Wars reference?
Yeah, it could be.
Okay.
There's not that much connectivity, I'd say, between like communities in the UK and Germany and Switzerland, etc. So, yeah, I don't have any like awesome examples to cite, really. I mean, there's some like more thematic groups, I guess, but in that sense, everything just lives on Twitter, and so if you're kind of active there and you found your home in like the bio community or the machine learning community, then that transcends a bit of like the national boundaries.
Okay. And how do you see, nobody has a crystal ball, obviously, but, can you see really big, another DeepMind or some sort of deep tech startups coming out of Europe, or are you pessimistic?
I'm really optimistic. I think that, as Nathan mentioned, we have great talent here, great universities, and I think we are just living this is just the tip of the iceberg of what is coming. So, yeah, I'm really positive about it.
I deliberately finished with you, Jaime, because you're the most optimistic of the panel, so I wanted to finish it. So, our time is up, so it just remains for me to thank Nathan, to thank Jaime, to thank Patricia, and to thank Sebastian, and also to thank the audience. I'm Joe Haslam, I'm a professor at IE Business School, and it's been my delight to moderate the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Okay, so we're going back and we're still going even deeper into deep tech. Who here knows what quantum computing is about? Anyone? Quantum? Well, a bunch of people. Yeah, some people. Okay, that's very cool. This is becoming one of the biggest frontiers in deep tech, and precisely to talk about, we have a very, very interesting panel with people that have been working in the field for a very long time, and I have an enormous pleasure of being the moderator of this panel, so we're going to have fun, right? Are we going to have fun? We're always going to have fun. We're going to have fun or not? There we go. We're going to have fun. So, to join me on this wonderful frontiers of quantum computing, I want to welcome our first speaker, Tom van Noorden, the investor in residence at Quantum Delta NL Infinity. Big applause for Tom. Pick your choose. Enrique Lizazo, founder and CEO of Multiverse Computing. Big applause for Enrique, please. Well, if they allow to jump somehow. Yeah, now, big applause. There you go. Yep, perfect. And last but not least, please welcome our dear Emily Metz, deep tech investor at Speed Invest Ventures. Big applause. Thank you very much. Okay, so feeling good?
Excited.
Nice.
Perfect.
So, let's start, as they say, as Jack the Ripper said, let's start going piece by piece. So let's start with an interesting question, because I think it's not that obvious for a lot of people. I would love to hear from you people that are working in this space, what is for you the most key aspect, most critical aspect of quantum computing? Because everyone is like, yo, quantum is going to revolutionize stuff, quantum is going to crack crypto, quantum is going to create something different in communications, you name it. So the question is, what's quantum for you? And where do you see the value there? Where do you see the cutting edge thing, the disruptor part? Tom?
Well, I mean, for me personally, quantum computing is really not just about engineering, which a lot of people are talking about. So the fascination for me actually lies in the fact that it has to do much more with creativity and serendipity as well. So that's where it really ticks for me. The fact that we're looking to potentially increase computing power in the future for certain very specific problems. And in the meantime, we're on a path of discovery. And so this is really, cutting edge, deep science phase that we're still in.
That's very cool.
Quantum, for us as multi-layer computing, is kind of a business. It's just to do some particular things, very few, much better than the current solutions that our customers are just using. Well, it happens to be that this is a quite exotic and quite attractive technology. But the point at the end of the day is, well, are you going, from the point of view of the customers, are you going to deliver me added value, more money? That's the real question, the real hard question that we try to answer.
So, but if you had to say, what are these people going to experiment in terms of quantum? What do you think is going to be the closest thing in terms of like the cutting edge?
Well, I can put some examples. Let's say, I mean, for example, with real customers, let's imagine a large chemical company here in Europe and say, okay, we are just trading with those kind of forex. What about just multiplying by 2? From 22 to 44% the return while reducing the risk, much better with the current AI solutions they are using. Well, this is a nice question. This has a positive answer, an affirmative answer. This is how we
money
make
is
our
always
money.
the answer, right? Perfect. Emily, so what's your take on this?
I think it's a multifaceted question that's actually quite difficult to condense. But for me, the core of quantum lies, first of all, in the innovative fundamental science that's being done. So that's still a very large part of the whole field of quantum computing. And the second part is the fact that it's going to impact all these industries. So people talk about a revolution because it will truly have an effect on verticals and industries across the track, from pharmaceuticals to finance to healthcare to the energy sector, etc. So the fundamental science and its prevalent impact across all sides of the spectrum are for me important.
So picking up on that, and I'm going to go back to you. So how far are we, right? Because there was a there's been a lot of hype with quantum. Both the European Commission is pouring gas on it, so is the US, so is China in certain areas. And the interesting thing is, there was not long ago, I think it was maybe 3-4 months ago, there was someone working in the industry saying, this is all bullshit, right? We're not really, there's nothing that's really doable. There's nothing that people can actually touch and use. And I personally, I don't agree entirely with his criticism, but the criticism is out. So how much of this is hype? How much of this is real?
I think, again, that's a little bit of a trick question, Alex, actually.
Hey, no one said this is going to be easy.
I think in terms of timeline, no one has the answer, and I would be skeptical of anyone who claims that they do. There are a lot of parts of quantum computing that are contested, and benchmarking and measuring performance and kind of measuring the value that's being generated from a business point of view are all contested variables that will have different answers depending on how you look at it. So of course, on one end of the hype spectrum, you have people who say it's total nonsense, all of this is science, and venture capitalists and public governments should not be pouring money into it now because it's not generating business value. And on the other end, you have the extremists who are going, yes, it's going to happen tomorrow or in 2 years, and we need to be putting all our capital. So I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. And I think, like any area of good science, you need to have this contesting, and you need to have it continuing to be looked at and examined and questioned, because that's where you'll be able to kind of find the fine line in between and figure out. So I didn't really answer, but I'd love to hear.
I love it. She stayed in the middle.
Well, I mean, I am a mathematician, and my fellow mates and co-founders let me speak from time to time, but I want just to enunciate a theorem, and we can call them Enrique's theorem, as I am the Valencian.
I like
so
that.
The point is, if you have a customer and the customer keeps on buying you quantum solutions and pay for that, that's something that is you are delivering value. Does it mean that you are just much better than a supercomputer? No, by no way. But does it mean that you are delivering solutions better than the ones that they are using and probably cheaper and faster? Yes, you do. So let's enunciate the theorem. If a customer comes to you again and again asking for more, okay, you cannot fool all the customers all the time. So this is a proof.
Well, I mean, if you have those kind of customers that keep coming back for more, hey, by all means, you need to talk to him. Clearly, he has the axiom that he hasn't shared with us first. It's definitely working. Ton.
Well, I mean, for me, listen, I think I will rephrase the question. You know, what quantum needs is, you know, some form of meaningful computational outcome to happen within the next 3 to 5 years, in order to continue to generate traction on the funding side and to make sure that the corporations are interested. And like Enrique is mentioning, that actually companies want to engage. So that's one part of the story, I think. And the other part, it is in certain ways already here today, right? So Enrique is doing it more on the, the software and computation on the finance side. We just made an investment in a company that is doing, that's building a quantum network end-to-end. Right now, it's only one pilot customer. It's the Port of Rotterdam, and it's a small project, but they're selling end nodes. They're delivering systems. They might even be break-even next year. And so I think it's a multifaceted question in that angle. Is like, are we building and are we spending resources, public resources, and also capital from our side as well, into building meaningful companies that have a sustainable path to outcome? And what we do know is that that's not going to be 3 or 5 years. There's going to be, generational companies that we're trying to build here, and that's the stage that we're in today.
This actually connects with a question, right? We have 2 investors, and you have your customers bringing in money. So the question is, because you were saying, well, as long as the customers keep coming for more, but what if the music stops playing? So as investors, there is herd mentality of investing in this because it's a hot trend. Then there are people that are specialized on investing on that, and they see other things that no one else can see. So in this case, as investors, or thinking as investors, what are the things that you see, even though they might not be there, right? Right now, you keep pouring gas on it, but what are the things that excite you as an investor, saying, this is going to be the breakthrough, this is going to be the next big thing?
I mean, again, this really comes down to, in principle, I think in order to even be able to invest, next to the fact that you need to convince LPs to invest capital into a fund that makes quantum investments, let's be honest, is that you have to have a deep personal conviction. And next to that, deep tech investing in principle and quantum specifically is not an easy feat. So you need to build the resources and a team around that. So in our case, for example, we're working with close to 250 researchers.
Oh, wow.
In Europe and US, that are experts on different variations of qubits and different variations of communications and sensing. And so together with them, we're kind of like building this narrative, this storyline, and furthering out the investment thesis. So, I mean, in order to, I think one of the crucial roles that I see, for example, also for funds like Speed Invest and Emily's fund and our fund, is that we're also helping some of the more generalist investors figure out, what could be a good point in time to get in. So I think we have kind of like a leading role in this space to push it forward.
Well, I think that the real investor here is Emily. So I don't know whether I should pass that way and then answer back.
Well, I guess in terms of things that are exciting to hear about, I was actually going to say Enrique's customers. So I mean, the question that you were asking about whether industry is going to keep on coming back towards the technology and going to go towards companies that are creating algorithms with the optic of generating business value. This was a real question for us as investors. How do you time that? And is industry going to keep on putting money towards essentially the creation of intellectual property that will become mature at some point in time? But the answer is yes, because Multiverse has these customers, for example, and there are many other companies on the software side that have this happening to them. So it is a question. The music could stop singing, but for now it has momentum, and I think if people keep on putting money towards it, is that value is being generated today. And in terms of, I guess, specific parts of the technology stack, I mean, as investors, our role is to kind of figure out the missing pieces of the puzzle to get this technology to work at the end of the day. So we will identify specific bottlenecks and then figure out if that bottleneck can be solved today with a specific technology, and a market is there to help it be put in place. So things that I'm excited about but are very complex and not necessarily the right thing to put money into right now as a venture capitalist are error correction. Right, so this can be specifically on controlling the hardware, or it can be on the algorithm side of things. There's emerging fields like quantum machine learning, who are still very in like creative early stages. but because of that are very exciting because people are kind of flipping things on its head. You know, is quantum advantage the right way to think about quantum machine learning? Kind of looking at the technical complexities there. So yeah, lots of areas, basically puzzle pieces that need to make it fit all together, and market readiness.
No, but that's very interesting. I mean, some of them are maybe more understandable. Some are like error correction, something more specific. You need to understand quantum, but fundamentally needed to scale up the operations. And to my point, one of the things I've heard is that, you know, we keep selling the idea of quantum computers and big devices that are going to do massive computations, but the feeling I have from the field is that a lot of this intellectual property is now being deployed not directly into the computer field in the sense that it's not ready yet, but actually being incorporated on regular devices, sensing devices and stuff like that. So more on the industrial side of things, they're incorporating certain elements of quantum. So how do you see that trend? Is that trend for real? No? What are your takes on that?
Yeah, I think that trend is real. There are several parts of the quantum stack, and that ranges from computing, like you said, to sensing, to anything around communications and anything around simulations, and all of those are very different aspects and areas of the field. Quantum sensing, for example, is definitely a mature technology that is being implemented on an industrial scale today. I think now it's a question of bringing down the price point, so it can be deployed largely. But some of the technology in sensing is enabling applications that were not previously accessible. In simulations, that's a kind of an area that is maybe slightly closer to academic research, so a lot of fundamental physics is being developed that is also widely used in the academic area. And communication, same thing, so fields like quantum key distribution and PQC are being deployed and used today. So those are more accessible and more mature today and not necessarily dependent on the holy grail of full stack or fault-tolerant quantum computing.
Exactly. Rike? Thank you.
Well, our point of view about the IP and so on is a bit different in the sense that we are a software company, so we are a quantum software company. So the point is IP, as we know that, particularly in software, we have to use that as a tool just to protect our market. For you to have an idea, last year we filed 22 patents, and this year we are going to file 34, 36 new patents. Most of them are pure software or software related to some particular hardware. Most of them are in the United States. And the point is that Europe and the United States have different approaches to IP. And if you don't protect your own developments, okay, you may use that in Europe, but then you are lefting out half of the market or even more at the United States. So you have to do that, exactly like the American competitors are doing. So this is a global play, and this is important. And if you don't just file the patents, if you don't protect your IP, I mean, boy, this is not going to end very well for you at the end of the time. You cannot let half of the financial or even more of the financial system there, or the manufacturing, or those kind of things. So this is something that you have to do now. And this is important also because now this is, let's say, an open ocean. I mean, everything is, or nearly everything is just to be done from the software point of view. So it's now that you have to start doing that. Just to put an idea, or to put a remark on what does it mean to have 38 patents in a year, not so long ago, and that was mainly on software, but the whole of Germany from 2010 to 2020, I mean, they filed 35 patents on the quantum side. They have improved a lot now in these last years. But this is the side of the thing here in Europe. So the companies are expected to protect their IP. But also, I think, and that's something that maybe Emily will correct me, the investors also want to see that you are able to generate IP and generate new things. It's not that you are using IP from some university that has given you the option to use that. This is valuable, but it's not so much. I mean, the real thing is to have inside the people that are developing the new things, that are patenting that, filing that, and they are using that for customers. This is a real control of the market. Sorry.
Wait until we start seeing open source quantum. Wait and see. Not now, though. Ton, how about you?
No, I think we're moving into like a slightly different variation of what you just asked as a question. But what is obviously from an investment perspective, there's investment needs to have a certain point of return, and that return can come from a market being developed, from moving from industry research and beyond, and or there could be a play involved where you're looking for a company that captures IP, and that could become a value point, which is, let's be honest, the play of most of the cross-Atlantic big corporations there. No one really knows what they're building. They also haven't really provided a timestamp or any premise or the outcome of technology, but at the meantime, they're capturing a lot of patents on IT. What I do want to be wary of, or what we are worried of, is that we're focusing on the right type of thing, because you can patent absolutely everything, right? And it needs to be meaningful as well. So again, then it comes down essentially to the team, and what type of team do you install and put in place that enables the build-up of the strategy. And maybe as a final point, one of the other things that we're seeing right now is that a lot of the investors that we co-invest with in the rounds as well, they put these very early stage companies, they have to have an ambitious timeline and roadmap for 10 or even sometimes 12 years. And then we mark them and we provide these milestones that they need to exactly make. Whereas I think it could also be very interesting in certain cases with more on the, the science, almost science fiction type of companies in quantum technology. I think one of the companies is, for example, QFox, that also Speed invested in. And I'm super excited about that. Those type of companies need a little bit more freedom. So they need capital and people to operate, and for their research and R&D to be working independently of the current product roadmap. So it's a combination of things, I would say.
Which actually brings this point, and it's the last question because we could keep talking about this forever, but it's all three of you have touched on the same point. This is entirely resting on the shoulders of incredible talent. You're a mathematician. To do software in quantum, you need to have very strong mathematician base and physics for a lot of people. And the question very quickly, does Europe has enough? Do we have enough talent to pull this up? So Ton, you go and we finish there.
Well, I mean, we work very closely, intimately with the leading universities, right? It's also in the country with Delft, with Twente, different ones there. And so if you just make a simple calculation, every research group or researcher that, churns out 3 to 5 master students and PhDs per year. And so if we are able to kind of like calculate those numbers and the fact that a lot of the field is moving towards this new topic and area, I think in the future we'll have plenty enough talent. I think the principal concern would be if we're able to retain the talent, and not on the European level but on the global scale. Because I was recently trying to hire actually someone in our own team, and well, she got an offer of $350,000 to work at a competing firm. And these are kind of like not the type of salaries that we do here in Europe. So that would be more of my concern than anything else, to be honest.
So competition is heating up.
Yes, I think that we have in Europe a lot of talent, that can go to the companies. And in fact, if we think deeper, we are de facto the provider, the default provider, the preferred provider of talent to the United States. So you go there and you talk to AWS and you talk to Google and so on, and you have a look, and a lot of the team are Europeans. Why the hell is happening that? Okay, something is deeply wrong in this continent. Can you see that? We are just educating the best elites, the best intellects and so on, and somehow, at the end of the day, come on, they love burgers and they are on the other side. What happens? It's not only just to create challenges. We do that. We have the best, the Horizon 2020 and before Europe and so on. But the talent keeps on going there. We lack the companies.
Emily?
I don't have too much more to say, but yes, I think Europe is built on scientific and technical excellence, and we will figure out a way to retain talent and funnel them to quantum companies.
France has a lot of mathematicians, but it's going down, so that's why I'll leave it at that. And with this, you can talk to them later, so please give them a fantastic applause. Thank you very much, all three of you. This is challenging. It's such an exciting topic that I have to cut you. It's like, damn. Thank you very much. And we're moving on to our next panel. And something I've dabbled also very much in the past few years, which is ecosystem building. There's this thing that when you go to different countries, different areas, everyone wants to have the bigger ecosystem, the largest amount of VCs, the largest amount of money pouring in, the best talent, the best research. However, building ecosystems is challenging. And you can go to a certain speed, but never beyond a certain point. And this creates a lot of challenges, especially not just challenges, but also opportunities to start anew and do things differently, especially in emerging ecosystems. And precisely to talk about the challenges, so emerging startup ecosystems, challenges and opportunities, I want to welcome our next conversation panel. So please welcome Juan Talay Galvani, Business and Product Development at Laborate. Big applause, please, for Juan. Thank you, Juan, for joining.
Thank you.
And to talk with him and have a very nice and warm conversation, please welcome Isidre Marx, Innovation Master Director at the UB. Big applause for Isidre. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Stage is yours.
Thank you. Thanks. Good morning, everybody. Well, Juan, tell me. We don't have much time, so we have to go straight to the questions. Sure. We have said, how would you define an innovative ecosystem and a startup ecosystem? Which are the difference? Yes, certainly they are very close concepts, but innovative ecosystem was more used in the past and refers to a territory with the capacity to innovate, to develop innovations, to launch innovations to the market. But in the last years, in parallel to the development, to the more prominent role which is acquiring the startup community. So we observe an evolution from the innovative ecosystem to the startup ecosystem. So which is the difference? Well, actually, in the traditional innovative ecosystem, the leading role, the main actor in developing innovations were the large corporations, the large companies. And now that role is being assumed by the startups, which actually lead the process of generation of innovation in collaboration with other agents under the framework of an open innovation. So what really matters, what's really good for a territory is to build an innovative startup ecosystem to bring together innovation and startups. Because not all the startup ecosystems are innovative per se, by definition. So what we need in order to attain such a status of innovative startup ecosystem, we need a sound, diversified business base, many companies, corporates, SMEs, and also a broad entrepreneurial community with a strong entrepreneurial spirit. And also we don't have to forget the role by the R&D base. The R&D institutes, centers, universities, and what we need in order to work properly, the innovative ecosystem, startup ecosystem, is to build bridges between these three communities, these three kind of actors. Between the business base and the R&D community, we need to improve the flows of technology transfer from the R&D base to the communities. Corporates with startups, entrepreneurial community, mainly through challenges or conjoint projects, and between the R&D base and the entrepreneurial base through the figures of research spin-offs. So this will be the map of an effective, truly innovative startup ecosystem, which is the concept that is much more now in the community.
According to your studies on entrepreneurial ecosystems, what are the main differences between consolidated and the emerging ones?
Well, actually, we all know which are the top entrepreneurial technological hubs in the world, and there are plenty of new emerging ecosystems in many cities in Europe. And for me, there are several differences worth remarking. First of all, in terms of availability of funding, of capital. In the emerging ecosystems, we basically have pre-seed and seed capital, but not that much in the advanced rounds, Series C, Series B, Series D. In terms of the firms located in the ecosystem, in the consolidated ones, in the mature ecosystems, the firms tend to be larger, the proportion of scale-ups is much bigger, and in fact, there is the consolidated, there is a balance between
the proportion of startups, companies starting at an early stage, the proportion of scale-ups, and they also have unicorns. While in the emerging ones, we have a broad base of many, many startups. This is narrowed down to the scale-ups and very few, if any, unicorns. But another difference I would like to remark is the technological level of the firms. I think it is wrong, it is mistaken to take for granted that all the startup ecosystems are the same in terms of technological capacity or innovative capacity of the firms hosted in them. And that's not true. In the consolidated ones, the proportion of technologically advanced companies, firms with capacity to push the technological transfer frontier, let's say, is much bigger. Is what we call the term technological developers. But in emerging ecosystems, like in this case, like in Valencia, the proportion of technological developers is lower. And we have many more companies which are actually users or they just adapt technology. So this is a big difference. And also, I will remark the business model. Okay, the business model in the mature ecosystems, the B2B business model is overwhelming, is the vast majority, because the investors, the venture capitalists, they prefer B2B projects and companies than B2C. While in the emerging, the proportion is more even. We still have quite a lot B2C companies. And so this would be the big differences in terms of the firms, the capital, and the business model.
And about the Valencian entrepreneurial ecosystem, what would you remark? You started before.
Valencia is very dynamic ecosystem. Everybody knows, everybody recognizes that, and it's obvious. So, but I would like to say one figure, is that the Valencia city and metropolitan area, in terms of population, is in the position 27 in Europe. So our objective is to place our entrepreneurial ecosystem in a position better than this 27. Let's say in the top 20 in Europe.
Yes.
So that would be the, and I don't know if we are already in the top 20. We are close, we are close. But in order to answer your question, I'm gonna, if it's possible, I'm gonna show a few figures and graphs with the results of our study on the Valencian ecosystem that we did last year, and then we will see the position of the Valencian ecosystem right here. So for us, the main features, the main factors that define an entrepreneurial ecosystem, anyone, are these four. The size of the companies, the employees. We see that only 25% of our companies in Valencia have more than 10 employees. This proportion is for sure lower than in more advanced ecosystems. And on the most critical factor is, without any doubt, the technological level of the firms. So we see this only 10%, 9.5% of the companies have been classified as technology developers.
Yes,
so very high-tech, very innovative companies. So we have half of the companies are just technology users. They don't develop advances. So this is a trait that means that Valencia ecosystem is lagging behind the top entrepreneurial hubs in terms of technological level. And investment, also only 6%, 7% of our companies have been able to attract investors over 1 million euros. This is a relatively small proportion. And the B2B model is growing, but still there is a big proportion of B2C models. So here, in terms of investment, we see how in the bright blue, in the down bar, this is the proportion of, which is the relationship between the funding, the capital invested in the company, and the size of the company. We see how the big round, those rounds over 1 million, they concentrate on companies with more than 10 employees, okay? And mainly if more than 25 employees. So this is a clear expected relationship between funding and employees. But this one is the most important. You see the big jump that the companies, remember, only 9% of our companies are technology developers, but this proportion jumps up to almost 40% in the companies with more than 1 million euros invested in them. So that means that the investors, the venture capitalists, they really prefer companies with high technological level. They are looking for them, they are seeking them, and they come to Valencia trying to find these few companies with that high technological level. The companies which are working in deep tech, in artificial intelligence, blockchain, you know, all the deep technologies nowadays. And regarding the business model, the trend we see here is that the B2B models, the companies tend to be larger. So the rate, you see bigger proportion over 10 employees, whereas the B2C are mainly companies with less than 5 employees. So these are 3 key traits or features that define the profile of our companies, because actually the main difference, coming back to your question, between the emerging and the consolidated lies mainly in the composition of the firms that are located in the ecosystem, in the territory.
The startups and the investment firms.
Startups, scale-ups, and the technological level. So if in Valencian emerging ecosystems, the proportion of technology advanced is just 10%, in the top ecosystem, this proportion goes up to 30, 40%. So what does it mean? That in the consolidated ecosystems, this bigger proportion of technological companies will attract more capital and will attract more entrepreneurs and also more talent to work in these technological companies. What can we do in order to improve?
I was about to ask you the main challenges.
Yes.
You said the main challenges, but what are the opportunities to grow that? How could we improve? Which recommendations?
Yes, of course. What we need is to have actors that push the proportion of companies technologically advanced. One important actor helping in this task would be the incubators, the accelerators. But in Valencia, we have many. We are the city of accelerators, but only very few of them are specialized in attracting, in giving priority to technological advanced companies. There are other incubators which they don't care much about the technological level. They are very open, so they accept any company regardless the technological level. So we need more accelerators promoting technological companies. And what we need is, of course, and this is a challenge, is to bring together the R&D community, which in our region is quite strong, universities, R&D centers, to work closely together with companies, SMEs, and startups. So this collaboration is not working as it should be, the level. So it's a big challenge.
R&D and knowledge centers, like universities, is also transparency, something we
the social transfer,
should improve.
If we were able to achieve that goal, then the rate of research spin-off will increase. These companies are more R&D oriented, more technologically able to develop technological advances. And so this is a big challenge. We also need to attract more foreign entrepreneurs and R&D branches of foreign big corporations. We are improving in that sense, but we're still far from other cities.
From top
so the main challenges would be these two. And well, but we also have strengths. Valencia is organizing a venue like this. Very few cities have the capacity to organize such a big event. So the brand name of Valencia is improving everywhere. So we also have a strong networking between all the agents of the ecosystem. That's something specific of Valencia, because we work closely with each other very easily. We meet constantly in events everywhere. So the networking is very positive. And also the research base is strong, but what's missing is the transfer of that knowledge to the whole business community and entrepreneur community.
So having more venture capitalists focus on deep tech, like
Yes.
the ones we are having currently, it would improve also the ecosystems itself.
Yes, because if the venture capitalists will only come, the big ones, if they realize that in our territory, in Valencia, in city and surroundings, in the region, the number of companies this profile, technologically advanced, with a bigger size, not just 3-5 employees, is bigger. So we need other actors to work in that direction. And I think the role that the accelerators can play is very important, and also the universities in order to convince the academic and the researchers to go outside and to work more with entrepreneurs and the business-based companies. So it takes time, but we need to start with an actual diagnosis of our situation, to identify our weaknesses, the challenges, and then try to tackle and face these difficulties and to work in a medium long-term run in order to improve in these areas. Yes.
Any additional trend for the future?
Well, what I see in the few last years is that Valencia has become an accelerator hub. There are plenty of accelerators coming here and incubator programs. And we are hopeful about the arrival of some big factories, like in batteries, you know, and also the PERTE. So we hope that Valencia and the whole startup ecosystem can take advantage of this money coming from Europe. And if we are able to invest wisely this money, then we'll help the community to grow, but always with the objective, the priority towards technologically based and research.
Technology level, business
from
model.
The research and B2B business model.
And having have a focus in technology, in deep technology.
Yeah, that's what is missing in Valencia. We have many online firms, that is fine, but we need more deep tech in the latest technological trends that we all know and which are around here.
Perfect.
So I think we are on
Thank you,
time.
Isidre, for your time.
Thank you
for
very much.
your studies. Thank you all, and you know what we have to do. We go deep tech.
Deep tech, to go ahead. Thanks.
Deeper.
Deep everything.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I was saying that we're going to go back to the corporate side, and something that's quite interesting. I don't know if you've seen the stats lately, but one of the biggest driving force of venture capital in startups is actually corporate venture capital, right? And it's one of the leading investment flows that is investing on different corporations and different startups that is making a lot of these startups go into hyperspeed, go into scale up. So it's really interesting to see how that's going to be defined in the future, how companies interpret those things. And to talk about that, we have our next panel. And without further ado, I want to introduce you some of our first speakers. So please welcome and give a big applause to Sebastian Greis, founder of StationX and head of startup partnering at Siemens Mobility. Big applause for Sebastian, please. And to join Sebastian, we have Koba Baselga, Innovation Strategy Manager at Amadeus. Big applause for Koba, please. Thank you. And last but not least, we have Pablo Moro, Head of Investments at Telefonica Ventures. Big applause to Pablo also. Come on, we can make it better. Some people were, come on. And to run the show, I want to welcome their moderator, Inigo Balbin, Venture Manager at Seminar. Big applause, the stage is yours, people.
Hello. Can you hear me properly? Good. So we have 20 minutes today. Very excited to be here and discuss the different forms of corporate innovation with three leaders in the industry. So let's get to it, okay? First question. So could you please all have the time to express or to introduce your corporate venture strategy and what's the main tool that you implement? Pablo, if you want to start.
Okay, I can start. Well, I'm Pablo Moro, Head of Investments in Telefonica Ventures. Obviously, what we do is investing, and we do corporate venture capital. Telefonica Ventures is reporting to Telefonica Open Innovation. Telefonica Open Innovation is reporting to Chief Digital Officer, so our main goal is to create new business through the startups that we invested. We have invested in more than 30 startups, mainly in strategic business for Telefonica, so network, cybersecurity, cloud, IoT, and now we are more focused on Web3 and B2C business for leverage the new verticals of Telefonica. And also we invest in funds. We have invested in more than 14 funds, one of them in Silicon Valley, one of them in Israel, several of them in Latin America, and several of them in Spain. The last one that we have done is Leadwin, which is a fund for investing in scale-ups. That's it.
Good. Koba, do you want to?
Yep, sure. So in the case of Amadeus, we have different programs for working with startups depending on what the startup is looking for. So for startups looking for funding, we have a venture arm similar to what Pablo was explaining, called Amadeus Ventures. Then we have an open API program for startups and independent developers, which is called Amadeus for Developers. And we have Launchpad, which is kind of bringing IT solutions to startups and scale-ups. And then I'm part of Next Wave, which is the venture building arm of Amadeus. So what we do is build businesses within the corporate.
Good. Sebas?
So let me give you a little bit of background, why we are doing certain things the way we are doing it and how we are actually structuring it. There were like 2 or 3 years ago, I had a discussion with our CTO, and you can imagine he's like that older guy, very, very Siemens related. I was sitting next to him, 2 complete different people in the room, and we had our views, we had the arguments. But there was one common story that we were sharing, actually. We shared that we are facing a time where there is a lot of change upcoming. Now, we've seen that there is the number of seed investments were actually piking. There were so many, 8 times more than the years before. There was the adoption of technology was coming from 6 years down to 2 years. So it's moving faster and faster. And at the same time, what we've seen is there is abundant money in the market. So there is a lot of capital in the market. So for mobility tech that we are looking into, there's like $20 billion invested each year. So we had that situation that we said, me coming from Next 47, which is the investment arm at Siemens AG with 1 billion under management. But at the same time, we had our business who were facing those changes and were really fearing out on how can we adopt those kind of new technologies. So because of my background, I was an entrepreneur before, I was at Stanford, I was coming back working with startups all the time. He was asking me or giving me actually the task of coming up with as efficient as possible way to engage with the latest technology and to really leverage those technologies that are out there. And I was coming up with the idea of the venture client model, becoming one of the first clients to a startup, which is eventually Station X that I founded then. And the idea behind that is we talk to our intern colleagues, to our experts, identifying the needs that they have, then go into the startup ecosystem and specifically for that need that our experts do have,
We scout for startups, we set up pilot projects, we purchase their solutions, and finally look for a long-term collaboration, which is, in most of the cases, a supplier relationship. For sure, we do have all the other vehicles as well. We do invest, minority investments, we do have M&A, we do have incubation, but the main topic that I'm driving currently is the venture client model with Station X.
Cool. No, yeah, so this is great. So we have Sebas running Venture Client, which is a very interesting tool in corporate venturing, Pablo running investments, and Koba doing building. No? So we've understood the why. Now, I would like to deep dive into what are the main challenges of the different tools. Who want to start? Koba, do you want to?
Okay. I have the biggest challenges, I guess. So yeah, what we do is basically build startups within the company, no? With the objective of bringing future growth to Amadeus. So in my role, the biggest challenge is that the corporation is built for optimizing processes and being very rigorous with its investment, which is great, and that's why large corporates are successful. But in my role in an incubator, we need to optimize for quick growth, experimentation. So yeah, we are kind of speaking different languages, and for me, that's the biggest challenge.
Is this relationship with the business unit the same in venture clienting, or what's your experience and main challenges running this tool?
So the main challenge for us is actually internally for our teams finding that hybrid person. So with that I mean finding the person who is able to understand startups, who can relate to the founders when they are facing challenging situations, but at the same time that they are speaking corporate words, that they can have what I always call and refer to, create that magic moment when you have that win-win situation where you can really kick off a project. But this is a very, very certain specific people type that you don't find in a lot of cases. And just to give you an example of a success story where we had it, one of our business units were actually looking for a solution, for a visual inspection solution. And they were the typical way of doing it. They go to purchasing and they try to find a supplier who is already doing that. In our industry, one of the biggest challenges that we have high variations, but only small batch sizes. So the way of doing it, as they were trying to do, was just not possible, because you could have looked at programming suppliers, at artificial intelligence suppliers, but all of them were not able to do it because of those small batches. We came in then, and they looked for 1 year, and we did just in 9 weeks. We identified a startup which a complete different, unique approach in the market back in the days, and they were able to do and optimize our visual inspection solutions by a magnitude. And that's just by leveraging external technology.
And Pablo, like Sebas was mentioning, like loads of money in the market. As a corporate venture capital, what are your main challenges? Like, how can you be as agile as venture capital funds, and how do you do about it?
Well, it's a good question. Well, it's the secret sauce at the end of the day. Long-term goals, flexibility and agile organization, and avoid the team attrition as well, because other venture capitals, they do carry, we don't have carry, so at the end of the day, this is a competitive advantage they have. But going back to the goals we have, we have two main goals, okay? The first goal is financial, because sometimes some people say that in corporate venture capital, we don't mind about the financials, but just if they are good. I mean, if they are bad, you are going to have always a financial guy telling you, okay, this is not working. So first of all, the financial, like a similar venture capital, so IRR, multiples, TVPI, etc., etc. And secondly, strategic, okay? And within the strategic goals, we measure a number of partnerships between our startups and Telefónica. Secondly, the money come from the new money, the new revenue streams coming from these new startups invested, and the savings of these startups invested. So those are the main goals before I set the challenge. Okay.
Good. Koba, regarding goals as well, in terms of building new startups, know that it's a very sort of tricky thing and a supposedly very hard thing to do from within a corporate. Do you have a specific goals of number of ventures to be built that year in Amadeus? And also, could you share with us a success story, like a venture that you've built maybe this year, to have an example?
Sure. So on objectives, what we say is that, well, it's not something very new, but the existing business, the current business units are paying for our salaries, but at some point we should be paying for their pensions, no? So that's a bit the model. And then on success cases, we have a pretty cool one, which was called Traveler ID for Safe Travel. So we had in NextWave a project that we were incubating that was doing digital ID verification for the travel industry. And then the pandemic came and there was a clear need of doing health documentation verification, no? Like, well, you guys all know that. So actually this project that we have was able to pivot very quickly because of kind of the lean structure that we have within the incubator. And then they work together with the airlines business unit to bring that innovation to their customers and respond to a very urgent need that our customers had, no? So we had an explosive growth in terms of the go-to-market of this solution, and it was kind of a great example of the potential, no? Of really bringing the flexibility of the incubator with the scale of the business.
Cool. In terms of, Sebas, no? In terms of mobility and your area, what are your objectives, no? Did you guys have like numbers of pilots being launched or numbers of, like, how do you structure it?
Yeah, finally, I'm with Pablo. No, it's about the money. Then finally, that's most of the times it's really the case. We're looking at number of projects that we're doing and number of projects adopted in the organization. So it's not just about starting a huge number of projects, but the idea is to have really like long-term partnerships, and that's what we're tracking. And in parallel, what we're tracking is the business impact that we're having. So there's a business case behind all the partnerships that we're going to start, all the pilots. From the very beginning, there are a lot of assumptions in it. We qualify them over the term of the partnership. And then finally, this is the number that people are looking into on what terms of impact can we generate. And the venture client model is usually it's a number game. No, you can do a lot of projects because it's very capital efficient. And therefore, the overall impact is growing significantly over the years.
Great. Like also a very interesting topic, no? We'll probably have many corporates here probably setting up their corporate venturing models and seeing which tool fits best for the strategy. And talent is usually a question that always is raised, no? So Pablo, Telefónica, you do a lot of things. Could you tell us a bit your talent structure and what type of talent needs do you have? And if you're looking for a specific set of talents in your investment team in order to get the most of your venture capital arm?
Yeah, okay. Well, it's a mix of hard skills and soft skills, like always. So in terms of hard skills, I would say, obviously, financial background. Even more in these times where the crisis has emerged, and we in venture capital, we do need to execute very sophisticated due diligences. So in terms of, and also we invest in technology, so we need technological skills as well. And in terms of soft skills, I would say patient and flexibility, because not all the business units of Telefónica are even if all the corporates are very open to new innovations. No?
Koba, what about you?
Yeah, super interesting question. So I think the profile of the people within NextWave, the venture building unit, is quite different from what you can see in the rest of the organization. And basically because we have like mini startups within the incubator, no? So we have intrapreneurs, which are like the CEOs of the startups, and then they have in like teams that that run completely independently from the rest of the organization. And what is I think, different in terms of talent is that we look for people that have had some type of entrepreneurial experience before, no? So they need to have a certain mindset. And I think what Pablo was saying as well, flexibility, because innovation by definition is very uncertain, so we need to find people that are okay with that uncertainty.
Good. Sebas, do you have something here to add in terms of talent?
Yeah, it's like more what I would like to add here is from an organizational perspective that we had designed very well from the very beginning, because we knew that we are working extremely close with our business units together. No, we also have in our internal team, we have the due diligence, we have the tech people who understand actually what we're talking about, so you need to have that. But one crucial thing for us was really being integrated in the business unit, being as close as possible to the technical experts in our organization, so building that one. And so what we've designed from the very beginning is a network of ambassadors into the business units, and we use them as multiplier. On the one side to multiply the challenges that they have to us, but also spreading the word about Station X into the organization. And there we were diligently looking into people who have a huge network, who are naturally in talking, convincing people in the organization, and have a broad overview on all the business unit activities that they have.
Great. So there is 20 seconds left, so I'm not sure we can have time for another question. So again, thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure, and hope you've all learned a lot here in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you people. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, we're nearly getting there, nearly till lunchtime, and we have 2 more panels to go through. The next one is really interesting because we're going to be talking about real estate, and real estate is a very hard core industry to digitalize, to change. It's set on their old ways, and more importantly, it is hard to include all the new advantages that we're doing in terms of sustainability. So to talk about that, how do we make real estate really sustainable? I want to welcome our next panel, so please let's give a big applause to our first speaker, Iker Marcaide, founder and executive chairman at the Zubi Group. Big applause for our dear Iker. Sir, come on!
Oh, everyone.
Hello, sir. And to join Iker, I want to welcome Paula Sanchez, CEO and co-founder of Co-Circular. Big applause. Paula, where are you? There we go. Come on, I think we can put a little bit more energy. That side over there, you can make some more noise. Thank you, Paula. To join them, I want to welcome Yvonne Iribar, Investment and Open Innovation Advisor at Cemex Ventures. Big applause for Yvonne. Come on. I'm going to first call the moderator, and you're going to understand why. So please welcome our dear Joe once more back on stage. Big applause for Joe, who's going to run the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joe.
And last but not least, we are connecting all the way to Germany to welcome my beautiful friend that I haven't seen in a very long time. Good to see you, Tanja Kufler, Head of Ventures at Nemetschek. Tanja.
Happy to be here. Sorry I can't hug you.
Okay.
Joe?
Not to worry, okay, we're already 90, you're already taking 40 seconds from me. Okay guys, just very quickly, let's just kick off with sustainability in real estate. I mean, how do you see it, right? It's like the typical question you get asked at a party, what do you do for a living? So talk to us about, sustainability in real estate.
Okay. So when we are speaking about sustainability in construction, it's very wide, the concept. We have green construction, we have more sustainable materials, but as a concept, I would like to launch to start. For example, we have low carbon materials. We need to have decarbonization of the operations at different stages of the construction value chain. We also have concepts like circular economy. So the concept is quite wide, but we need to deep dive a little bit more.
Yeah, so not just a cement company then, yeah?
No.
Okay. So Paula, you're more about the certification then. Can you explain what you do, please?
In Co-Circular, our mission is that no waste should end in landfill sites. So we are involved in the recycling of construction waste. And we can help by our SaaS platform and our training. With this, we can ensure all the traceability about the waste construction, and we can incorporate this into an end product again.
Okay, so Iker, how did you get interested in this? I mean, you have a background in education and fintech. Like, why are you now interested in sustainability and construction?
So I think it's a really interesting topic, and I'm actually going to kind of, now since I have the mic, I'm going to kind of share 5 perspectives. So if you guys can keep track, see if I actually do as a good engineer the whole 5 points. The first one is I think like when we think about sustainability, I think real estate is probably a wrong word. It's actually more cities. Why? Because when we think about like real estate, the buildings themselves, they're placed somewhere. And where they're actually placed, it influences the sustainability of the whole city. So if I have to live here and I work there, and I have my school here and I have fun here, the whole day I'm in a car. So then all the issues around like cities and congestion, inequality, pollution, all that stuff. So how can we think about creating more sustainable real estate if we don't think about creating more sustainable cities? The second point is when we think about real estate, we think about kind of you're renting square meters, which I think is still wrong if we think about sustainability, because essentially we have to think as buildings as an ecosystem for like all the energy, the material flow, the mobility, the social interaction, and all that stuff. The third perspective is that when we think about sustainability in cities and real estate, we think about the social side. We think about sustainability as the intersection of this social, environmental, and financial angle. If we think about the social side, then we're talking about affordability, about creating the right product for the right people, livability, etc., which are super interesting themes, each of those. And then the fourth point is we think about the environmental sustainability angle. So then we can talk about decarbonization, as Ivan was mentioning. We can think about naturalization and green infrastructure. We can think about energy usage, water consumption, waste, etc., etc. And the fourth element is I kind of see technology as an enabler across the whole value chain. So we think about like building information modeling, how do we actually use that, how we think about like industrialization and supply chain of all those different elements, and etc. So kind of when I think about real estate and sustainability, those are kind of my 5 perspectives to get kind of the big picture in terms of what we're talking about.
Okay, Tanya, I'm not going to ask you to give us 5 points, but if you could tell us just what sustainability means to you in the context of real estate.
Happy to do it. I would agree very much so. So Nemetschek, we are a global consortium of 13 software brands, and the way we define sustainability is across the entire life cycle of AECO, right? So the 13 brands we have, they're involved very much what was said earlier. We do pre-planning and design. We have a whole bunch of software companies there. And then on the build and construction side, obviously there's a lot of sustainability to happen. And then on the operate and manage, so once the buildings have been built, then there's that whole sustainability angle, once the real estate has been built. So there's, for me, a differentiation between the 2 types of carbon. I don't know if we want to get into that, but we see it as a very critical component to be sustainable from the earliest pre-planning phase all the way to the point where you demolish a building and you know what materials you have and you can recycle those.
Okay, cool. Yvonne, can I ask you about, as a large company, Cemex, perhaps one of the largest in the world, who drives innovation in this area? Are governments driving it, or are you driving it? So does Cemex go to governments and say, listen, if you create a regulation, we'll get on board, or is it the governments call you up and say, this is what we need?
Yeah, the truth is that nowadays all the innovation and disruption is mainly driven by large corporations, also entrepreneurs, and we are doing it quite proactively. But the other side of the truth is that the governments and regulations and rules are not pushing enough all this needed disruption in the sustainability side of the construction. So on our side, the truth is that we, as a large carbon emission company, we need to reduce our carbon emissions. We have settled objectives for 2030 and also the net zero goals for 2050. So to meet those targets, we are trying to reach other companies, other investors, other also the entrepreneurs in order to first of all decarbonize the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, and also bring a disruption to the ecosystem. And to do so, we are, as said before, we are doing it proactively, but we need to also to bring the
you
pressure.
can do it, the government's responding more quickly and saying, yes, good suggestion, let's do it, we can make it a law. You know, the length of time it can take for laws to happen, you know, is often the problem. You know?
We need to feel the pressure of them in order to...
It doesn't help that well, I was going to say something about the British government, but I guess I should behave myself, right? There's probably people watching. Anyway, it helps if you don't have like new prime ministers every week. Anyway, Iker, can I ask just then about the role of impact? Because, you know, as an entrepreneur, you're all about the impact. So, I mean, what are the things that can make the most impact? What are the innovations that you're seeing that can make the most impact into a sustainable, you know, city?
So, you know, I was kind of pointing some angles. I think there's certainly a play for the public and the private angle, you're kind of building on your comment. You know, for example, when we take, say, affordability, which is kind of a big issue, and, you know, Ray Dalio in his latest book, he talks about kind of social conflict as the starting point for, like, you know, power changes between economies, right? So, you know, affordability and like having people to like a place to live that they can afford and live nicely, it's critical. And for example, there, you know, we're in a point in which like there's not much land, and the public has to kind of start thinking, innovating, you know, around models of like, you know, leasehold, derechos de superficies, and some of these things. So I think it's a combination. If we're thinking about all these, you know, social, environmental, it's true that as you're mentioning, we're like at Zubi, we're, you know, entirely on impact and taking kind of very different angles. You know, we can create companies from our venture builder. We can invest in companies through Zubi Capital. We even have kind of our business units like Zubi Cities, where we create projects like Barrio La Pinada and a few others we're kind of cooking. As well as, you know, as mentioned, kind of the origin, which is the school. So I think it's a kind of combination of all those different things. You know, how we create companies, how we create innovative companies, how we drive integrating solutions in some of our projects.
Yeah, I mean, your vision doesn't lack ambition, Iker. You know, it's a sort of you know, and which is very admirable. Let me move on to Paula. I mean, how does certification take place? I mean, can you just explain to you, if I go to you and I say I want to have, you know, my waste certified? I mean, talk to me how that takes place.
Yeah, so in CoCircular we work in a transversal and integrated way with all the partners of the process. So in one hand, we work with our principal clients who are the producers of the waste. On the other hand, we work with stakeholders who transform this waste into a recycled raw material. And finally, we work with product manufacturers. So in this process, it's very important in the technology, because we can certificate all the process if the technology gives us all the KPIs about the impact and how can we do all the process to finally transform in an end product. No? It's very important. It's very important for us. I will highlight 3 relevant points, because the established companies, for example, in real estate, it's very important to training to achieve the circular economy. We have to change our mind and transform from linear economy to circular economy. And they have to communication about all of this to top from bottom. And also measure all the KPIs with digital and technology, all the process. No? This is very important to achieve, no? And like startups, like CoCircular, We can contribute with our agile methodologies. It's very important because in the process of certificate, this allows us to test the results very quickly. This is one point like circular, no? And we are a digital and sustainable natives. So this collaboration with the established companies is very important because the impact is in our DNA. And also, under the data culture, everything is measurable. So this lets us to make better decisions. So all the collaboration in all the process is very important.
Okay, I mean, let me jump off that point and go to Tanya. So, I mean, you're all about data as well, and you have studies that talk about it. So how can we accelerate? You know, after you do a study, you get data, and that should enable you to have confidence maybe to be a bit more aggressive. So, I mean, what can we do to accelerate the transformation?
Well, I think we're quite lucky that we live in the EU, because if you look at the
regulations that affect decarbonizing the built environment, you've got 10 regulations in the EU plus an international one with, you know, COP26. So I think we're much luckier than we are maybe in the States. I think we're many years ahead. But I want to differentiate between two sets of carbon, right? The operational carbon is the carbon that's emitted during the operational phase of a building, right? So once the building stands. And then the embodied carbon, which is becoming increasingly important and a lot of construction companies are working towards now, which is that type of carbon that's attributed to construction, renovation, deconstruction, demolition, and so on and so forth. And I think there's amazing funds that focus on nothing but that. I think from my perspective, 80% of the buildings that will be around in 50 years already exist today. So of course, you know, modern technologies will enable us to pre-plan and build the buildings from a more, you know, environmental perspective. But how do we retrofit, you know, 80% of those buildings that exist today? That's I think where a lot of the money and
Isn't there's a saying that says the greenest building is the one that already exists, right? Isn't that what, well, I certainly might tell my students. So anyway, so we're just in the last 5 minutes, so just to take an opportunity for you to name a company in the industry that excites you, so we can leave the audience with you know, with something to take away. So Yvonne first, and you can't say Cemex or any companies from the Basque Country either, right? They're all, you know, fuera. So apart from one of those, is there any company that excites you that the audience should go look at afterwards?
Yeah, so we have different sustainable companies in our portfolio, but just to mention one, for example, we are working, Cemex, we have invested in them, but we are also working with them. They are processing plastic waste and processing them and converting this waste plastic into lightweight aggregate for construction.
You haven't told us the name of the company.
No, it's just for the end, to the end.
I don't have to like torture you to get you to reveal the name.
You know,
okay?
yeah,
tell us the name.
They are called ArcLight. They are
Brilliant.
from the States, but we are currently working with them in the States, in the UK, also in Israel, and in some Latin American countries.
Okay, fantastic. Sounds great. Okay, Paula, I'll come to you as well. Could you name a company that excites you?
A company what?
A company that excites you. That you know, or that company that is, because very often, you know, we were thinking negative thing like that. Everyone knows the bad. I'll come back to you in a second. Maybe I'll go to Iker. A company that excites you in terms of in the industry.
Well, apart from Cocircular, she'll explain. Sorry, apart from Cocircular, so one that excites us, we've actually created, is from our venture builders, Woodea. So, you know, picking up, you know, Tanya talked about embodied carbon. So that's kind of the whole play here, is like, how do you build, not only build these kind of a more component style, like Lego style, putting things that you can reuse, and you industrialize these, you know, you actually create the components in factories that you assemble on site, which kind of has a, you know, big impact in waste, in, you know, enabling women to enter kind of this industry, etc. But you actually do it on wood, right, as a biomaterial. So wood, you know, trees are fantastic if you know, you plant them on purpose. As they grow, they capture carbon. So they have a bunch of like carbon that they've sequestered, they're embedded, and then, you know, you take that and you lock it in a building. So it's not actually, you don't actually generate carbon, it's negative carbon. So you've captured carbon from the atmosphere and like locked it in the building for many, many years. And I think as regulations start being more aggressive, around the carbon footprint of buildings and so on, it's even an opportunity for retrofitting, as Tania was mentioning as well. So we're kind of really excited, and it's interesting because when you create a company, sometimes you wonder, am I early or am I late? And I think we're like precisely at that time when this is going to hit and it's going to mainstream, just because of all the ESG and sustainability pressure for institutional capital and so on.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So,
for
Paula?
example, we detected with our technology that if you can measure that if you reduces 60% the waste on your activity, you can reduce also 20% the cost of this. So the sustainability, can you make better your cost also? Yeah. At same time, no? At same time. And from linear economy to circular economy, you can reduce 45 tons of CO2. CO2?
There's a saying that, if you want to reduce your costs by 20%, innovate. If you want to reduce your costs by 40%, think sustainable, which is, is something that once you understand sustainability, I mean, you can't think about anything else, it just becomes a sort of an approach you take to everything. Tanya, the same question for you?
Yeah,
yeah.
I've got a good one. I think what I see right now is on top of it, we've got this whole energy crisis. So there's a company I didn't invest in, but they're actually based in Berlin, and they're called EcoWorks. And what they do is they actually retrofit multifamily housing units while the people stay in the building. So they actually have a modular sort of system. They're like a construction, basically they're like a contractor. But they retrofit and energy efficiency, rebuild these houses that already exist. And I think in today's day and age and in the crisis that we have going on, I think they can actually create quite a big impact.
I mean, it's amazing, something we've been doing since the beginning of time, which is creating shelter for people. All these years later, we still lack a lot of innovation in terms of how we do this. And it is quite incredible to see, that we have a housing crisis, and, to a lesser or greater extent in almost every country. And while companies concentrate on what they're doing in terms of CEMEX respond to demand for whatever your customers want, I think that the construction industry hasn't innovated in anything like other industries have. Everything from like the car industry and those kind of things. So whether it's 3D printing or modularized creating or retrofitting or all of these things, it's actually quite an interesting something to get into. If you're a young person and people often think construction is like, just whatever, old men with shovels kind of thing. I think that the future it will look very different as an industry, and I think it's an exciting industry to get into. I know Iker wants to jump in, but we're out of time, and there's a guy with the shepherd's crook behind us who's going to pull us off stage. So I've been Joe Haslam. I'm a professor at IE Business School, and thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you to Yvonne. Thank you to Iker, and thank you to Tanya, and thank you also to Paula. Okay, Gurmil Magat.
Thank you.
I love he has like a back eye. He feels me crawling behind him. Anyway, so last panel of this morning block before we go for lunch. Just a reminder, I will remind it later, we're stopping at 2:30 and we're coming back at 4. I want to get out at 4. So we have plenty of time for lunch. Before, last one of the day, 2 for 1, so 2 entrepreneurs, 2 co-founders versus an investor. Weapon of choice, blockchain. Theme of choice, sustainability. So to talk about sustainability on the blockchain, please welcome our next and final panel of the morning. Big applause for our first speaker, Merit Baltzalou, co-founder and CEO of Single Earth. Big applause for Merit, please. Thank you for joining. To join her in the panel, Ana Karen Zapata, COO and co-founder of Climate Trade. Big applause for Ana. And to join them on the evil side of things, I want to welcome Carlos Fish, Director at Seaya Fund, the Andromeda Sustainability Fund. Big applause for Carlos. And have a guess. Well, you already have it
okay,
there.
you don't need to say anything. You don't need to say anything. Like,
Joe,
you know,
ahead.
listen, I'm a cheap date, and you know they promised me a steak dinner if I'd keep moderating. So I thought that was a good thing to have. Okay, so Carlos, what do people need to know about sustainability on the blockchain?
That's okay. That's a big question. I mean, probably just a minute on who I am, just to give a bit of context. I'm the co-head of a new sustainability Article 9 fund, a pan-European fund. We've been investing for 10 years in different climate tech companies from a generalist point of view, and now we have a dedicated fund to invest in founders like Anna Karen and Merit.
I didn't realize you'd invested in her company, yeah?
No, not yet.
Okay.
In the next series.
All right, so he's going to be love bombing you all through this.
Exactly.
Karen, that's an excellent point, Karen. You know,
Exactly.
I've seen you guys at work. You know, okay.
Exactly.
Anyway.
So we have we try to invest in 3 different verticals, being energy and decarbonization, circular economy, and food value chain, always from a tech perspective, digital perspective, and of course, blockchain can apply to any of those 3, no? What we've seen very interesting companies such as, you know, Single Earth and Climate Trade, and we've seen at the end that the blockchain provides transparency and traceability on whatever you want to apply it to, no? At the end, it's either on the offsetting side, you know, on trying, you know, to offset what you're already doing on the climate side, or to avoid, you know, on the sourcing or supply side of things, no? We've seen a very interesting proposition across Europe in food, you know, like, I mean, there's some guys here actually called Traceable that are doing very interesting things to apply blockchain to understand where does the food come from, no? You know, and understand that. There's people doing things in fashion, like Retrace in Germany, people doing it in waste management, in energy, peer-to-peer trading, or even understanding where does your electricity come from, like FlexiDAO. So we have, and we've seen different applications, you know, of blockchains that are key, you know, to have a better understanding of your footprint, you know, both on the sourcing side and on the offsetting side.
So you very much see the blockchain as a key to sustainable. You don't sort of think that, you're not suspicious of the blockchain, you don't think it consumes too much energy, you know, you don't think it's a slow database, or, you know, you're very, in general, you think you would expect to see the blockchain somewhere in the technology of a sustainable company. Is that a good summary of
Yes,
yeah.
Of course there's trade-offs and there's things that you need to understand, and there's different type of, you know, platforms and blockchains, etc., that can cause more harm that they really remove, you know. But overall, we think it's, you know, it's a technology that makes sense, that accelerates a trend, accelerates, you know, the transparency and traceability of carbon, you know, either on the footprint side or the offsetting side, and it's a very helpful technology.
Okay. Let me move on then to Anna Karen. I mean, so are you also similarly positive about the blockchain as having a role in a sustainable economy?
Of course. Actually, I think that blockchain is an enabler for everything, no? As Carlos mentioned, I mean, you can apply blockchain for everything, but in our case, that is it's about carbon offsetting. How we use blockchain is to cover the lack of transparency that was in the traditional carbon market, because there was the problem of double accounting, there was a different kind of problems related with the transparency and traceability of the transactions, and what blockchain is the solution for that. And not only for as he mentioned, like to make everything more transparent, it's also to enable more things. For example, why not using blockchain to generate carbon credits also? It's something that we are already doing. So I really believe that it's a powerful tool for at least to support companies to achieve their sustainability goals.
Okay. All panels, Merit, are better with disagreement, but I guess you're going to be similarly positive about the role of the blockchain in sustainability?
I am very positive. We actually started from the kind of same concept that we started using blockchain at the very beginning as a glorified database, basically, traceable, transparent, and all of that. But then we actually moved further from there, so we started using all the Web3 opportunities out there. And I think for us, like the key thing that we realized is that Web3 in general, not just blockchain, but the token-based economy and the decentralized way of looking at these things creates, for the first time in human history, like an opportunity to place financial value to things that have not had value before. And I think that is the most valuable part of these technological innovations. That if we, for example, didn't have value on carbon or biodiversity or any other ecosystem services, for example, then we didn't have any tools to kind of assign value to that, like unless we started printing money based on that. But that wasn't like very, you know, you can't do that as an individual. But now using the Web3 services, you can actually do that. We can assign value to things that have never had value before. In our case, we do that with nature, so we assign financial value to nature. We create tokens based on the work nature does. And this is how we can actually create not just credits or like just one single directional credits, but actually a completely new financial system that is completely based on new values.
I mean, Carlos, we hear that as much as 80% of the business plans now that are sent to VCs are Web3. You know, is that what's happening? I mean, what kind of percentage, what kind of things are you seeing that, you know, that are, I guess, Web3 in one way or another?
So, in 2021, it was a lot, too much, okay? So overall, you all know there's been a big adjustment. I mean, 2022 is a different year from 2021. I mean, pre-revenue, pre-launch companies that promise a lot are under scrutiny, you know, a lot of them have not delivered. Of course, Web3 and you know, blockchain-based solutions still a big topic, but it's not, again, the flavor of the month, no? It used to be a lot and everything was about that. And when we saw the N+1, you know, carbon blockchain solution, we kind of already made jokes, you know, and when the guy from WeWork launched Flow Carbon, you know, it was again, it was.
It's got even worse since then, yeah. I mean,
exactly.
Someone's got to try and stop that guy, you know, like
exactly. So
find that guy and stop him, yeah.
Exactly. So we see very interesting players. We see that there's been a very similar value proposition launching in the market with very little differentiation. And of course, at the end, it's all about execution, you know, and have the quality of the founders and about the reaching scale. And there's going to be a lot of consolidation. There's going to be a lot of projects that don't reach certain scale. And there's going to be clear winners in the category. And it's been the way, and we've seen different waves, you know, with neobanks and micro-mobility and many different waves, you know. But at the end, it makes sense. There's product market fit and people like this. Founders are demonstrating
you got to come back to that every time. I'm just going to ask both Merit and Anna Karen about, you know, because as a professor, the most useful you can be to your students is to help them find good jobs. You know, ultimately they love your funny stories and your 2x2 matrices, but ultimately it's like find me a good job. So talk to me about working this area, either for your company or you know, make it an exciting. Could you just sort of sell it as an exciting area to work? Anna Karen first.
Sure. Actually, it's an exciting area to work because, I mean, when you feel like, for example, the person or the teams that are working in these areas because they have a special mind of focus in these kind of things, no aligned with this. So that is, first of all, in that sense, is automatically, let's say, emotive to work in this area. But when you apply and you can like discover the world, no, with new technologies, with blockchain, with IoT, with different technologies, it's amazing how your world just grows. You know, it's like it's a new world. You open different windows and you start to think how to apply these technologies related with what you are doing. So I really believe that this is something really emotional to work here, and it's difficult. It's not easy I mean, of course, everything
Look,
it's made.
Difficult problems attract good people, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
It's, like when someone tells me something that's difficult, I'm more inclined to pursue it rather than. But I shouldn't talk about my wife. But anyway, it's an interesting question. Just let me ask Merit. I mean, in terms of the talent, like, are the best people wanting to work in this area? Because that's always the question, right? You know, which is to say, things really take off when the best people. I mean. we went through this horrible period where the best minds were trying to make people click on ads, you know? So are we now getting the best people trying to kind of, you know, solve problems in climate?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think like we've even seen like the headlines say that there are people leaving like these big tech companies because they want to have impact. In our specific case, what we've seen is like we actually have our own science team. So at some point we understood that our strength will lie in our science. So we need to have a very transparent way of proving that whatever we do is actually backed by science and approved by scientists. So we went out to the universities and started hiring scientists. Now you can probably imagine how we must have been feeling while we were doing that, because it's not the easiest thing to go to a scientist and say, well, why don't you leave your like fully planned academic career and join a startup? Yeah, we are a series startup, so we don't know how long this journey will take, but we are promised to change the world. And what we saw actually was that they were very much intrigued by the idea, because for the climate scientists and for the ecologists, these are the things that the scientists have been telling people for decades and decades. They have been writing theoretical work on this for years. And that was the first time they had an opportunity to do something that is still working on science, but that is immediately also put into use. So I think that is something that people are looking for a lot, because a lot of the sustainability aspect is being solved from the business side, but it's actually businesses, like, let's be honest, businesses don't really care about sustainability. They have their own goals. It's the people who want to save the world. So it can be an individual scientist wanting to contribute to that. It can be an engineer who wants to contribute to that. We all feel the pressure that we want to save the world from this. So it's actually easier to get people involved than even I thought.
Carlos, can I just ask you about the structure of SIAIA? I mean, as I understand it, you have 3 different funds, okay? Can you just briefly explain that? I mean, some people may be aware of this already, but I think it's interesting that you have decided to brand them differently.
We've been around for 10 years, no? We started in 2013 with a generalist fund. We've been lucky enough to invest in the biggest winners of the Southern European ecosystem, such as Cabify, Global, Wallbox, and many others. So we've been able to scale, and we now have 3 different pockets, okay? They all call SEAIA something. So we have SEAIA Ventures, which is the continuation of our generalist program. We're in SEAIA Ventures 3. It's a 170 million euro fund, actively investing, Series A. Pan-European approach. Then we have a separate team in Latin America. So we've separated our European and Latin American investment mandate, and they're based in Mexico. It's a JV, a joint venture with Cathay. Cathay Innovation is a very large French-Chinese player, and it's called SEAIA Cathay LATAM. And then the third pocket, which is the one that I'm co-leading with my colleague Pablo, it's SEAIA Andromeda. It's a 300 million climate tech fund. We led and we exited one of the largest climate companies in Southern Europe, Wallbox, which is now trading on New York Stock Exchange. We invested in Clarity, which is a very well-known ESG ratings company, Rated Power in the solar space, Samara in the solar space, crowd farming in the organic foods. Again, so we have a big track record, and now right now we're the largest fund ever raised in Southern Europe in venture capital. And that's the 3. But we work as a platform, everything is shared, and at the end, with this new fund, is an Article 9 fund, so we measure both financial returns and impact returns. And for that reason, blockchain is important, you know? Because at the end, everyone is, there's a lot of greenwashing going around, okay? Yeah, everyone is...
Don't encourage me to say anything about this.
Exactly.
No, actually, you know what, let's jump on that. Okay, so Carlos says there's a lot of greenwashing going around, Anna Karen, do you agree?
Well, of course, greenwashing is there. I'm agreeing that, but I really believe that, of course, there are
These are the hard questions.
Yeah,
now.
It's
easy to say the easy stuff about, like, come on, say something, you know.
No, I really believe that.
there is a lot of greenwashing going around.
No, sure, but that is why blockchain is really important in that sense, not only to guarantee that the funds that you invest ends up in the hands of the project developers, for example, in our case, but also because I really believe if you trace every single transaction from the beginning to the end, the generation of the credit, I'm talking about, of course, what we are doing, that is carbon offsetting, the generation of the credit, if you trace everything in a blockchain, immutable blockchain, you have the proof, you can verify that it's like ethic, let's call ethic if you want, okay? So then if you commercialize that credit with blockchain also, you still have the proof that everything is working properly. So that's why I really believe that, of course, greenwashing is there. And as you say, mostly of the companies or some companies are not looking to make an impact, just to reach some standards in sustainability. But that is why it's let's say the duty of companies as our companies, let's say, to advise these companies to do it in the properly way and to provide the tools and the ecosystems necessary.
I mean, we're near the end, but let me just ask you, so is anyone using the blockchain for bad? You know, I mean, that's a sort of like, you know, because these things, like, if you know, this becomes an arms race, right? All technologies basically can be used for good or bad. So, you know, talk to me about, like, bad actors and people using the blockchain. Do you have to be, like, you know, better at the blockchain to win?
Well, I think it was like we were a few months away from our launch, and we had so many scams trying to actually fake that they are launching our tokens. And like there were so many scams already that the bad actors, they find their way. So it's a very, very common thing. I think this year the stats have shown that it is now the level of scams, or like how much scams we have is going down. Now the bad actors are more trying to hack the system. So it's kind of like trying to steal money from wallets and all of these type of things. So there's a lot of bad actors. So yes, we're using blockchain for good, but it's technology. Like you can do anything with that. You can, I don't know, track drugs on that as well if you want, right? We don't want to do that, obviously, but it's blockchain as an essence. It's technology, it's a database. It's not good or bad. It's like what we make of it.
Okay, final question for all three quickly. How can we help you? You know, I'm not going to give you 3 wishes. I'll only give you 1 wish. So maybe Merit, you start. And how can we help you? Then Anna Karen, and then Carlos. There must be some way we can help you. I'm sure you've got most things under control, but there's still probably something we can do. Okay, how can we help you?
You can go to Single.Earth and purchase the world's first nature-backed currency. It's called the Merit. You can get the first tokens and be a part of like this new sustainable green economy that we're building. It's made for consumers, it's made for businesses, it's made for everybody. It will replace your current money in the future, and you can be a part of that change.
Fantastic. I'm amazed I had to ask you that way. You didn't say that. It should have been the first thing you said to me. You should have ignored my question and you should have pitched your product. Okay, Anna Karen, how can we help you?
Well, actually, offsetting the carbon footprint, it's easy. I mean, we are generating carbon footprint right now here, all of us, and we have actually a tool that can support everyone, every attendee, to offset the emissions to come here.
Okay, so finally, Carlos, how can we help you?
So any interesting companies in the climate tech space across Europe that you think are worth looking at? I mean, we're actively investing, tickets starting from 5 million euros, and very super excited about the space.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I'm Joe Haslam, I'm Professor at iBusiness School. It's been my pleasure to moderate this session. Thank you to Merit, thank you to Anna Karen, and thank you to Carlos, and thank you also to the audience for listening. I think we'll have Alex to come out now and wish you and send you away to lunch. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with this, we are done for the morning block. As I said, we're going to make a break here of 1.5 hours, and we will return to the stage at 4 p.m. So see you in a while, and enjoy the food. Have fun. See you.
aquí. Vale.
Empieza conmigo.
Muy buenas tardes, estamos aquí un año más, 2022, en este maravilloso evento de Startup Market en la ciudad de las artes y las ciencias en Valencia. La ciudad, pues eso, de la tecnología, de la innovación, del desarrollo y del crecimiento empresarial. Así que aquí tenemos a Carlos en primera plana, en Diputación de Valencia, y vamos a hacer una pequeña pregunta a Carlos. Carlos, buenas tardes, ¿qué tal? ¿Todo bien?
Muy bien.
¿Qué tal la experiencia en este Valencia Digital Summit 2022?
Pues muy bien, se crea un ambiente muy enriquecedor porque hay startups y hay empresas interesadas en nuevas tecnologías y todo esto crea un movimiento y un ecosistema que creo que es muy favorable para todo lo que es la ciudad y la comunidad valenciana en general, el tejido productivo de aquí de la zona.
Muy bien. Una pregunta más. ¿Qué podríamos aportar entre todos, tú incluyéndote como empresa, como startup, qué podríamos aportar a las nuevas ideas del futuro? La innovación, la inspiración al futuro. ¿Qué podríamos aportar?
Pues creo que lo suyo es intentar conectar más a lo mejor lo que son startups, empresas ya establecidas y digamos los institutos tecnológicos, de alguna forma para que se creen ahí lazos más que saquen más beneficio, que sea más beneficioso para todos en general. Favorecer la colaboración, dirías.
Muy bien, Carlos, pues nada, muchísimas gracias y que siga yendo bien. Os deseamos, pues eso, mucho éxito y crecimiento en vuestra startup. Un saludo. Nos vemos. Continuamos.
Eso no puede ocurrir, ¿eh?
No te amarres tanto que...
No, es que si no me hubieses estirado de aquí.
Vale. No, yo voy a ir controlando las distancias, así, porque si no voy a tirar un poquito más adelante.
Ya, por eso me lo trinco aquí, para que no estires de ahí arriba.
Vale. Hacemos siempre este perfil, izquierdo, ¿vale? Stand, izquierdo, ¿vale? Vale, correcto. Voy a ponerte...
Vale, de acuerdo.
Salta un poquito primero.
Sí. Hola, muy buenas tardes y aquí seguimos de recorrido por este maravilloso evento 2022 en la ciudad de las artes y las ciencias, Valencia. Y esta vez nos hemos encontrado con una preciosa mujer que se llama Estrella. Ella es Generalitat Valenciana IBACE, ¿de acuerdo? Enterprise Europe Network. Muy bien, y queremos hacer una pequeña consulta a Estrella, si nos lo permitís. Estrella, cuéntanos cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022 como expositora, como interventora en esta macro startup de diferentes pequeñas empresas. Cuéntanos un poco, Estrella, ¿cómo está siendo tu experiencia?
Bueno, pues la verdad es que nosotros hemos notado mucha diferencia con el año pasado. Esto se está volviendo cada vez más importante y más interesante. No hemos parado de atender a gente esta mañana muy interesada, las startups, en conocer los servicios que puede ofrecer la Generalitat Valenciana, y vemos que hay mucho movimiento y con muchas ganas de preguntar en todos los stands. Nos gusta mucho esta experiencia este año, la verdad es que sí.
Muy bien, y una segunda y última pregunta. Cuéntanos qué puedes aportar, o entre todos, incluyéndote dentro de esta maravillosa startup de pequeñas empresas, qué podemos aportar a la innovación del desarrollo para el futuro como empresa. ¿Qué podríamos aportar? Danos un consejo.
Bueno, yo creo que lo que tienen que pensar las empresas locales es que el mercado local actualmente ya es Europa. Me gustaría hacerles hincapié a las empresas valencianas de que no tengan miedo de salir fuera de Valencia, y a las empresas de fuera que Valencia es una ciudad muy importante para las startups y además muy cómoda para vivir y muy cómoda para hacer negocios desde aquí.
Muy bien, pues aquí tenemos el consejo de Estrella, Generalitat Valenciana IBACE, y bueno, nos despedimos. Muchísimas gracias y mucho éxito en vuestro crecimiento como empresa. ¿De acuerdo? Hasta luego. Nos vemos, amigos.
Todo ese día. Sígueme y vamos a esta otra, ¿vale? Sígueme, vamos a llegar a esta gente. Vale, sí, y va mejorando para la gente. No hacemos cortes. Vale, sí, vale. What is the company? So we have Hi. So we have a group of companies, so we have 3 products. One is about video analytics, the drones for the video analytics, and the communication that allows to vamos dentro y es como si fuera un traveling. Por lo tanto, es que no vamos a poder preparar. Vamos a tener que preguntar a esta gente de qué se dedica. Tú, hola, ¿y cómo os parece que tal? Y qué no sé, y no vamos a preparar en cada sitio. Vamos todo el rato de seguir. Vale, las 2 preguntas y ya está. ¿Vale? Vale. Your name is? My name is Jan. Jan. Yeah. Okay. Arrancamos y no preguntamos. Hacemos las 2 preguntas. Directly. Okay. Hello, Mr. Jan. Hello. Hello, my name is Michael. I have a question for you. Tell me, what is your experience in 2022 years in the Valencia Digital Summit? What is your experience with the startup?
So I think it's a very positive experience meeting different people, customers for us, because we just came this year, so it is a way to understand better the market, to see possible partners. We found a few companies that are interesting to work with, because technology is not only about owning something, it's about being able to partner with other startups. And I think here is good, and also some opportunity with some investors. So really good.
It's more interesting. I have other question for you. Tell me something. For example, for the future, you have a good idea. You have tell me something about inspiring about the future. About the technology, about all the PMS or all the startup market.
So the future for us is start selling. So make the first customers and scale here in Spain thanks to the ecosystem which is helping us and find new opportunities.
Perfect. Thanks, Ian. It's a good pleasure. Have a good look. Come on. Let's go. Seguimos. Bueno, estamos aquí ahora en Work Happy y vamos a hablar con varios de los exponentes, integrantes de esta pequeña startup. Y aquí tenemos pues un vehículo teledirigido. Cuéntanos un poco, ¿cómo ha sido tu experiencia, cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022, en esta Startup Market de Valencia? Cuéntanos un poco. ¿Cómo está siendo tu experiencia?
Pues mira, trabajamos para HP, hemos generado este pequeño producto que le llamamos HP Sideprint, en el que desde hace 4 años más o menos empezó como una pequeña idea de cómo podemos imprimir en el suelo, y al final en estos 4 años hemos conseguido desarrollar lo que ahora es ya un producto final, en el que podemos hacer replanteos en una obra concreta de cualquier plano que tengamos en el. Entonces digitalizamos el propio plano, como podréis ver luego allí en el stand, y simplemente dándole un botón de imprimir podemos imprimir el plano en la obra.
Muy bien, una última consulta y una última pregunta. Danos un consejo para mejorar o para estar un poco más dentro del nuevo sistema de desarrollo de las Startup Market, en inspiración para el futuro. Por ejemplo. Que ya estás bastante metido en el futuro.
A ver, yo creo que sobre todo al final es tener en cuenta qué quieren los empleados, ¿no? Qué ideas pueden tener los empleados y ser capaces de desarrollarlas y llevarlas a cabo, ¿no? Yo creo que aquí tenemos un buen ejemplo de cómo empezamos con un primer germen de queremos ideas de los empleados y cómo llevar a cabo esas ideas, preparar un pequeño speech, un pequeño discurso delante del management más alto para, si tenía sentido o no, poderla llevar a cabo, ¿no? Y dar financiación poco a poco, progresiva, para demostrar que esa idea es funcional y al final llevar a cabo el propio producto.
Perfecto. Pues muchísimas gracias. Os deseo mucho éxito en vuestro desarrollo y en vuestros proyectos y nos vemos. Continuamos. Y seguimos aquí visitando la Generalitat Valenciana, Consejería de Economía Sostenible, Sectores de Producción, Comercio y Trabajo. JAMP, ¿verdad? ¿Correcto? Y tenemos varias empresas, por lo que veo. Entidades. Muy bien, Isidro, cuéntanos un poco cómo está siendo la experiencia en este Startup Market, o en este startup, en este maravilloso recinto. ¿Cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022?
Siempre es positivo estar en el ambiente y en el entorno de crear empresas, startups, que la tecnología llegue a las empresas, que llegue a los mercados, que se haga visible. Eso, todo el esfuerzo que se haga en ese sentido es favorable, con lo cual este espacio tan magnífico como es el museo, pues invita a eso. Y la verdad es que no nos defrauda ni mucho menos, sino todo lo contrario. Es una satisfacción estar aquí y poder hacer visible también pues las actividades de lo que estamos haciendo el día a día, tanto de la Generalitat como de las diferentes entidades, el FEI Valencia, la Dirección General de Emprendimiento, etcétera. Entidades que estamos pues eso, para potenciar y fomentar la creación y diversificación empresarial.
Muy bien, Isidro, danos un último consejo inspirador en la innovación en el futuro. ¿Cómo nos vemos en el futuro? ¿Cómo te gustaría que nos viésemos en el futuro con las startups de este renacimiento?
Vamos a ver, yo soy optimista por naturaleza, entonces confío en un futuro mejor, aunque entiendo que es difícil, y más en una situación actual. Pero es algo muy importante. El mundo no se va a detener por nada ni por nadie, con lo cual hay que evolucionar. La innovación es cambiar las cosas que se puedan cambiar para bien. Y después cada uno tiene que encontrar su sitio en este mundo. Entonces, no todo es emprender, pero no todo es o es tan imposible emprender. Es posible. Es muy complicado, pero es posible, con lo cual el tema es que tiene que haber oportunidades para todos y que se den oportunidades para todos, que todo el mundo tenga la capacidad de poder hacerlo.
Nos quedamos con esta frase que nos acaba de decir el amigo Isidro: todo es posible. Innovación y desarrollo en este Startup 2022. Muchísimas gracias. Continuamos. Vamos a ver qué encontramos por aquí en este grandioso recinto. Es enorme. Alguien encontraremos para que nos dé su visión y su experiencia. Seguimos por aquí. Venid, venid. Hola, muy buenas tardes. Y aquí tenemos a uno de los integrantes de esta startup Y vamos a realizar un par de preguntas breves que seguramente me las podrás contestar.
Seguro.
Seguro.
Y es con un caramelo, eso sí, ¿eh?
No pasa nada. Una pregunta. ¿Cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022, en esta startup? Cuéntanos un poco.
En esta startup en concreto, pues una maravilla, la verdad, porque empezamos el año con un plan de crecimiento súper ambicioso y lo estamos cumpliendo. Así que, pues con ganas de afrontar ya prácticamente los retos del 2023, pero la experiencia maravillosa.
Y una última pregunta. ¿Qué nos recomiendas, qué consejo nos das para la innovación, la inspiración al desarrollo en el futuro?
Yo creo que tiene que ver con la mentalidad. Con la mentalidad de estar abierto a crecer, de no conformarte con lo que tienes y de pensar que siempre hay algo que mejorar. Una vez que adquieres esta mentalidad, siempre vas a tener una mentalidad de crecimiento, que es lo que se necesita para la innovación. Así que yo lo que recomiendo es ser consciente de la mentalidad que se necesita.
Muchísimas gracias y nos quedamos también con este mensaje. Mentalidad y conciencia, innovación y desarrollo en este Startup Market 2022 Valencia. Muchas gracias y continuamos. Vamos por aquí. Bueno, muy buenas tardes, muy buenas tardes. Hello. Just speak English. Okay, we have a question for you. What is your experience in these years in this place in Valencia? Valencia Digital Summit. What is your experience?
I think for now the experience is pretty immense. There's so many people. I think the atmosphere is really good, and what we like as our group of companies that we've been here for quite a lot of years as an international company, and people are really curious, like, hey, what have you been doing? And what are you doing here? And we just love Valencia. And I think this digital summit brings a lot together. And it's growing. It's been growing over the years. So Valencia is...
It's growing.
Yes.
Okay, tell me one thing and we go. What is your experience, the innovation in the future? For example, what is your idea?
Yeah, I think Valencia, if it's in regards to Valencia, I think over the years it's been changing rapidly. And what I see, more tech companies, more international companies, more high knowledge people are getting here. And I think this combination is really making this a very special place. And that's also the reason why we are here, because the talent you can attract, the technology which is actually happening here, and simply the life in Valencia beams us up, right? Yeah.
Good. Thanks. And goodbye. Goodbye. Seguimos. Venid por aquí, acompañarme. Bueno, ya estamos aquí en esta startup. Vamos a hablar con uno de los integrantes, Lorenzo. Lorenzo, cuéntanos un poco cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022, en este Valencia Digital Summit. Cuéntanos un poco.
Pues la verdad es que bastante guay todo súper emocionados. Aquí hay muchísimos stands, hay muchísimas startups distintas, cada una con la otra, y cada año, ya que es el quinto año que estamos aquí, es una emoción única venir y participar, es algo muy guay.
Lorenzo, sei italiano? Bravo. Sì. Adesso ti faccio un'altra pregunta, una consulta piccolina. Come mi parla adesso della innovazione e la ispirazione del futuro della tecnologia o della startup?
Es una bellísima domanda. Tengo que ser sincero, al día de hoy ya hemos visto con muchísimas startups, a pesar de cuál sea su idea, que todos van hacia la innovación tecnológica, ¿no? Muchos utilizan, nosotros también, la inteligencia artificial para acabar con sus proyectos. Y la verdad es que creo que por lo menos para nosotros, es el camino correcto a seguir a partir ya del 2021. Lo hemos visto post pandemia, que la tecnología es importante y que hay que digitalizar la mayoría de los procesos de cada uno de nosotros.
Un piacere, Lorenzo. Nos quedamos con este mensaje. Hay que priorizar y digitalizar el futuro aquí en Startup Market. Hasta luego. Continuamos por aquí. Hola, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Un par de preguntas para esta maravillosa startup que se llama UBS Cloud. Vente para acá, vente para acá. Vente para acá. Cuéntanos un poco cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022 aquí en este maravilloso recinto lleno de pequeñas y medianas empresas, startup también. Tú me decías que esto no es una startup, pero cuéntanos un poco, rápidamente.
De VH Cloud. VH Cloud es la alternativa europea, es la alternativa del cloud. Tenemos otros proveedores americanos, otros actores, pero VH Cloud lo que viene es a tener reversibilidad, un cloud abierto, un cloud para todos. Y bueno, respondiendo a tu pregunta básicamente de qué me ha parecido el evento, es una gran oportunidad para reunirte con actores, fundadores del ecosistema también.
Muy bien, una última consulta. Danos un consejo para inspirar al futuro del renacimiento, del crecimiento y desarrollo de estas pequeñas y medianas empresas que ves muchas por aquí.
No hacer vendor locking, creo yo, que eso es ser reversible y ser transparente, ser tú mismo. Yo creo que eso es algo, cuando uno hace las cosas con el corazón y es uno mismo, puede hacer algo que también tenga un impacto para los demás, para ayudar a los demás. Y veo muchos proyectos de ese tipo aquí. Eso es lo que hacemos también en VH Cloud.
Transparency and Technology. ¿Ok? Muchísimas gracias y continuamos. Venidos por aquí. Bueno, y seguimos visitando pequeñas startups o medianas, y aquí tenemos Action, Happy Donia, Dear CEO, y estamos hablando con uno de los fundadores, ¿no? Rafael. Un worker, un trabajador de esta startup. Cuéntanos cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022 aquí en Valencia Digital Summit.
Pues este ha sido mi primer año en el evento y la verdad es que muy interesante, mucha gente, no sé, me está gustando bastante. Sí.
Cuéntanos ahora, danos un consejo, tú como trabajador dentro de esta startup, danos un consejo, por ejemplo, innovación, inspiración para el desarrollo y el futuro de las startups. ¿Cómo las ves? ¿O cómo te gustaría que se fuese desarrollando?
Pues al final, detrás de una startup hay mucho trabajo, hay mucha gente detrás y sobre todo en cualquier startup lo que hay es un equipo bien cohesionado y que al final en cualquier proyecto encontrar un buen equipo y personas que te apoyen siempre es clave para sacar adelante cualquier producto, servicio, cualquier startup, cualquier negocio y demás.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias y continuamos. Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. Nos encontramos aquí con la señorita Ana Luisa. ¿Hablamos en inglés o...? Vale, Ana Luisa, cuéntanos cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022, en esta startup, en Valencia 2022, la ciudad de las artes y las ciencias.
Vale, genial. Tengo unas pocas horas desde que llegué y he tenido la oportunidad de ver todas las startups que están presentes, escuchar alguna ponencia y nada, tratar de coger todo el conocimiento posible para aplicarlo a mi startup.
Muy bien, danos un último consejo. ¿Cómo debemos continuar con el desarrollo y la innovación en esta experiencia de las startups? ¿Vale? De las pequeñas empresas que están, pues eso, en evolución.
Nada, creo que crecer a nivel de networking, creo que es lo más importante para cualquier startup y nada, aportar más herramientas que nos funcionen para seguir teniendo networking y conexiones entre startups y entre inversores y con todos.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias, Ana. Continuamos. Venidos para acá. Vamos a ver si encontramos a alguien más para que nos cuente su experiencia y cómo lo están viviendo en esta Startup 2022 en Valencia. Venidos por aquí. Hola, muy buenas tardes. Muy buenas tardes. Te acabamos de pillar de improviso. Sorpresa. Cuéntanos un poco cómo está siendo tu experiencia en este 2022 en Valencia Digital Summit.
Muy bien, hasta ahora empezamos esta mañana bastante bien.
coméntanos un poco.
Considero que quizás a veces falta un poco más de apoyo, más en la parte inicial, para impulsar. Y hay muchos proyectos que están muy buenos, se están quedando por falta de capital o recursos o formación o lo que sea, y se están quedando y faltaría un poquito más de apoyo de ese lado. De startups más grandes que hay en Valencia, porque hay muchas ya. Entonces quizás que se involucren un poquitito más y den una mano a las más pequeñas, por así decirlo.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias y a continuar. Gracias. Nos vemos Valencia Startup 2022 en la Ciudad de las Artes y las Ciencias. Michel, para todos vosotros, un placer. Nos vemos.
Pues sí, sí. Oops. Okay. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. How is the siesta going? Hard? Okay, well, I see positive people. That's the spirit. Ben, how is the siesta going? Good over there? Team, how is the siesta going there? We're all good. Yeah, they have power. Well, so we're going to start this after this lunch break, and we're going to keep on rolling with our incredible speakers. And precisely, we are now going to take a little plane, and we're going to fly all the way to the Americas, and we're going to be talking about the current state of technology in the Americas. It's becoming increasingly more and more important geopolitical piece of the tech space globally. So it's really interesting to see what's going on there right now. And to talk about that, I want to welcome our next speakers. Starting with our first speaker. He's a oldie, he's been here forever, fantastic person. So please welcome the America's Managing Director for Microsoft for Startups. Big applause to Mariano Amartino. Thank you for joining. There you go. And to join him, I want to invite Federico Jack, investment partner at Mieling VC. Big applause for Fede, please. So we're doing the Argentinian gang here.
Yeah, that's the mafia.
And joining online through Zoom, I want to welcome our very dear friend, Laura Gonzalez, founder and CEO of The Venture City. Laura, do we have you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, there you go. Hopefully they're going to connect you. I mean, we can hear you, we cannot see you. Ah, there you are, Laura. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining. And to run the show, I want to welcome your fantastic moderator. So please, one final big applause to Juan Manuel Porcaro, Executive Director of the Argentinian Venture Capital Association. Big applause. Juanma, floor is yours. Gentlemen, enjoy.
Hello, how are you? Well, I would like to say something about this beautiful panel here today. Laura had been an entrepreneur and also has been the country manager of eBay and Facebook also. But nowadays she is a US-based, leading an early stage VC. On the other hand, here we have Fede. For those who had the privilege of participating yesterday in the Go Hub Investor Day, you may know a lot of things about him, but I would like to say he's a serial killer entrepreneur, and nowadays he's a VC. And on the other hand, we have here Mariano, who may know him for leading Microsoft for startups in the Americas. But actually, he's the father of the LATAM ecosystem.
Godfather.
He had been doing lot of great work to boost the LATAM ecosystem. Okay, now, Laura, since 2019, we had seen that the top 5 companies are tech and had been based on venture capital. What do you think about LATAM, and if you think that we will see that also in LATAM countries?
Sure. So first of all, I would just like to say something about Mariano. Mariano not only was the father of the Latin American ecosystem, I think that Mariano did a lot for the Spanish companies from Spain, startups, back in the day. He had one of the most amazing blogs that I'm sure many of the people in the audience have read about, Hipertextual, and so many others. He really kind of like erased the frontiers of a Spanish-speaking country. So Mariano, take it. Anyway, so look, you know, the geography limitations are very old school. I'm sorry to say it that way. You know, entrepreneurs, we don't think with limits. You may be building an amazing company in, I don't know, in Godelleta, in Valencia, and from there you may be taking it to the rest of the world. You may be building an amazing company in Vancouver, Canada, and from there you're taking it all over the world, or in Córdoba, Argentina, and from there you're taking it to the end of the world. So the fact that I am building it here or in any of the sites in the Atlantic doesn't mean today more or less success. And I want to leave this very, very clear, because if something this terrible pandemic has taught us is the fact that talent has no zip code, no código postal, okay? So you can have an amazing team, you can have team decentralized in many places all over the world, and you may be building the next big thing. So as an investor now, myself surrounded by a lot of other entrepreneurs that are investors now, we don't look into if you are based in, I don't know, Colombia, Bogota, or in Jacksonville, or in Chiva, you know, in Spain. I am more focused into how big is the problem you're trying to solve? Are you really onboarding the right talent to make it happen? And how ambitious are you? Do you just want to have all the people, potential users in Spain, potential customers in Spain, or are you thinking beyond the Spanish borders, right? So I think that it's what capital, and I am, even though I'm from Madrid, I am an American investor right now. This is what we're thinking. We're thinking about supporting those crazy entrepreneurs, ambitious, no frontier limited, that are thinking about building the next thing, no matter where they are. Did I respond to your question?
Thank you, Laura. Yes. By the end of 2021, we had in LATAM 50 unicorns. 58 unicorns were new since 2019, boosted mainly for the pandemic change of habits we have saw. So do you think, in this 2022, we are seeing like a decrease in the number of unicorns, you know? Do you think we are going to see new unicorns again? And what do you think has the LATAM entrepreneur to go through it, go through this winter, let's say? What do you think, Fede?
I think it's very hard to think that it's possible to repeat the amount of unicorns, not only in Latin America, but anywhere else, because, well, you like it or not, the macro environment and the higher interest rates affect the amount of capital that go into VC and the evaluations that these VCs are comfortable with. So most likely of the 48, you said? Probably there's 2 now that are unicorns, I think, being very optimistic. So I think that we are going back to a phase where it's going to be harder to build $1 billion companies, like maybe 10 years ago. I don't say it's impossible, but I think it's going to take longer, like it used to be, probably 7-10 years, instead of seeing companies go in 4 years to $1 billion valuation. I think it's a matter of multiples and how much people are willing to pay for the equity, is that.
Thank you, Fede. Mariano, what do you think is the role venture debt is going to play in this context?
Wait a minute. Can we say something about the unicorns, Mariano
Sure.
and myself?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I think there's a little bit of psychological nightmare behind the term unicorn. Let's talk about it from the founder's perspective. So people tend to think that the more money you raise, the more valuation your startup has, the better for the founder. But actually, most of the time, it's the opposite. The more money you raise, at the wrong valuation, probably too high, the more diluted as a founder you get. So by the time you get public or you exit, you have a small, tiny piece of what has taken you, blood, sweat, and tears to build. So I think that we are in the moment right now of the efficiency and the austere founders, which means you may not reach a unicorn valuation, but I'm sure that if you really keep into account the growth accounting of your company, the GAAP accounting of your company, and you run it with austerity, even though you don't get a unicorn valuation, you get a lot of money with it, right? So let's put both sides, of the picture, because investors tend to be very upset with having unicorns under their portfolios. And I think it's great when you have unicorns that have been very well built, founders have skin in the game, and everybody is very happy with it. But what has happened in the last years is that they were fluffy unicorns, right? With very inflated valuations at times, not always, but where the founders were missing a lot of the upside. So I think that is very important to put it into the table, because all the founders that may be looking at you and all the investors that may be listening to us right now, they should agree that the more austere, the best run the companies are, if they reach unicorn valuation, that's great. But if they don't, it's also great.
Thank you, Aura, for sharing your reflection. And Mariano, what about venture debt? In this context.
No. I loved your eyes trying to remember. Well, I think that if we look at what Laura and Fede said, venture debt will play a role, a huge role, especially for the companies that took rounds at valuations that now they can't justify. So doing a down round is bad for everyone, especially for the team, for the talent that they want to retain. So I think that even if you don't like venture debt, it's a tool that nowadays might help them try to gain some time until they get the to try to see if they can get some sort of the older valuations back into game. No? But it could be super interesting to understand what Fede thinks about this as a finance guy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if especially U.S. companies and Europeans, when they have access to lines of credit and venture debt, it gives you more time before doing another equity round. So it's you have different options on the table. I would go with what Mariano says of it's going to be probably playing a bigger role now. But it's a different math. It has different terms to what we are used to. So it's going to be, I think, CFOs or controllers, VP of finance are going to be a little bit more important ahead, in the times ahead, maybe next year or so. Yeah. It's not going to be as easy as, I wouldn't for lack of a better word, as fast, I would say, to raise capital than it was 2020, 2021, I think.
Sure. And despite this winter and this global context, we can see global investors interested in LATAM. We can see we have a region of 620 million inhabitants that has 6.5 of the GDP global, but only represents 2.5 of the venture capital invested, in this context. What do you expect, Marian, from LATAM for the next few years?
Well, without a doubt, there will always be money for good entrepreneurs and for good ideas. On the other hand, what's happening is short term, there's a lot of dry powder to spend, but long term, Latin America it's a region that has a lot of problems and a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs and for investors. If you look at how the macroeconomics and how the infrastructure works in US or Europe, in times of crisis, they try to solve the life of people super easy, and in LATAM it doesn't exist. So LATAM will be a fantastic playground for new startups and new ideas to grow. So I think that right now, early stage will be fantastic. Series B, maybe Series B and C will suffer a bit. And I think that Laura shares that.
Yes. Laura, what are you seeing from Miami?
Not sure if
You're
you share
receiving
that.
a lot of talent, no?
Yes. If I think about the companies that we've invested, 30% of our companies were based in Latin America, and as Mariano was saying, one of the biggest countries in Latin America, Brazil, is going into elections this weekend. So we're all kind of like, okay, let's see what happens. So there is a geopolitical situation there in almost sadly every country that we need to factor in. Now, if I think about returns, the companies that are giving us the biggest returns are from Latin America. Latin America is always in crisis. It is not new to them. The US lives in abundance. In Europe, North Europe, they've lived more in abundance, right? Spain, Portugal, we are very austere. We know how to manage things. Extraordinary entrepreneurs, they know how to live with a little, right? So Latin America knows how to live and knows how to build with little. So I am very, very optimistic in the early stage, meaning as Mariano was saying, we do invest up to Series A and then we follow on in Series B. So we're very, very focused there, and I'm sure I am looking into amazing companies today in Latin America. Now, it's true that the biggest tickets, 25 million tickets, the 50 million tickets, the 100 million tickets, those that were led by outside Spain, Latin American countries. They're kind of like fading away a little bit to see what happens with the whole world situation. But on the other side, as we were saying before, there's facilities for venture debt that we didn't have before. So if you're running a good company, healthy, growing, with a good monetization tactics and economics and unit economics, you're going to be able to now enter these venture debt facilities that were not available before. But if you're doing growth for the sake of growth, there's no clear value, no retention rates whatsoever, you're going to have a hard time in the next following months.
Good. Mainly we see startups from Argentina scaling up in Mexico, no? Is there any opportunity to scale to Europe? What challenges and opportunities can you imagine, Fede?
I think the normal roadmap is to go to either Colombia or Mexico, because those are a little bit more stable than Argentina or even bigger than Chile, and that makes sense. Usually entrepreneurs from LATAM decide to go to Brazil later because of the, I would say, language barrier. I think Europe is not their first choice. After that, it's usually the US, once you have been prepared to compete. But I would see, I don't think it's crazy to think that maybe Spanish company wants to go to LATAM, where there's more connection with the language, with the culture. I haven't seen much of that, but I think it would be possible to see it the other way around. I wouldn't see it as crazy, you know, with all the stability you have in Spain and all the funds that you have here, all the people wanting to become entrepreneurs. I think, you know, it wouldn't be as hard as going to the US where there's so much competition in every single sector. But there's so much that needs to be done in Latin America, and it's still a big market, that I would say the other way around. You know, it's not that many entrepreneurs of LATAM would choose Europe. They would probably continue trying to go for Series B and C in the US, like they normally do. But I would expect that some Spanish would decide to come to LATAM. I'm probably the only one that thinks that way.
Good. Mariano, which are the main verticals you can see going on in Latin America? And if you think they are working in digital transformation, or if you are seeing innovation, disruptive innovation?
Well, that's an interesting question, because there's a lot of things that are not disruptive innovation. It's just making things work. For instance, I mean, fintech will still be one of the hot verticals, but that's because of the lack of infrastructure over there. I don't see a new bank growing out of Spain, because you basically have all that solved here with BBVA or I don't know who is the sponsor here. If it's not BBVA, let's say Caixa or someone else. Yeah. So maybe, I mean, fintech will still be a huge part of the investment into the region, and I truly believe that cybersecurity, well, the deep tech, but I think that health and life sciences, it's a really good vertical. Then you have data and AI, which gets a lot of things, but data and AI in LATAM solving a lot of things with huge data sets that will be easily collected across different countries, and with 600 million people over there will be fantastic. But again, those are kind of easy to understand, because there are a lot of unfulfilled needs in the market. And disruption, I'm not sure how I would define disruption, especially in all the things that we are seeing constantly. A lot of things on Web3, even when I hate that term, Web3 is doing a lot of things, and some useful applications of blockchain for mainly tracking of things.
Thank you, Mario.
Can I say something about disruption?
Yeah.
Because, you know, so there is this Valenciana, Ana Maikes. I'm sure you guys have met her. She's built an amazing company called Neuroelectrons, which basically is the power of the brain. I think that everything in neuroscience in the next following years is going to be extraordinary. And the fact that we have a Valenciana female founder, that is, by the way, Entrepreneur of the Year by Goldman Sachs as of last week. So there it goes to Ana. I think that is going to be very, very interesting to see.
We have 30 seconds to go, so I will ask my last question, and for the three of you, which are the main differences you can see between an entrepreneur in LATAM and in Europe? 2-3 words for... Yeah.
Lau, start.
Resilience, creativity, rock and roll. That's LATAM.
I don't know how to say this, but I think in LATAM you don't have many options, so you have to try to dream big, and so that would be ambition. What I see in Spain or Europe, what I've seen is it's a different mindset, I would say. You know,
you have other elections, let's say.
Sorry?
You have other options.
Yeah, I don't see that people thinking that big. You know, normally it's, well, I ran out of time.
Grit, ya está. That's it. Just one word. Grit. That's the difference. Grit.
See? I didn't know how to say it.
Yeah, I don't know, but grit is a nice word that sums up that difference of attitude. That's it.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Thanks, Laura.
I think Mariano is hired, right? We are going to hire Mariano. Are you sure you don't want to change? No. Sure? Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Big applause for them, please. Thank you so much. And thank you, Laura, who was over there. Goodbye, Laura. And we're moving back from Latin America, and the interesting effects are happening there with something that's also entirely connected. Like, we live in a world where geopolitics matter more and more, and obviously I think I will make the understatement of the year if I said Europe is in flux. Stuff is happening in Europe. And our next panel is precisely going to be talking about that, about all the things that are happening and how tech fits into the picture. How can tech be used in these situations where you have high levels of uncertainty, high variation? And we have a stellar panel with people that I know personally, most of them, and they have extensive experience both using tech in hard situations and traveling around the place and seeing and talking with people all across the board. So I'm going to start calling our next panel because they're wonderful people, very talented people. So please give a bright applause to Egita Polanska, partner at Startup Wise Guys, all the way from Riga. Please, big applause for Egita. Thank you very much. If someone knows what's going on, it's them, that are pretty much close. To join Egita, I want to welcome our dear, beloved friend, Mike Arias, General Partner of the Leadwind Fund at K-Fund. Big applause for Mike. Hello. Thank you, Miguel. And to join them, our one and only local resident that has a lot of experience on the ground seeing how this looks like from the other side. Please welcome Margarita Albors, founder and president at the Social Nest Foundation. And to run the show, someone that has been involved with tech for years, that knows refugees, and he just wazzle-dazzle into the stage. Big applause to the one and only editor-at-large at TechCrunch, Mike Butcher.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Thanks. It's lovely to see so many of you turn up. What a vast crowd we have before us. A crazy welcome from Valencia, Valencia Digital Summit. I've just come from San Francisco, so if I sound jet-lagged, it's because I am. I'm Mike Butcher. I'm a journalist with TechCrunch, have been since 1866, and of course many of you remember the switch from the horse-drawn carriage to the internal combustion engine was a great story. Europe in flux. This is a very general question. What I suppose we're going to be doing is whether or not Europe is coming up with any solutions to the absolute shit show which we face right now. We have an energy crisis, there is a war on the continent, inflation is running rampant. What can tech do? Well, this is a very, very tech question, because in the technology world, we are always obsessed with ourselves, thinking that we can solve all of the world's problems with an app. And of course, it's not true. However, we do our best, and at least some of us think about these subjects when the people in the, shall we say, the petroleum industry couldn't give a shit. So let's go for something, let's go for everyone's specialisms at the moment. Starting right at the end, Egita from Wise Guys. Now, you Startup Wise Guys, you started in Latvia, and unfortunately we're missing one panelist, John Bradford, who was advertised to speak, unfortunately. But John was one of the really amazing sort of, kicker-offers, or as it were, of Startup Wise Guys. But you guys are an accelerator. You've got quite a broad range of broad view across Europe. Some of the big issues that are facing the planet right now, like climate, diversity in society, things like that. You guys, you must be coming up with lots of solutions with all your startups. You're presumably optimistic for obvious reasons, but you continue to grow, don't you? So there's obviously something going on. What do you think? That was a very long preamble by me, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things going on, and I guess throughout all these, so we were started almost 10 years, no, more than 10 years ago actually. Now it's 2012.
Hold it a bit closer so we
okay,
can all hear.
now it's better?
That's better, yeah.
Yeah, so we started the accelerator in Estonia actually, but thank you for saying Latvia because I'm Latvian.
Ah, sorry, yes.
No, very good. Latvia also needs some part of the Baltics, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, we started 10 years ago, and again, I think it was trying to solve some issues, trying to solve some problems, and at that time, Baltics were definitely not one of the top countries in tech. I think probably we did something right, and now we're also looking over the 10 years, and I'm working with Startup Wise Guys for almost 7 years, and there has been different crises. And we still kept, I guess, going, and what I can tell, it's like there is some optimism, because there is a crisis, but there's always some sort of solution at the end. And we kept growing, funnily enough, during the COVID, because that unlocked different things for us, as we don't have to be based in one city or in one country. We can actually do whatever we do in global kind of ecosystem. We started getting applications from startups from North America, from South America, Australia. They still suffer with the time zones, but at least now we sort of get them.
But I mean, we've had some unicorns come out of Europe, Spotify, Klarna. You know, Klarna's putting us all into debt. Spotify's just taking, you know, putting all the musicians into debt. And, what was it? What's the one from Romania? UiPath is just putting enterprises into debt. I'm joking, of course. But they're a unicorn. Where's the climate unicorn in Europe right now? Where's that going to come from? Is it going to come from you?
That's a tough question.
Just say yes.
Yes, of course, always.
Yeah. You're champing at the bit, Miguel. What do you think?
We're going to see climate unicorns, which are not just exactly doing things around climate, but maybe around energy, around data applied for energy optimization. So it's not just climate as the little thing, right? But answer to your question, I think that here from Spain, Clarity, or it's Spain-US company from a Spanish founder, Rebecca Minguela, which is doing the ESG indexes for all investors that could become the Moody's for climate. It's probably a unicorn now, and they raised more than $300 million. So there you have one at least.
Right, I see. Well, turning to you, you're presumably optimistic, but your fund invests broad brush. Do you see any really interesting things going on in terms of, say, the energy crisis that's going on, for instance?
Yeah.
I mean, Spain is obviously very much at the cutting edge of the climate crisis right now.
I do see quite a few interesting things, and as you know, in Spain we have also many different kind of energy mixes, and also some big incumbents like Iberdrola or others, which are more innovative than other companies around there. So there is innovation from the corporate side, and there is this push also from the government side. There is now also support. So what I've seen more, I'm not an hardware expert, and our fund is not doing too many hardware investments, but on the application of AI into the energy crisis, I've seen very interesting companies. There's one also from here from Spain called PlexiGrid. They're trying to optimize how much energy you consume from the grid and how you can give it that back. So the idea that you are not just being a consumer but also a producer, I think is super exciting.
I see. Okay. And, now turning to you, Margarita, with the Social Nest Foundation, you're very focused on impact. One of the big problems, of course, in Europe that we've had historically is that LPs and investors don't really understand impact. There's, in a way, that the United States is a bit better at this because they have an enormous sort of philanthropy arm, but they also seem to be big fans of what impact investing is. Whereas in Europe, we still had a huge misunderstanding, perhaps. Where are we on that journey? Because, you know, that's another big problem that we've got to solve.
Yeah, definitely. As you are saying, we come from this bipolar world, and we need still to let people know that they can allocate their capital to have an impact, but at the same time to have returns. So we see that, well, we started 12 years ago as a foundation supporting startups, but also working with investors. And you can imagine 12 years ago, no one will talk about this. And fortunately, this is more, you can listen to sustainability funds and impact investing like more everywhere, but the reality is that there's still a lot to be done in order for the investors to deploy capital in this. I think now what we are the risk right now is more that everything is sustainable right now, right? So the investors, what they are finding is they see sustainable funds like everywhere, and they don't understand why that's sustainable, or they start seeing, okay, this fund exactly which type of companies are investing, and they see that maybe there's not much difference because there's there's some regulation coming from the EU to make the sustainable finance more transparent. But the reality is that we are now on the the greenwashing and impact washing risk, where the investors say, okay, I'm investing in this fund, but this is really sustainable investment. So this is contributing to the untrust about the sector. So it's not even good. So I think we are better than 12 years ago, but there's still a lot to be done for them to understand this, to see that this is a real opportunity for them to invest, to build trust around that, and to really see how they can
Isn't
give
the
some
answer
steps.
just to show them, the returns that they can get from investing in that?
Yeah, I mean, for example, the GENE, which is the Global Impact Investing Network that is based in the US, and it's the organization that has a report every year about the sector and how it is growing and the risks and perception. They make a report for investors around the globe, and you can see that 70% of investors claim that they have received returns at the same level or even higher than the initial expectations. So definitely something that investors can value and can see that even if they have specific expectations, the sector can provide more. And it is growing. I mean, it's more 1.2 trillion that is now deployed in impact investing. And it's definitely, now with the crisis, maybe it's changing a little bit, but definitely it was growing in the past years.
I can say you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, because I'm also thinking about that, and I hear that in the crisis sometimes what it's needed is the optimization and automatization and everything, how to do things better. And that's what I'm also, for example, about the impact startups, sustainability startups, and the return. And I'm working closely with cybersecurity, which is also similar. It takes years for everyone to understand what they're doing, because they always start as a very niche thing that only some of the people like, and that's why the startups also are changing. It's like, it's the chain reaction. Startups need to get to their clients, they need to start getting returns, which also brings the investors, of course, more interested. And from our experience, it just takes so much time. And I guess for us, it's a little bit easier because we invest in the very early stage, and we see them when there's only idea stage, and of course, not all of them survive. But the more we work on that, and the more effort we put in that, they become more seen, and actually the more returns are coming at the end. But
Miguel.
It's not easy.
Yeah, as the greedy investor in the room, I think they are not antagonistic, right? I mean, having interest and having purpose and being mission driven and wanting to get a better world can be tied together with wanting to have profits. More than ever than ESG is not anymore like a decoration or the frosting of the cake, right? I mean, it's something that you should do by design, because it's actually what people and buyers need and acutely want. So more and more, I think that all the traditional funds like ours are having a much stronger angle around impact and having much more attention put into the entrepreneurs who are shaping a new, better world. And that is one, because we have the privilege to work in something that has a purpose, that's amazing, but B, because that's what's going to get us the best returns. So I don't think one goes against the other, and I see a clear trend around that is like a convergence of the impact funds and the traditional funds into the same segue.
Is there a sense in which, right now, it's 2022, that this confluence of problems that are happening, Brexit, although obviously that's more of the UK's problem than Europe's, the energy crisis is obvious, related to the Ukraine war, which is obvious in its own right, and then also the inflation crisis, which is going to lead to global recessions in Europe. in a weird way, there's going to be a baptism of fire in Europe over the next couple of years. All of these problems are going to have new thinking to address them, whether it be reduction in the amount of power that we use so that we can switch to renewables more easily, so that we can spin up batteries, so that we can perhaps make our financial systems more fleet of foot, allow young people to save more perhaps, things like that. God knows who's going to solve the housing crisis. I don't think I've got a huge bugbear with that, especially startups, by the way, just to segue, technology companies who are enabling rentier economies, I have a very, very deep problem with. But there are all these problems that are going to be happening right now. We're going to see some technology sort of approaches to these problems, aren't we? Go for it.
Sure. I mean, I think that's the way to go. I mean, I see technology as a way to help us to solve these challenges. And that's why I think innovation, entrepreneurship, but also capital coming to that, it's so much needed.
Miguel, I mean, the United States is going to have the similar problems, but not nearly to the same extent, would you say? Or would you disagree?
I think we're all in the same boat here, in a way, so the problems are going to be similar. To what you were saying, I think that resonates to me is, yes, the crisis can be a trigger and can spark creativity, but this is another thing around timing, and what we do live in now is a tectonic shift of the technology platforms that we have in the world. I mean, the fact that there's enough maturity in AI as a platform, enough maturity in IoTs and sensors being deployed and being used as a platform, blockchain that can be used as a platform, all these enabling technologies are creating a fundamental shift in how we can tackle these problems. So I would say crisis is going to spark creativity, but the tools are there. If the tools were not there, I would be much more worried. What makes me be a cautious optimist is the fact that we have both happening at the same time.
Some big areas that are going to be surely climate for obvious reasons, but also defence and cybersecurity. So a year ago, you probably wouldn't really have heard about defence startups very often. Now you do. So, I mean, is there not a case for almost a vertical accelerator for defence?
Well, in our case, we kind of consider at the moment cybersecurity.
You've got cybersecurity.
Yeah, it's like a bigger cybersecurity, basically. We put also for us, we have to be a bit more general, and also, for example, AI applications, different things go in there. But yeah, well, I think the cybersecurity and defense, including, is becoming way more important for everyone. And I think this is where the crisis is. I think it's, from my perspective, just working with the cybersecurity for already a couple of years, it's always considered like something very specific until it hits everyone and everyone needs to start thinking about it. And I think this is what crisis can actually trigger, to understand that it's not only for specific company in defense, but it's something that actually everyone needs. Even smaller companies?
Well, yes and no, because I mean, obviously, so Daniel Ek from Spotify famously put $50 million of his own money into an AI to help defense company, armies basically plan logistics and things like that. So there might be openings there, but he's famously only selling it to, or the company's only selling it to democracies, not to China and Russia, for obvious reasons. Thank God. Lastly, do we think the EU as an EU Commission, the EU Parliament, etc., do we think that they're fit for purpose? Do they still sort of do blah blah blah, or are they backing startups in the way that we need them to? What do you think?
Well, I think there are some things that are being done, and I mentioned before the SFDR, which is the type of regulation that hopefully will help kind of putting some things on the buckets for deploying more capital and making, building trust in the sector, in this case. But there is still a lot to be done, and sometimes I think the feeling is that there are many talking there, but then it doesn't arrive to the real startups and investors, in this case, doing this. So, well, I think in one hand, yes, but sometimes the link into the reality is missing, and there's to be.
Do you feel that you're getting the backing as an investor?
I think it's great on funding. Funding is working well. There's lots of money flowing into the market, both VCs and entrepreneurs, but it's far too much regulation and too different from one country to the other. That needs to change.
Still too much regulation, too much red tape. What do you think, Agata?
Yeah, I guess I have to agree. The funding is great because especially as now with Startup Wise Guys, we see there's a lot of countries, a lot of cities, even city level, that are sort of getting this funding to attract startups. And they have this, regulation-wise, yes, there are good regulations. There are also bad regulations. So I'm with Margarita as well. It's like, yes, but also no sometimes.
Well, I've just been, as I said famously at the outset, I've just been in San Francisco. And there the word regulation isn't even in the dictionary a lot of the time, so people don't really think about it at all. Quick advert, ladies and gentlemen, come to the Europas Awards next week, November the 1st, Lisbon, during Web Summit. But for now, thank you very much, Agata from Startup Wise Guys, Miguel from K Fund, and Margarita from Social Nest Foundation.
Thank you, folks.
Oh, yeah.
See you later.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much, everyone. It was a pleasure having you. You behaved?
Thank you.
He behaved? Good. She's from Riga. Remember that one. Anyway, you had fun? Are we having fun? Yes? Okay, good. We started with a small crowd, but you guys keep growing. Siesta is under control. You know where the coffee machine is? Good. That's the important thing. Well, I'm very, very excited with our next panel because it's not really a panel. It's going to be a nice conversation with someone that you've probably seen all late in the evening if you were in the guest reception. She's an extraordinary person. She has had an incredible track record working with some of the most, I would say, disruptive CEOs in the world, including Google and Amazon. And she now kind of uses all the experience through the years to guide people into growing and making the best company they can do. And so we're going to have a very interesting conversation with our next speaker. So please welcome, with an incredible applause, to talk about learnings from scaling Amazon and Google, all the way from the US, even though she speaks good Spanish, so you can test her afterwards. Big applause to the founder and leadership strategist of Hypergiant, Anne Hyatt. Big applause, please.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anne, for joining.
Thanks, Alex. It's quite an introduction.
Muy
bien,
¿y tú?
Muy bien, sí.
There you go.
¿Hablamos ella español? Castellano, valenciano.
Well, some people might not follow. So.
Vale, okay.
So, Anne, thank you very much for joining. It's a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
And there's so many questions that we can talk about here on your experience, your work, the kind of things that you bring to the table. But maybe one that came to mind immediately is like you talk a lot about the Silicon Valley playbook, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes if you've traveled around and you've experienced Silicon Valley, you kind of get the grist of it and how it goes. But I would love for you to tell us a little bit more. What do you interpret as the Silicon Valley playbook? Do you see it only in the Valley? Do you see it elsewhere? What's your take on that? What is the playbook?
I mean, the playbook is an oversimplification of success models that I've seen over the 15 years that I worked in tech in Silicon Valley. So my very first job ever after undergrad was working directly for Jeff Bezos in the foundational years of the company. I'm talking before they were profitable, when it was very, very stressful board meetings, when they weren't sure if Jeff Bezos' crazy ideas were going to work out. And I worked for him for 3 years. Then I moved to California to start a PhD and got recruited out of my PhD and worked at Google for 12 years. So these are some of the patterns I've seen work not only in these companies that are now part of our daily habits, but now as I've moved to Europe, I've lived in Spain for 5 years now. I lived in Sweden for 2 years before. I lived in the UK. The playbook is what I've seen as the common denominators of success regardless of your location, your industry, your growth stage, your personal risk tolerance. And it really comes down to those seemingly simple things that often don't get enough attention, which is maintaining very, very high standards for talent, attracting the right investors who have the same definitions of success and the same exit strategy as you. Really understanding your market needs. It's in those seemingly softer skills as a leader, and the playbook also involves some of the best attributes that I've seen in leadership. And my list of common denominators of the attributes of the most successful CEOs often surprise people because it starts with humble leadership and insatiable curiosity. And when you think of Jeff Bezos, humility probably is not the first word that comes to mind.
Not really.
Normally. But what I mean by that is he has supreme confidence in his vision, always has from day one. But his approach to leadership was in a humble way where he not only tolerated but demanded dissenting opinions, required his senior executives to keep him accountable, to see around corners, poke holes in all his favorite ideas. And that is then fueled by his insatiable curiosity to explore what's next and how he can best serve his user.
He looks to
before it
me that
happens.
he's a big nerd.
He is a big nerd. I mean, I worked for Jeff 1.0. Now he's like this space cowboy, like this very like buff guy. That was not the Jeff I worked for. I worked for the guy tucking in his shirt into his jeans with the braided belt. Like that was 1.0 Jeff. I mean, he went to Princeton 2 years early. He's always been this wunderkind. But yeah, he's truly a nerd at heart, and in the best way. I mean that as a huge compliment.
And how do you see that unfolding? So you saw that unfolding in a way at Amazon. Do you see other of this stuff unfolding there? And what was the difference what kind of what did it look like in Google? Because I think these things kind of look slightly different depending on the companies you're working at. Like the core idea is the same, but it takes on a different spin in each place.
Yeah, there's definitely those commonalities in the playbook that were similar to Amazon and made me very comfortable at Google. But the culture at both companies is wildly different, and I think that's directly reflective of the CEO themselves. It's always reflective of, I mean, you can put anything on your letterhead as your mission statement or your culture, but it really just comes down to how do we talk with each other, how do we reward and incentivize, what is it like on your, P0 war room days when you're not going home until this is fixed. That is your culture. And I joined Google in 2006. They were not yet the #1 search engine, if we can remember such a day.
Alta Vista.
And they were really, Alta Vista, Yahoo, they were much more dominant. And so back then we were really searching for what was going to differentiate us. How could we anticipate the needs of our users? We had very aggressive launch schedules. And we were just making it up as we went. There were no written operational manuals for how to get things done. We hadn't yet established that kind of launch timeline. And it was kind of the Wild West. It was very cowboy kind of entrepreneurism, but also among my favorite memories. Of the 12 years I was there, I would say the first 3 years were by far my favorite because it really stretched you every single day far, far outside your comfort zone. And I think that's another common denominator.
Because you went through their IPO, that was like...
I was just after the IPO, this close. My PhD was very expensive because I missed the IPO, so I was just the year after. Yeah.
And do you see, because Google is an interesting company where you see this triangle, or you saw this triangle happening, right? With Larry, with Sergey, and with Eric. How did that work, right? Because you were literally in the middle of that.
I was. My first office at Google was the length of this stage away from Larry and Sergey's office. And so we saw each other 100 times a day. Eric was in the building next door, and I worked for Eric for 9.5 of the 12 years I was at Google. Their relationship, the three of them, I have never seen a better team, a more high-functioning team, because I think each of them were very, very clear with what their individual responsibility was. They never got in each other's way, but they held each other very accountable to being their best selves every day. Larry and Sergey hired Eric as parental supervision, as they called him in their first press announcement, because they wanted to remain fully focused in the 20, 50, 100 years from now. And they wanted to bring in a professional CEO who could manage the day-to-day and help them really hone this machine that they were building. And Eric never once forgot that it was not his company. He was there to make them their most productive, impactful selves, but he was very professorial. He would sit in meetings often like this, and he would just let them debate. Larry and Sergey often had wildly different opinions and very, very strong perspectives on very technical problems we needed to solve. And he allowed that debate to go until it was no longer productive. And then he would summarize all of this banter into just a single sentence of, here's the data, here's the premises upon which we're making this decision, here's the risks we're taking, and recommended courses of actions for them to choose from. He could just take all this information and consolidate it into a way that they could quite easily make those very, very difficult decisions. And if I absorbed any skill from him that has served me well in my future, it is that. That is now, I just ask a million questions and get the brightest minds in the world to then anticipate what's coming next by just pulling that silver thread through their ideas. Yeah.
Well, I've met Eric several times, and it always struck me as someone very calm. Like, he seems like someone very in control of what's going on, just listening and kind of like then saying, okay, kids, this is where we're going to go, right?
Always. I have never seen him flustered. There was a day when he was the most angry I have ever seen because there were very stupid mistakes, which never happened at Google, where someone just flat out had completely missed something that they should have. And he was livid. And he just said to the person, this is unacceptable, in that same volume. This is unacceptable. That person almost died in their chair, because that's the most angry he's ever been. He's not that flip the table, crazy kind of, you know.
Yeah, reminds me of someone. So you were, I'm going to switch back to Amazon. You were there at probably one of the most instrumental moments of the company, which is when they launch, or the design, develop, and launch Amazon Web Service. So how do you live through that? Because that, a lot of people don't realize that that make Amazon what it is right now. Like the biggest horsepower that Amazon has is their reliance on AWS. So how do you live through that? How did you see the leadership, like focusing, as you said, like, you know, Jeff had this idea. How did that happen?
So it was this seemingly crazy idea that Jeff brought up in one of our board of directors meetings, and the board rightfully questioned, what does this have to do with e-commerce? This crazy idea that became AWS. They thought this is a distraction, it's very, very expensive, they didn't see how it was part of the growth strategy he was pitching, and they gave him a very short amount of time to prove that this was worth the investment. Because remember, like servers, computers were completely wildly different. We needed like airplane hangars full of servers at the time. It wasn't this plug and play kind of system that they later developed. So there was an engineer who was from South Africa, and he was tasked with making it wildly efficient to make it make sense cost-wise so that we could defend it to the board. And he had a family emergency and had to go home to South Africa. And this is, by complete accident, probably why AWS became what it was, because he developed it on the other side of the world, far, far from Silicon Valley, when nobody had any idea what this was coming. He came back to Seattle. We launched AWS. Andy Jassy had spent a year and a half as Jeff Bezos' shadow. That was his official title. And being the shadow meant that he spent all of his time at Jeff's side, copied on every email, in every meeting, on every flight, everything. Because that gave him, one, the full context of what was happening in the organization as a whole, and two, it taught him to be a brain double for Jeff. He liked what he liked, he hated what he hated, he would anticipate every single question, and he really learned the genius of the thought process that was Jeff Bezos. And so just as he was graduating from being shadow, which is now called technical director, he then was tasked to run this big bet, which was AWS, and then it became what it is today. But it honestly was seemingly insane to the board of directors. They did not think it was a good idea, but now, I mean, all startups are built on this platform. I mean, this is the reason why Silicon Valley exploded, was because they made it accessible to more entrepreneurs, and we got more diversity of participation, and you had lower costs to prove your idea, all thanks to AWS.
It was actually interesting that he went against the board, like, kids, take notes here. Sometimes when you believe in your ideas, right, it's like push hard.
He did that twice in really critical moments. AWS was one, and Amazon Prime was the second that I saw. I'm sure he's done it more than that, but during my 3 years, those are the big moments. Prime, they thought it was so crazy that the board started talking about maybe it would be a good idea to bring in a professional CEO, because they weren't sure this crazy idea was going to pan out. And again, they gave him a very short leash to prove it. And we all know how that worked out.
Yeah, I think both are incredible bets, especially when you try and talk to the CFO.
Yeah.
You look at the numbers and you go like, this really bad pan out.
It did not make sense in the numbers. But he did. He stood up there in the board of directors. If you are going to challenge your board, this is the way to do it. He's a master class in it. He went up to the conference room whiteboards and he said, I'm going to show you the math. And he took all of the knowns, all of the costs, all of the data modeling, and then he mapped out the risks of like, these are the unknowns. And he said, if I can solve for X and for Y, it will result in this incredible result.
Wow.
But what I don't think they fully appreciated was no one in the world had ever solved for X or Y. So with Prime, X was the cost of shipping, because with Prime back then, you could get free second-day shipping with Prime membership, which was only $49 at the time. And he would have to negotiate rates that no one in the history of had ever negotiated. And Y was predictive sourcing through fulfillment centers, which Jeff Wilkie was then tasked with doing. So the two of them had to do something that no one had ever done before in order to get this result. But he showed them the math and he said, we're going to solve for this and you will get this. And so they gave him an opportunity to be like, okay, solve for that.
Well,
Good luck.
I mean, if anyone can actually prove that I can solve X when he had done it for books and renegotiate the whole scheme, that was Jeff. So
yep.
That's fascinating. I mean, my gosh, there's so many stories I want to hear about. But yeah, that being said, like all leaders, they also missed opportunities, right?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not always home run,
no.
right? Which ones were like the biggest ones that you, living through them, you kind of said like, damn, we should have seen that one coming?
So Eric Schmidt was asked this on stage towards the end of his tenure as a CEO, so I share this using his own words. But he said there were two big misses that he feels like were incredible failures on his part. He was CEO of Google for 10 years, and then executive chairman for another 10. And he said the first was not realizing that phone numbers would become that unchangeable identifier. He missed that because that was an opportunity to get authentication, which would have really changed people's behaviors online. And the second was Google took a big risk in creating something called Wave. Have you ever heard of Wave?
Let's try. Who here knows what Google Wave was?
1, 2,
Oh,
3, 4,
wow.
5. Okay, this is more.
We have
this is
the
a very
oldest here.
sophisticated audience. Nobody has ever heard of Wave. So Wave was a really big bet. They built it in the Sydney office because, again, whenever you're doing something really innovative, it needs to have its own ecosystem. We could talk for a whole hour about that. How it needs to be outside of your usual culture and structure and teams and incentivized very differently and staffed very
The pattern is repeating
differently.
several times now.
It's true. So we did it. It was based in Sydney. Didn't work. Longer story why. But that was a big failure. But the bigger mistake than Wave, I think that's a very reasonable mistake because they ended up using all the technology in different ways. Like if you collaborate on Google Docs, that was Wave technology. A lot of things that we use today
remember when I
is
was
Wave.
using Wave, I remember thinking, you know, there's certain parts of this
That's really cool.
That's
Yeah.
really groundbreaking. And
They kept those bits. So that wasn't really a failure in and of itself. The reason why I bring up Wave as a big mistake was they were so distracted with that they missed social media. They didn't see it coming because we were so focused on this thing that we thought was the future, and we didn't see what became, Facebook, Instagram, which was started by, at the time, a Google employee. They missed it because they were so distracted on this thing that they weren't picking up their heads and seeing what was happening around the system. So, again, having a product that doesn't work out the way you anticipate and repurposing the tech, not a failure. But missing an entire movement was the failure.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot get it right all the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, and no, we're not using Google Plus today, right? Because of that, because they just missed it.
I'm gonna be evil, thankfully. We're not using Google Plus. It was painful.
not a fan.
In the same way, I actually, when I played with Wave, it was like, this is really cool. It's just like, product-wise, they're not getting it right, but the technology is really cool.
Yeah.
Google Plus was like,
wrong
all over. Wrong all over.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyhow, so, I mean, this happens in this kind of like, not vacuum, but a very specific situation. So I keep wondering, can you translate these lessons to the European culture?
Mm-hmm.
Is it translatable in a certain way? Because we have a different culture, people approach things slightly differently. So even though you've said, certain products got designed and built in different areas, right? So how do you see that as the expert, right? and working with leaders. Can you actually transplant some of these things, or do you work on a lot of that adaptation, cultural adaptation? Do you have to do a lot of that?
I really like that question because it's a little bit of both. A lot of speakers who have been on this same stage before me have outlined some of the challenges that you have being based in Europe versus the States, which is, for example, different funding pools, different risk tolerance, different exit expectations. Those can be inhibitors. One, you have to design from day one for multiple languages, which you don't have to do in the States. There's a lot of barriers to entry that are much higher here than perhaps entrepreneurs based in Silicon Valley or New York or Texas are experiencing. With that said, I do think that this playbook is directly transferable. So for me, that's more about vision. And one of my favorite things about being an entrepreneur post-pandemic is that we're really recentered. There are a few.
That's a thing now.
There are. I do have a
entrepreneur.
favorite. Is that we're now recentered on our purpose. What is not only the passion alignment with your employees, but it's much more about the impact. How are we making the world? I know it's a cliche, but literally making the world a better place. It's really centered around impact rather than ego and billions of dollars being raised in funding. So I think it really comes down to that vision of that passion about the impact we're trying to make. Two, it's about talent. It's about being very clear on your vision for the change you're trying to make in the world and attracting talent around you who has the same vision, whether that's your employees, your board of advisors, your board of directors, your investors. Everyone needs to be streamlined. When those things are true, you can pivot your business plan, you can pivot the risks you're taking. But for me, it's much more about the people than the what and the how of what you're doing in your business model. And in my experience, I think everyone who's been on this stage from VCs would agree, they're making a bet on the people much more than the product. And so that I find very directly transferable. And so the reason why I think there's advantages to the post-pandemic entrepreneurism in Europe is that we have prevented a bit of the brain drain that would have happened over the last 3 years. People are now staying here. They're building it with their teams. They're creating these companies in their own backyard, their own garages, rather than going to the States or to other industries which would have just been their automatic default mode before.
Which actually gets me thinking, you focus and giving people so much importance, which they have. How does, and you're gonna love this one, how does mental health fits into this? Should we keep on going with the stressful 24/7 kind of schedules that you see in the Valley, or the consequences are becoming very obvious. Yes, the success are obvious, but the mental health issues are also becoming very obvious. So what's your take on that?
I first want to acknowledge I've been a horrible example of this. The first 15 years of my career, I was working 18-hour days. I was never going home. I had an overnight bag under my desk because I never knew if I'd have to get on a red-eye flight to New York that day or not. That was kind of what it was like. But I think for me, it's a really complicated question, and I'm going to oversimplify an answer. People ask me all the time, how did I survive sitting next to Jeff Bezos and Eric Schmidt, who are relentless in their pursuit of perfection? If they will hold you to your standard of, they will hold you to the accountability of what my extreme possibility is. If I am underperforming for my abilities, I will hear about it. So people ask me, how did I not burn out in that environment? And here's my answer about mental health. I didn't burn out working 18-hour days and traveling, basically living on a plane for 2 decades, because my job gave as much to me as I gave to it. And what I wanted in exchange for my hours and hard work and blood, sweat, and tears was I wanted to learn from the greatest entrepreneurs in the world. I wanted to be challenged. I wanted to find the boundaries of my abilities and my dreams. And I wanted to work with people that I not only liked, but wanted to become like. And that's what I received in return. So while 18-hour days is not a good idea for very long, and I certainly am not doing it now, I think that's the key. for mental health, be very, very clear with yourself, and then have these conversations with your employees also of what do you want to exchange for this experience, for this stage of your career. The first 3 years at Google, I worked for Marissa Mayer before she became CEO of Yahoo.
Marissa's nice.
Marissa is
very
a
nice.
force of nature. She was employee number 20 at Google, first female engineer ever hired, and she was in charge of products, user experience. So she was in charge of just making cool stuff that brought in eyes. We didn't have to worry about how to monetize it. But we were having major launches, like every month. And she was really worried about burning out her most talented engineers. So she went to each person and asked them, what do you need so you won't feel resentful of your job? And for one of her engineers, Johanna, she had 2 kids under the age of 3. So she said, you know, I don't mind working, like being on calls with Bangalore at 3 in the morning, but what I do resent is missing dinner time with my kids every day. So Marissa became the person who would pull Johanna out of meetings. And another engineer, he needed, you know, Friday night football with his friends from Stanford. And for each person, they needed something that filled them back up outside of work, and she knew what filled them up inside of work, and she became a defender of that. So I think having a conversation with yourself and being very clear of what you want in exchange, and as leaders, having those conversations with your direct reports, you can get a lot out of each other without burning yourselves out, and ideally not working 18-hour days.
That's fascinating. I was wondering right now, were you ever aware that you were making history?
Yeah, I was.
I think that's part of the gig, right?
So I didn't fully appreciate it. When I was interviewing at like 20 years old, interviewing with Jeff Bezos, it took me 9 months to get that job. But once I was finally sitting with him, I think that was the last time I didn't fully appreciate what was happening. The second he gave me the desk, I sat physically the closest to him in the entire company. It was like this far between our desks. And the second I sat down, I knew I was watching history be made. And I don't know why it didn't occur to me before, because he'd been Time Magazine's Person of the Year in 1999. Seattle's a small, big city, so he was a local celebrity. But the moment I sat in that desk, I realized I am on a rocket ship. I am witnessing a moment in time that is irreplicable. The internet will never be invented again. E-commerce will never be invented again. All the problems we were trying to solve that moment would never come again. And so I tried to absorb it like a sponge. I treated my job like a PhD, and I literally gave myself homework. I would research things because I didn't want to miss this incredible opportunity. And honestly, that's what drives me now. The reason why after 12 years at Google, I left and became a consultant and moved to Europe was because I want to pay forward this elite business education that's been given to me by just osmosis, by absorbing it from the people I was around. And I want to pay that forward. I feel a huge responsibility to empower underrepresented entrepreneurs and to create more participation and more diversity in technology. It gets me more excited than anything else I can think of doing.
It's fascinating. I mean, it has to be an incredible feeling. I've heard some people in the blockchain space, for example, in the crypto space, having that same feeling. It's like we are handed a new chance of building something completely new from the ground up, and see how that works. So we still have a little bit of time. So we have time for one very quick question and one very quick answer. So who wants to ask Anne something? There we go. Do we have a mic over there? Thank you.
Right here.
An amazing history, and thank you for coming to Europe and give us back this. What do you think that is missing in Europe, like, when you see a 20-year-old here and when you see, the time frame, what do you would say for, what you normally find in Europe in women or entrepreneurs starting that that you try to reinforce in your day-to-day in Europe right now?
An easy question. Yeah. One you can answer in like 40 seconds that we have.
I'll answer with my first instinct, which was there is a higher risk tolerance in the States than I see in general in Europe. Yeah. And that's not only addressed to the individual. I do see some very bold, unapologetic dreamers, but even if you have that from within yourself, to find an ecosystem of like-minded teammates who have the technical skills you need, to find like-minded investors, advisors, board members who all have that same exceptional risk tolerance is more challenging here in general. With that said, there's incredible trends the other way now that we're seeing a lot more of this. You're getting bigger runways, you're getting earlier successes. And so while it's a slightly more uphill battle, I'm happy to see that turning around. So I think those are two of the biggest challenges, is the risk tolerance and then finding like-minded people who are also an anomaly in societies that have really taught you to play it a little bit more safe. But thanks. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're out of time. It's been an immense pleasure having you. You and I could keep on talking here for a long time. Very quick, which one was the best boss, Eric or Jeff?
No, impossible.
Big applause for Anne, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Big
Thanks
pleasure.
very much. Thanks,
Thank
Alex.
you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, I hope you had as much fun as I had. I could talk with Anne for ages. It's beautiful. It's history unfolding from the inside. Absolutely. And I'll have to say this, as someone that works on storytelling, Anne is a wonderful storyteller. So I hope you really enjoyed that. And now we're gonna kicking into the last panel of the day. Oh, you're right. Good point. So Anne has written a book, and she will be signing her book at the entry of the expo. So if anyone wants to have her book and her signature, now is the time. She's heading there, so be quick before there's a massive queue, which I'm no doubt there's gonna be. And to finish with the last panel roundtable that we're going to have of the day before we do the start pitching, I want to welcome our next panel, who it's a topic that we don't talk that much, but it's getting to the point where it's becoming increasingly important, right? Most of you are probably Spaniards. We've had a hard time getting startups to grow, to get to a point where they are taken seriously, but very few people talk about, then what? What do we do with startups when they're scale-ups? How do we take them to the larger markets? How do we exit them? How do we keep on pushing the boundaries? And to talk about that, we have our next panel. So please welcome our next speakers. First and foremost, Felipe Navillo, good friend, co-CEO and co-founder of... Oh, Felipe's not here. Okay. Nice one. So, Álvaro Verdoy, CEO of SalesLayer. Big applause for Álvaro. Come on, we can do this. Alberto, thank you for joining. Alberto Lopez, founding partner of Geniali. Alberto, good to have you. Big applause for Alberto, come on. I keep finding your people all around the place. Cristina Vila, founder and CEO of Cledara. Big applause to Cristina. And to run the show, give a wonderful applause to our moderator, Elena Torres, managing partner at Pao Capital. Big applause.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for being here today. So Felipe has a good excuse. It's required his presence because a very, very nice, familiar situation. He will explain in another occasion. But we have here 3 outstanding entrepreneurs, and you know, we want to learn from their journey, but what we want is to know the tricks on how they have really become successful entrepreneurs. And that's how we will go through the session. We only have 25 minutes, very short to have all the takeaways, but let's go for that. So let me introduce you to Cristina Vila, co-founder of Cledara, and she has raised more than 27 million. She has a SaaS to save our spending on SaaS. So thank you, Cristina, for being here today.
Thank you.
And then we have Alberto Lopez, co-founder of Geniali, a web interface to generate interactive content that has raised more than 27 million too. And one interesting thing, they are a fully remote company. Welcome, Alberto.
Thank you very much.
And last but not least, Álvaro Verdoy, co-founder of SalesLayer. He raised more than 30 million and has a SaaS to automatically synchronize your product catalogs. Welcome, Álvaro. Thank you very much. So let's go straight to the point. And I wanted to know, you are now a successful company. You are a referral for everyone, but did you have to pivot when you started? If yes, Can you tell us what made you realize that you had to pivot, and one or two things to get to the product market fit, and if not, one or two things to get to the product market fit? So let's start with you, Christina. Very short answers because we have few time.
Yeah, so we've always known what we wanted to build, so I would say from that perspective, we've not really pivoted. What I would say was our secret there is we made sure that we put a very, very quick MVP to market to then talk to customers every single day. And I think that's how you end up really building and iterating over that product in a way that is sustainable and is something that people actually want.
Thank you. And what about you?
Yeah, we had to pivot a lot at the beginning because actually we wanted to be a B2B SaaS for presentations, but once we did our first rollout of the beta version, we noticed that we did reach companies, but we noticed that we reached massively individuals. So we had to pivot into the B2C business, and we started to focus on that. And from that point, going to the B2B. This is what we are doing in this moment. But yes, pivotation for us is crucial. As long as you are able to do some A/B testing before you launch something, I think that is important.
So just for me to understand, but first you didn't do it. I didn't do the A/B testing. You just launched for the B2B, and then you listen to the market. That's right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yes, we started to listen a lot to our customers and to our users, and we noticed that we started to grow a lot in education. That lead us to think that it would be a good idea to focus a little bit on that market and to the B2C individuals. Yes.
Oh, great. So test.
Yes.
Alvaro?
So in our case, in terms of product, we didn't pivot because we are in a market that already existed, product information management. So we had a very clear idea of what the product should be. But where we had to do a lot of adjustment and pivoting, if we can say that, is in terms of go-to-market. So the ideal customer profile, how to reach them, how to price our product, how to close more deals.
And how you did that? You did A/B testing? Yes?
Measuring a lot, working very hard, and taking sometimes brave decisions, because sometimes you need to break things that are already working to make something even better.
Okay.
So that's how we did it.
Okay, so test. I have a question that I'm very intrigued about your answers is, have you ever been close to bankruptcy, or really in a tough time that you didn't know if you will survive, if the company will be alive after that? And if so, can you tell us a very snapshot of the situation, and the most important, any tip on how you overcome that? And if not, how you manage to not have this kind of situations? So let's start now with you.
Okay, good. I think the death valley for software as a service companies like we are is when you are under 1 million of ARR. I think once you go beyond 1 million, 2 million ARR, it's very difficult to kill a SaaS company because you have a predictable revenue and you always have ways to adapt to a changing environment or if something doesn't work. In the early days, we had many moments that were, oh my God, what are going to do because things are not looking good. Especially we had two, but that were very tough. And two that happened in a moment where we were very short of money. I remember that in the early days, we had a very, very good partner. We were about to raise money or to ask for more money to our business angels. And we had a very good partner. We were closing a lot of cool companies with him. He was very engaged with our company, and yeah, when one day one of the employees of our solution partner called us to say that the previous day passed away. Wow. And so the company had to go through liquidation. So well, it was really, really difficult moment. And our investors were not believing us, thinking that, oh, this is unreal. Maybe these guys are making this up just so we feel sorry and we invest in the company. Thankfully, we were able to close an ENISA, a small loan of 60K at that time. And that allowed us to give us some more runway to recover from that because we lost some very good customers, but also the potential that we had together. And also personally, it was a very tough moment. And I'm sure during fundraising is also a tough moment. We had a moment where we had 1 week of oxygen. Basically, if we were not signing in a week, we were running out of cash. It was a 31st of July, and you know what happens in August in Spain. And one of our business angels said that, decided that was not going to sign, basically, and was asking for money to sign, basically. But well, in the end, we were able to fix the misunderstanding. But there are these moments that you really don't know what is going to happen, and especially if you run out of money. So the first thing in startups and software as a service, well, in any company, first point, never run out of money. That's the only thing that can kill you from one day to another.
Yeah, wow. What's two stories, especially the first one, sad, but I'm happy that you overcome it and you're here explaining your success. So, Alberto?
Yeah, in our case, it was very similar what Alvaro has said. In the very beginning, in the first phases, it is tough. It is really difficult because you don't have recurring revenue, and actually, in our case, we didn't monetize anything in the very beginning because we were at the beginning we wanted to be a free forever SaaS. Later, we noticed that we realized that we had to earn money to get cash, no? But our problem was that in the seed phase of investment, round of investment, we started it very late. So we ran out of cash and we had to do something because we didn't have any money left. And we started to ask for money to friends and family again, because we were in the middle of the round. And the round, you know, this is a very good advice in my case, you have to start very soon the round, because the rounds will take so long time. So we got some loans from friends and family, and we reduced the cost. We started to share our office with another companies in Córdoba. We reduced our salaries, even employees, and of course the founders. We reduced it for months, even to zero. But we knew that the round was about to be closed, but it was just a matter of months. So we did it. We suffered a lot. Suffering is something that the entrepreneur has to be ready for, because it's very setting up a company is so amazing, but during some months or some period of time, I bet you will suffer. So suffering, or going for loans, particular loans, and afterwards, finally, we reached the seed money, and now we are here.
Wow, so finally it's about the people, no? So everyone was betting for your project.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
friends, family, the team, yourself, everyone
Absolutely.
Reducing or putting money.
But it was a matter of time.
Yeah.
We started too late.
But that's belief on the project, so
yeah, exactly.
Great. And what about you, Christina? You have stories such as the ones of them?
So not like those ones, but I have to say that since very early, people told me raising money takes a long time, so make sure that you start early. And I did follow that advice. Having said that, you can never predict what's going to happen when you choose to start a fundraise. And for example, when we started with the Series A, we say, okay, we are going to start in February. That's when we know that for sure we have great metrics for it. Well, turns out that that was not the great moment to start a fundraising, because the markets decided to collapse. And it's because we had plenty of runway when we decided to start, that in the end we were not under such stress, because, well, we say, well, let's pause, let's see what's going to happen here, let's rethink how we need to communicate now about our business, which is slightly different to last year when everything was booming and so exciting. And then, well, we restarted the fundraising in June, and then from there it went very, very quickly. But yeah, I would say the key to the point that Alberto made is to start early.
Yeah, so take note. Start when you don't need the money. That's the
Exactly.
the title. So another thing that it's really important, especially to arrive to the stages you are, is the people, no? And we were talking about the people. And I think we have different phases. One is when we are starting and the first team we hire, and then when we start to grow and we are not just a teeny startup, just 3 or 4, 6, but when we have a bigger company. So what would be the profiles that you think are the most important on the really, really early beginnings? Like if you only can hire one person, which is the profile you will do? And what will be this profile when you start to be a scale-up, when you have this 20 million already in the bank, and you say, okay, we are in another size of the company, what is this key profile you need for the growth of the company? So now let's, in the middle,
Okay.
Alvaro, let's go.
Well, that's a very interesting question because I bet all of us can think different things. In my particular case, I really don't believe in stars. In people who already did it. Of course, you have to have people in your team, but we bet for people who is really willing to make their life within the company. You know, people who is wearing your T-shirt all the time, and who is willing to work with you guys all the time and spend all the hours because they believe in the project. I think in the first phases, a junior person can be much more useful for you and much more enriching. It can enrich your team much more than a person who already did it and that the salary is really high. That's my personal opinion. Because you are going to spend a lot in salaries that maybe you are not going to make the most of it in that phases. So in my opinion, you should go for junior people who is, really they are willing to stay with you and they are looking forward to make improvements in the product together with you. Yeah, it's my opinion.
That's interesting, hungry people, no? People who want to grow in the company with you. But tell me, one profile, product, CTO. I assuming you have already the CTO, because otherwise you cannot build a tech company, but product marketing. What is this profile that you would hire?
Well, in our case, since we started without any CTO, we needed.
Okay.
We needed a CTO, so in our case, we called a friend of us who was working in Madrid and was, really looking forward.
CTO, we have 10 minutes.
CTO.
Let's go for the next one. Alvaro?
About the hiring, I think, being short, basically the profiles that can complement better the founding team. So if in the founding team there's no one that is very strong in sales, for instance, or in tech, so probably that's what you need to prioritize in terms of hiring. I think differently in terms of junior versus senior. I think when starting, you need some people that have done it, or at least at that stage, that knows how to do it. Because if the founders are not strong in these certain areas, then going through the unknown is very difficult and you can lose time that is very valuable. But I think that depends a lot also in the industry. So for instance, we are more B2B, mid-enterprise market, and probably that's a different experience in Genially. So I think it depends a lot case by case.
Wow, Cristina, in which side are you? In the junior one or in the senior one?
I think I'm more on in the middle. Like I think you don't need senior people. I think when you're starting necessarily, you don't need very junior people. I mean, if you find them and if they're there, that's great. But I think in my case, for example, I was a solo founder when I started, and I thought, well, what is the one thing that I can definitely not do? Code. I couldn't code. So then the first person that I wanted to bring onto the team was an engineer that would code. Everything else, I can learn how to sell, I can learn how to support, I can learn how to talk to investors, and it is a very steep learning curve, and you go through those, moments where you're like, oh my God, I just don't know what I'm doing here. But then ultimately you have great communities that enable you to talk to a lot of different founders that will help you, guide you. Investors are also a great source, have lots of conversations with them early on, and you learn what's important and what you need to focus on. Once we were already like, okay, now we know that customers are buying our product, at that point, obviously I had done the first sales. I had learned how to demo the product and how to go through all those things. But once you say, okay, this is working, then I think it's very important to hire someone that can really help you build that go-to-market function that will help you scale. And so, yeah, in our case, first was product, and then was go-to-market.
I think it's very interesting what Christina said. I think it's very valuable when the founders start doing these tasks beforehand. So selling, even if you've never sold anything, try to sell, try to do the marketing, try to do customer success. So I remember at the very beginning we were 4 in the company, and there were 3 developers and then myself. So customers were like, okay, so is the CEO doing the first call, is doing the demo, is then issuing the invoice, then is collecting the payment, is doing, so how big is this company?
You could change your
Do we really, exactly, do we really trust that? But then when you go to hire, you already know what you really need, what is the tricky part, you know, how difficult it is, the job that your team is doing. So I agree with you. The early
and
days,
actually,
we have so many
it's very funny what you were saying, because when we were I was doing customer support, right? And well, sometimes when you talk to customers, you want to make sure that you give customers a point of escalation. So it's like, well, if they're already talking to the CEO, that doesn't really work. So then I was like, all right, I'm going to be Stephanie now. Stephanie is doing customer support.
Yeah,
and
I was a lady, and
also,
I was a woman and a man at the same time. Through the chat, I was Alexa, and in demos, I was Alvaro. So.
Exactly.
Beginnings are never easy, and you see, you have to be all-rounders. So I have so many questions for you, but we only have 6 minutes left. So my question, let's straight go to the fundraising. I'm sure there are a lot of questions about it, but we have to one short answer. One tip to nail the fundraising. I mean, you have all raised so much funding. So one tip to nail it. When it's the best thing you've done?
It's never so much.
Sorry?
It's never so much. We always need more.
Okay, never so much. You have already more than 27 million in the bank. Never so much?
Well, founders, we always need more. Anyway.
Yeah, but you have to be cash efficient.
Yeah, definitely. If I can answer quickly, I think it's considering that fundraising is a sales process as well. So it's a funnel that goes through different stages, and learn how to perform those stages and follow the process. Talk with many people, try to convince them. Once you have some people that are quite convinced, try to progress, and then the conversion will follow. And at the end, if you have 1 term sheet, great. If you have 2, amazing. If you have 3, super amazing. And more than 3, you are a rock star.
I was going to say the same. The more options you have, the better, because one of them will be successful and others will not. So there are not too many options. You have to have a lot of options and opportunities, and also start very soon, as we were mentioning before. Start when you don't need the money, because if you don't need the money, you are more sexy also.
That's true.
So I would say be ready. So when you know that you are approaching the time that the company will have the metrics that you think investors want to see for the stage that you are raising funds for, make sure that you have your story together, your deck together, your metrics together, your data room ready, because as soon as some of those conversations start to progress, you want to make sure that you can turn around some of those questions that they will ask as fast as possible, because this will accelerate the process, but also it will give confidence to the investor that you are ready, right? So if every time they ask you for something, you take 2 weeks to answer, it's like, okay, is this company really in it, or what are they doing? And look, we all know that we are very busy, but in the end, well, we just have to be ready. And I would say that's the one that I would.
I think these are great advisors, because You really mentioned about the sales funnel. Also in the sales, if you take a lot to give the quote to the customer, they will lose interest. So it's the same with the investors, and be ready, earn their trust, and ask for more money and start very soon, no? At the end. So just to sum up, I would say, what would you say to the startup founders of the audience? What would be the advice to build a high growth startup? But I want that you say a must and a must not. So what you have to do and what you never have to do to build a company such as the one you have. So Christina?
So I would say talk to customers, and through talking to customers, you'll know who you need to bring into the team, because that's what you need to then build for. And something that you shouldn't do is think that you know it all, or that all the knowledge is within the company, especially as the company starts growing. You want to make sure that you still have that focus towards the outside. So always talking to investors, always listen to the market, because otherwise, at some point, it just becomes like teams talking to teams, and then, okay, but who talked to customers here? Nobody. Then we don't have an answer yet. So let's just.
That's the must, and the must not?
Yeah, the must not is don't think that you have all the knowledge in house.
Okay, great. Álvaro?
Yeah, Alberto.
Ay, Alberto, sorry.
Yeah, the must would be think internationally. Yeah, this is something that we did bad at the beginning, because we were focusing on Spain, which was the country and the market we knew. But the market globally is much higher, much bigger. So think internationally, and mustn't never give up. If you have product market fit, you have a good team, you will suffer. That is true. That's a fact. But if you believe in your product, never give up.
Well, I agree with all what you said. Just to try to say something different, I would say that a must, when you start to scale, talent is the most important job or role of a founder, because you need to delegate, and you need to delegate into the best people possible, okay? And then treat well that team. Culture is super important, and in the end, the team is what really makes our companies so great, right? Because they are back there doing all the job. And what not to do, never lose the focus. So keep the focus on the important things. Today there are so many opportunities, there are so many things that startups and entrepreneurs can do, but we should never forget that customers are super important, the team is super important, talent is super important, fundraising is super important, and out of those set of things, probably the rest of things are not that important, so let's focus on the good ones.
Things.
Yeah.
Wow, we are running really out of time. I don't know you, but I would stay like 3 panels more listening to their tips. So just to conclude, I think never give up. I will take this sentence, never give up. You've seen they have a struggle before, but they are now here, they are succeeding. Things are never great, but they can become great if you are there, if you surround of the best people around you, the best talent. If you listen to what the market is saying, or your customers are saying, what your investors are saying, you don't have everything inside. So yeah, we have finished 0-0. That's the time to close. See you in another panel, and if not, I recommend you listen to podcasts from them, because they are really, really, really interesting, and they have really great stories. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Elena. But I believe someone told me that she wanted to take a picture with all of you. So do you
Yes.
think we're capable of doing this? Are you up to the task at this time in the afternoon? We can do it?
Yeah.
Think we can do it? Okay, so let's do this. You stand there.
Okay,
You
with
guys
you,
stand there.
with you, let's-
Everyone stand up, and to the
Okay.
count of 3, we raise our hands, okay?
Alex, come also.
Oh,
to
no,
the,
no. I'm not the
yeah,
important
sure.
person here.
Everyone.
Okay,
up
to the
your
count of
hands.
3. Is everyone ready? Yes? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Valencia Digital Summit!
Woo!
Great applause
Thank
for
you
you.
very
Thank you
much.
very much, people.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. Bye.
Okay. And we are there. You're feeling the energy. We're nearly done. And now we have our super startups. So we have our super judges that are going to be introduced in a second. I hope they're ready to rumble. Yes. So I'm going to leave you for the startup competition with at the very capable hands of a very good friend. She's as mean with time as I am, but as sweet as candy. So please welcome the moderator for the startup pitches. Big applause to Paloma Mas, Event and Cultural Manager at Plug and Play. Big applause. Stage is yours, darling. Rock them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome finally to the karaoke party of Valencia Digital Summit. No, sorry, that's tomorrow, no, President? Okay, thank you. I mean, the only thing I'm begging, you have not, let me to introduce tomorrow's party, but if I can have the first song, I would really appreciate. So thank you so much, everyone, for staying here, for being here tomorrow. I'm Paloma. I'm part of the Valencia startup team, and also I'm part of Plug and Play. I know and assume that you know what is Plug and Play. And this year we are super happy and super thrilled to be part of the startup competition, this important startup competition that is going to have two champions this year. We are going to have a champion on the seed stage, and we are going to have a champion on the growth stage. So it's going to be super excited. We have amazing, nice startups that are going to pitch here today, and they are going to impress us with their solutions, with their technologies, with everything that they are building. And for this really hard task, we have an amazing jury, a jury that is basically selected from each side of the world, each side of its country, its continent, a really international, global jury that we are going to say hi by now. First of all, we have to say hi to our beloved president, Juan Luis Hortelano, president of Startup Valencia. Please, a big applause to Juan Luis. Juan Luis, only a quick question. How many times they have called you Jose Luis today?
Maybe 4 or 5 times.
Maybe 4 or 5. It's fine.
Only a suggestion. You have to say representing Spain.
Oh, can we do it a little bit?
Yes,
Eurovision?
like Eurovision.
Oh my God. I'm such a huge fan of Eurovision that I'm gonna get nervous at all. So from Spain, thank you so much, Juan Luis. So we have coming up from Argentina. Argentina is not participating in Eurovision, but it's fine. We get that. We accept that. Okay, coming up from Argentina, Federico Jack, investment partner, and Medellin, yeah, BC. Please, a big applause for Federico. Rachel, your turn. Coming up from Amsterdam. Coming up from Amsterdam. Big partners that we're going to have here in Valencia. Please welcome Rachel Young, Program Manager and Program Director of The Next Web. Rachel, thank you so much for coming. And coming up from London, our London representative, Nelly Markova, Principal of Molten Ventures. Please, a big applause for Nelly. And I think we're done. There's anything one missing? Ben, it's fine? Okay, perfect. So we are ready to go. Guys, I know that you're nervous. I'm as nervous as you, because there's nothing better than a pitch competition to finalize this first session and this first day at Valencia Digital Summit. So, gonna speak quickly. Startups are gonna come here, they're gonna pitch only 3 minutes, then we're gonna have 2 minutes of question and answers, and that's it. And as really well introduced me, I'm really sweet on the outside, really bitter on the inside. So if you go further than those 3 minutes or those 2 minutes, I'm basically coming up here and I'm gonna bring you down nicely, because I'm a really nice girl, but I'm gonna bring you down from the stage. So please try to keep the time. And let's start with the seed investment and the seed stage. So coming up from Castellón, our CEO and co-founder, Francho, from Arcadia Space, is going to start the first pitch. So, Francho, get up here and let's hear what Arcadia is doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paloma. You know what is the first reason why a satellite stops working? Because they run out of fuel. When you are using GPS, when you are checking the weather forecast, or when you are just watching a basketball game, there's a satellite out there that needs to move in space. And for that, it needs propulsion. Satellites need engines. But traditional engines are extremely, extremely expensive because of two things. First, they use very toxic and carcinogenic propellants, very difficult to manipulate, which makes the development and the operation of the engines extremely costly. But also, these engines have not suffered a major disruption in the last 40 years, and they keep using materials and advanced manufacturing techniques which are making these engines extremely costly for this new space era. So what do we do and why we are here? We are developing a new generation of engines based on two principles. First, new design with materials like ceramics and also new advanced manufacturing techniques like 3D printing, but also the use of green propellants, hydrogen peroxide of high concentration. This, together with the fact that we can test the technology in our own testing facilities, can make these engines extremely cheap, reducing up to 60% the cost to traditional engines. This is the family of engines we are developing, and we provide high performance comparable to traditional engines, but at a fraction of the cost. And we're already testing the first product. The market is booming. Now we have rockets cheaper than ever, and the jury knows it. And we have a lot of satellites to be launched. And this is why there is a lot of propulsion systems to be sold. In fact, we estimate that the addressable market will be more than 1.1 billion by 2030. If you're a rocket company, you need to test your engines. We are the only private company in Europe having our own testing facilities, and we can have a much cheaper, a much faster development compared to our competitors. And also we can be faster in the go-to-market strategy. We design, we develop, and we sell the engines. We have already signed 7 letters of intent with potential customers. We expect to start selling already next year, to have a turnover of 80 million by 2030 and being break-even already in 2026. And the most important asset of the company is the team. We were the first ones developing a liquid rocket engine ever made in Spain, back at the rocket company PLD Space. 6 years working together, 35 years of experience in companies like Airbus or myself, for example, in the European Space Agency, and with great advisors. We already have track record, national and international. We already got contracts with the European Space Agency and with the European Commission, among others. And here we are. Last year was preparation. We already raised more than 600,000 euros. This year, execution. We're already testing our first engines. And next year is demonstration. We will start the sales of the first product, and also we will fly the first product on first space. And for that, we're looking now for 1.5 million euros in equity round. And we are really looking forward to have you guys on board in this space journey. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's fine. We were missing only 2 seconds. We can't really accept that. So time for questions, my dear Jordi. Any question for Franco?
Yes, can I know a bit more about the team? It was too fast for me.
The team, about the
team.
The team. Yeah.
The team is amazing, because, but it's true. I mean, there's no many teams out there that have done what our team did, to develop from scratch a liquid rocket engine from zero to testing and qualification in very few time with almost no experience. So this is
How many
really
people
amazing.
are now in the team?
Today, how many we are?
Yeah.
We are 4 founders. And we are now expecting to be 8 by the end of the year. We're now hiring 4 people.
Okay.
Any extra question? Yeah. Do we have?
I have one.
Go on.
Yeah, so you talk about engines, but is it also propulsion systems for satellites or rocket engines? I get confused a little bit.
We actually simplify the message, because it's very complicated to go into the details, but indeed the propulsion can be for all kinds of satellites and space vehicles and platforms, but also the same technology can be applied for the upper stages of rockets as well. So even we could sell to PLD or other micro-launcher companies like ESAR, and we're actually talking to them as well.
Thank you.
Super short last question. Anyone? Perfect. Franco, thank you so much.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. So I see a few ones with your mobile phone. It's fine. Do me a little favor. Take your Twitter, hashtag Valencia WDS 2022, it's fine, yeah, hashtag. Okay, and tweet something for example, wow, hi, nice, good looking, the moderator is today, I like a lot Arcadia Space, what, the finalists are amazing, President, it's great, please invite me to a beer, whatever you prefer, but like tweet, please, so that also you can see you in the screen that we have on the entrance. That would be also nice, and you can take a photo, so it's great. So let's continue with the second startup today. Coming up, Teresa Tarragó, CEO from Exeus, that is going to explain us what is Exeus doing. So, Teresa, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. If I ask you if you would like to live more than 100 years, I'm sure that you will say, yes, of course. But if I tell you that the last 30 years of your life you will be sitting in a wheelchair or you will be very much dependent, maybe you will change your mind. All of us, we like to live longer, but we want to stay healthy, we want to stay happy, we want to do what we really love. And if we want to do so, instead of increasing our lifespan, we have to focus to increase our health span. And to increase the health span, we had to start now, as soon as possible. But then, what can we do to increase our health span? Here is where Exeus can help you. At Exeus, we had created a health test that's based on artificial intelligence that measures the expression of your 22,000 genes. This test gives information about the health status, gives you a biological age score, gives information about aging and adaptation, and most importantly, is giving you personalized recommendations to improve your health span. We are working hand by hand with the healthcare professionals that are the ones that are prescribing our tests, that are recommending our tests, and also that are helping to the customers to understand the information and also to follow the recommendations that we give to the customers. And we have currently more than 20 associated centers all over Spain. We have partnerships with clinics, doctors, and also with distributors. And so we started commercialization just 6 months ago. The market that we are addressing is a really big market. So it's, aging is a growing market that will reach $120 billion by 2030. And also the population over 65 will triplicate by 2050. Regarding competitors, we are the ones that we are providing more information. As I told you, we are measuring the 22,000 genes. So we are giving lots of information, but also our information is more actionable. And also, we are the ones that provide more recurrence, since our tests can be done as many times during life as needed. Regarding to the team, we are a senior team. We have previous experience in startups. We have our CTO that has experience in AI. We have our CSO that is a key opinion leader in genetics. Also, our CEO has experience in marketing and commercialization. And myself, I've been the CEO of another startup before. I did an exit. And I have experience in science and also in management of startup companies. So we want you to live 100 years, but most importantly, we want you to live longer and better. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. You can stay here. Thank you, Teresa. Now it's time for questions. So, dear jury, there's one from Juan Luis Hortelano and from Nelly. Let's start with Nelly, if you are okay with that. Okay, Juan Luis? Nelly, go on. Okay, gonna translate because it seems that Mike is not business model and how you are. Okay.
Yes, our business model is a B2B2C model. So we work with medical centers, with doctors. We are starting to work with distributors. So we are not going to direct to consumers. So always the healthcare professionals are the ones that are prescribing the test or give the recommendations about the test. And also they are helping to the customer to understand the information. So we are growing through closing deals with medical centers. We are planning to go also to private insurance companies, and also for internationalization, we are planning to go through distributors.
Juan Luis.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to ask about the business model, but again, how does it work? So you get a DNA test and you give a report. Is there an app? How does it work after that? How much does it cost?
I haven't explained technically how it works, but it's not a DNA, it's an RNA test. So we are not looking at the DNA, we are looking at the expression of the gene. So it's, technically speaking, it's completely different. So we are giving the information about what really happens in the body, not probabilistic information. But how it works, we need a small piece of blood. Then from this blood, we sequence the expression of all the genes, and then applying our AI algorithms, we provide the personalized health reports. So we have a huge database of samples. These are really the anonymous samples, but we use this information to train the algorithm. So it's a kind of machine learning algorithm that is, as more samples, as we have, it's more trained and we can do better predictions.
And I, as a customer, do I get a report with some recommendations or some whatever?
Yes.
That's it? How much?
So you have the report, and then you can do the recommendations, and then you can do another test to see if you are improving, and you can do many tests during your life.
How much does it cost?
Yeah, it's for one test, it's around 350, 400 euros. This is for one.
Okay, got it.
Perfect. We are run out of time, but thank you so much, Teresa, for your time. And congratulations for being one of our finalists today. Who is called Levgen on Twitter? Is here, I know exactly who he... Thank you so much. You have my heart. Thank you for that tweet. I love you, man. Thank you, you rock. So, I mean, if you do the same, I would really cheer you up and say hi from the stage. No, but thank you so much. I really appreciate that tweet. So, we are gonna go into the third finalist today. Coming up, Hugo Mira from Mojito. Here we have him on stage. Hugo, good luck.
Thank you. So, do you like chess? I love chess. The world, like chess, is more and more complex, but technology should help us to simplify it. The chess games between Deep Blue and Kasparov highlighted the moment the computer surpassed forever the human ability and speed. And that's the vision we had just 2 years ago in Mojito 360. We believe that machines should do the automatic work and let people do the human work. Mojito 360 is an advanced platform where you can track international logistics in real time and connect all the agents involved in a single page, reducing these operation times in 80%. And this is a lot of time, knowing that 42% of the world GDP depends on maritime transport. If I tell you about Evergiven, you probably know the story. If you have already read the news, you will know that every time that COVID appears in a critical Chinese port, the global supply chain is going to suffer. Clearly, the world supply chain is very sensitive, and we at Mojito 360 believe that reducing uncertainty and taking control will be vital for large companies that want to lead their sectors in the coming years. Many companies with billions in turnover remain far from automating their processes, and yet have people receiving and sending more than 60,000 emails per year. Remember, we believe that machines should do the automatic work and let people do the human work. With Mojito 360, we improve 3 things in international logistics: the lives of these people, the efficiency of their companies, and the satisfaction of their customers. And you might be asking, well, what should I trust, Mojito 360? Well, our numbers and customers back this up too. We are currently working with top world-class enterprises like Costco, Kellogg's, Grupo Peñaflor, or Bodega San Miguel. And they all use Mojito 360 to put order into their chaos in Spain, Argentina, Mexico, and Colombia, giving us more than 50K annual recurrent revenue per year. So that is why we are about to close a 2 million investor round. Our vision is clear: a totally transparent logistics sector where everything and everyone is connected. To achieve this goal, we are the team, and the time is right now. Thank you very much.
Amazing, amazing, Hugo. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Really great on time. Yuri, any questions?
How does the tracking work?
What?
How does the tracking work?
I didn't understand you.
The tracking.
How do we do?
Yeah.
Because the software, we are integrating with the carriers, with Costco, MSC, Maersk, and we bring the data and offer this data out to our clients 3 times per day. We are not based in IoT, it's all in software. We are a SaaS B2B enterprise.
What's your main competitive advantage compared to other competitors?
Our main competitor has born in Silicon Valley. He's Project 44 and has like 800 million in funding. So they are not, our focus is LATAM. They are not in LATAM then and now. And our focus is to grow there, to be a big competitor in these countries and in these sectors.
Further questions, Yuri? Okay, thank you so much, Hugo.
Thank you very much,
Good
Paloma.
luck today.
Thank you.
And well done. So I want to inform that I have new friends today on my Twitter account. I have to say hi to Paz, to Islam, and also to Javier. Thank you, my new beloved friends. Thanks for tweeting. And let's go and let's move into the last startup on the seed side. We are going to welcome Diego Ferreiro, CEO from Trebellar, and let's going to welcome him with a big, big applause. Wait a second, so I'm going to improvise. How are you doing? What a day, no? Amazing, the pitches, the speakers, like what a lovely place to be. Also, la ciudad de las artes y las ciencias, it's like a futuristic. Did you know that George Clooney came here to make a movie? And we came here, the Valencian people, to see him, like, wow, George Clooney. So here you are, Diego. Thank you so much. I was just telling. You're missing.
No,
okay.
my clicking is missing. That would be nice.
Your clicking is missing. So I can tell the story of George Clooney. Do you want? Okay. So so the Valencia people, we came here because it's George Clooney. He sells an espresso, please. Like, of course. So we came here to see him in person. Not so impressive, but it's fine. He made a movie here, so it's fine. We love people that come here to make movies and to do a startup. So if you're thinking about getting and be an entrepreneur, come to Valencia, like the best place to be. No, Diego, best place to be?
Well, I'm from Galicia, so I know the pulpo is better there, but el paella is good here.
Oh
I would say that.
Like not gonna talk about the fight between Galicia.
No, because the food is just better, right?
I mean, of course, like Santiago is great, but Valencia. Oh my God.
We'll leave it at time. We'll leave it at time.
Diego, but we are gonna tell the people, it's of course, please come to Valencia. Be part of the Startup Valencia Association. Super important to be part of it.
Help us.
Yeah, help us. Help us with your time, your ideas, anything will be welcome. I mean, we are only. I remember already when we did the first Startup Valencia Startup Digital Summit. It was 5 years ago. I was already presenter because I like a stage and a mic. What else can I do? And I was here. I remember we were a few people only, and guess that now we are 10K people more or less coming up here and see startups. So impressive the work that the Valencia startup team has done. Let's gonna talk about whatever, Diego. I'm so sorry
I think
about that.
I think they stole the clicker, so we'll have to figure it out.
I mean, I'm not gonna get into the stereotype that the Valencia people will like to stole. Not gonna get into that stereotype for sure. No. Okay. I mean, it's fine. We are gonna find it. It's like Wall-E. It's also to make a little bit of excitement here.
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, of course. But I mean, things that I can say. Also, tomorrow we're gonna have really great speakers coming up here in the States. Also, today we have some side parties. Don't get too late, although this is Valencia, so we know what is going on in Valencia too. But we have here okay, it's fine. So now, because he was here with me on stage, let's give a big applause to Diego and Trebellar. Let's go, Diego.
You said the name right. That's awesome. All right, let me start my pitch with a question. Is the energy we use in buildings significant? We'll give you the answer. 30% of building operations. The building operations accounted for 30% of global energy consumption last year. 30%. Now, how much of that do you think is wasted? Let me look at some data for you. In San Francisco, the occupancy rate fell to around 10% at the peak of COVID, slightly raised afterwards. You will expect the energy consumption to follow that line, right? Well, not only did energy consumption did not change at all it actually increased, and we have 40% occupancy in buildings with more than 100% the pre-pandemic capacity. And you might say, well, didn't we have smart buildings that were supposed to solve all this with putting a bunch of sensors and making everything more efficiency? Well, the reality is there's a lot of friction when making an automation on a building. How to figure out what to do, what vendors to install, which sensors to install, call the vendors, install them, and if you get all of that right, you end up with a bunch of data silos that don't talk to each other. Data silo mess. This is where Treballar comes in. We help automate the process end to end. Basically, from integrating with all of your devices, getting a digital asset from your building, to actually getting all the data flowing through one single source of truth. A common center where you control it all. We don't stop there. We basically, to increase efficiency, we add sources from the weather, real-time insights, real-time energy cost, user behavior. With all of that, we build machine learning models that generate actionable insights for the customer. So we tell them what to do. For example, hey, you should sublease floor 14 because you only used 5% capacity last quarter. So I've been talking a lot about data and sensors, but there's one big thing missing when it comes to buildings, which is people. Like, we don't just give answers, we don't just give numbers and data, we just give answers. Answers to people's questions that make them more efficient, that make them more, be able to save a lot of things. They can change the way they work, they can change the way they commute, they can change the way they decarbonize their world. That will make them effective. Why can we build this? Well, we've been at a leadership position both at Google and Salesforce for many decades, and we know how to execute at scale. Our business is SaaS and enterprise, 3 main use cases. As we get all the data flowing through our systems, we can actually improve the workplace, which means that we can save energy and insights and give insights, which means that we can actually improve the sustainability and decarbonize, reduce energy footprint. We are pre-airing our journey. We started this year. We raised our pre-seed. We are with active pilots with Fortune 500 companies in the San Francisco Bay Area, and we aim to get our product GA beginning next year. And I'm going to leave you with a thought. Nest revolutionized the clunky old thermostat device by bringing proactive insights, energy savings, in a way that was delightful to use. They changed the way that we saw thermostats. They raised the bar. We can do the same for smart buildings. Thank you.
Galician quality.
That's the way. The food. Yeah. Come by to Valencia, but also Galicia to get
quality. Food. So let's move into the questions from our jury. Any questions, guys, that you want to do to?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the pitch. Can you tell a little bit about the market? You know, how many competitors, where are you focusing right now, things like that?
Yeah, so a lot of competitors focus on a particular vertical. For example, building operations, particularly in commercial real estate. Our focus is really on enterprise. One, because it's where we have a network and a lot of, we know how they work. And also there's no holistic vision that just focusing on beyond the building itself, which is how my people work, how my environment works. That's what enterprise needs. It's about the wellness of their people, especially these days with COVID, energy, and all of the energy crises that are there. So there's not really a platform that can integrate with anything that's very verticalized. And most of our market is not really software people. It's basically their hardware or like legacy incumbents. So we think that we have a solution that can fit much better in the enterprise and scale from there to other sibling markets.
Any other question? Okay, good to go. Thank you so much, Diego, for your time, and thanks for waiting.
No problem.
Sorry about that. So let's move on into our growth side of this pitch competition. We are going to see 5 amazing startups that are going to introduce us the best of the best that we just found at the Valencia Digital Summit. And there's nothing better than Valencia choosing things, being honest. They choose me as a moderator here, so what I have to say about that. So we are going to meet for the first time Edgar Martinez, Business Development Iberia from Ariad Next by ID Now. It's Edgar ready to go? Okay, Edgar, welcome to the stage. And let's hear more about ID Now.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. ID Now, we are a platform from ID Proof. Our core business is digital trust, and our business model is B2B. What we are doing, we help to our customers to get more clients, everything that we want, get more clients. How we do? Our platform, based in artificial intelligence, can make verification of the ID of the potential customers in real time, and also can do proof of identity using biometric. We do cross-checking with the facial biometric with the ID, and we can be sure that this person is who is say this person. And also, but not less, we can do is a digital signature. So we follow the regulation in European IDs, and we can do legal binding document. So till now, the company was founded in Germany in 2014. Right now, we have more than 900 customers like BNP Paribas, Deutsche Bank, Cofidis. Also, right now, our platform can do this operation for more than 195 countries. So we can do this ID verification. And we have already presence office in Germany, France, Spain, Poland, Romania, and UK also. So until now, we merged with two most players. This is Ariagnet. This is a company like us, ID Now. This is a French company, and also with Identity TM. This is a special company in Germany doing something similar, but specialized in telecom companies. So we merge all these companies, and we get the best player in Europe right now to make ID proof. So that's what we are, and what we're doing is verifications ID. So you have one platform that it's followed all the regulations, European regulation, but also regulation country by country. So you want to go to Spain, you want to go to Germany, you want to go to France, you have to use only one single platform, our platform, that is certified country by country. You have the best, very choice for the user experience for the customer, because we are doing in real time. We don't spend minutes or hours doing these verifications. It's our platform doing in just a few seconds. And it's amazing and outstanding platform for fraud prevention. So that's why several companies in like a financial sector are using also, but in different another industries. That's what we're doing right now. Thank you.
What a feeling, like when you're missing only 2 seconds, it's like, and I'm done. Very quick, let's go and let's move to the questions. Nelly, please.
So it's very exciting space, but also very competitive. So who do you compete with and how do you win?
Sorry?
It's very exciting space, but also very competitive. So who do you compete with and how do you win?
Yes, we have amazing competitors. It's amazing because actually we followed our competitors, like Jumion, for example, or Onfido. Jumion is from USA, Onfido is from UK, and this is maybe our main competitors. Our difference is that we have, everyone say now in technology, we have a platform. But for real, we have a platform. You have a single platform for do all your tasks about ID verification. And I believe that is our big difference. And now that's the reason that we have all the customers that we have in just few years.
Do we have any other question? Okay, so yeah, we're Edgar, ready to go. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. So I was just wondering what would be the song that I would start tomorrow, the karaoke. I don't know, I'm not really sure if it should be like Alejandro Sanz song, like kind of like melodic, romantic thing, or more Daddy Yankee thing. I don't know. We are gonna guess with the team afterwards. But now, let's gonna move into the next startup. Let's gonna give a big applause, please, because you didn't cheer up Edgar, and that's really not. Let's cheer up, because we are missing the last sessions here, so we need your energy coming up here into the stage, and we are gonna say hi and welcome Giovanni Bernard, the head of sales of Be The Way. Please, the stage is yours. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. What is BizaWay? BizaWay is a solution for companies and employees to book business trips in one place and make it easier to book flights, hotels, trains, and cars with a centralized support for travelers and travel managers. But what exactly is the problem that we're solving? Business travel sometimes sucks. Why does it suck? Because historically, in the market, there are two existing channels to make reservations. The first one are travel agencies. And travel agencies have obsolete or sometimes even no technology. And these result in a very manual service. Sometimes I guess many of you have to send 7 or 8 emails to book one single trip. And this, of course, results in higher fees and hidden commissions. On the other hand, there are online platforms. I'm sure that many of you know these brands. These brands are really, really cool. They're good platforms. The problem is that they are B2C-oriented companies. And also, they are vertical specific, meaning that you have to use many of them to complete your reservations. Bizaway was born as a third channel, as a travel agency and an online platform in one place. So basically, what we're doing is combining the best of both worlds, so having the support and the centralization of a travel agency, and on the other hand, we're bringing the technology and the UX of the online platforms. Then making it easier for companies, so for travelers, but also for travel managers that have automatic travel policy compliance, and the CFO that can have all the costs and control in one place. We're talking about a huge opportunity. Who traveled to be here for this event? With train, cars, flight? Okay, so business travel is not dead, okay? Even if COVID, of course, hit us hard, we're still talking about a huge opportunity. We're talking about a $1 trillion opportunity that moves more than $1 trillion all over the world and more than 300 billion in Europe alone. And we have been taking on this market steadily. So even considering COVID, we hit and we averaged more than 130% CAGR during these years. And also we're very, very proud to lead the way in the sustainability of this segment, because we won the first travel management company to receive the B Corp, which is one of the highest standards in sustainability. But this is just the beginning, because our goal is very ambitious and we want to achieve $1 billion in revenue in 3 years. And just to summarize the company in the latest seconds, we are more than 140 people, we raised more than 17 million euros to date, and we have 700 corporate clients. Some of them you can see up here. So from big pharmaceutical companies to scale-ups and startups present in this event. Thanks a lot, and ready for your questions.
Hi, I was just here behind you. So, questions from our jury. Rachel, please go ahead.
What's your main differentiator from amongst other B2B travel platforms?
Yeah, really good question. So our main differentiator, of course, is, first of all, is technology. So we use technology to make life easier, for instance, against our main competitors are, for instance, Amex GBT, Carlson Wagonlit, B2D Travel, so really huge companies that started as manual companies. And now they started investing in technology, but still they are cannibalizing their manual service because they still have a lot of reservations that are done manually. So the technology, of course, plays a big part in bringing a higher customer satisfaction, the UX, etc. But then I would say that the second differentiator is customer service. Our customer service is completely in-house, and we never externalized even part of it, because it's part of the value added that we bring to the clients. It's not just a staff function.
Really complete answer.
Yeah, another question.
Yeah, Federico?
What about the market? You know, are you focused in Europe or are you global already?
Good question. So right now we're mainly starting from Europe because the market is so big. Consider that just in Spain every year, even after COVID, there is an annual spending of more than 10 billion euros by Spanish companies. So right now we're still focused in continental Europe. So companies with HQs in Italy, Spain, and other European countries. But we are already giving global coverage because some of our clients have also headquarters in Asia, in LATAM, and in other continents. But we're starting from Europe and then leading from there the expansion.
Okay, so we're good to go. Thank you so much for your time and good luck. De nada, Bonico. We know that we say a lot of Bonico and Bonicas. Here for the foreigners, Bonico means like kind of like nice, sweet. It's kind of like I cannot define what is in English, but it's like really Bonico style, the one that defines us as Valencian people. But now it's time to welcome another startup of this growth state, or growth side, or growth. let's say growth. Okay, so let's gonna welcome Ali Kutai Yarali, founder and CEO from Delivers AI. So it's your time. Welcome to the stage. Please, a cheer up, please. My goodness, man, like these people, like they're tough. My goodness, like a little bit of cheering up. Ooh, we have a friend. Let's go.
Hello, I am Ali Kutay Yarali. I am the founder and CEO at Delivers AI. As Delivers AI, we are reimagining the local delivery. The market is growing in Europe and the UK. It's booming after the COVID lockdowns, but there is a lack of labor and there is also union problems for the online order platforms at the moment, and the costs are increasing day by day. We believe that connected autonomous vehicles makes the delivery network more efficient, safer, and better for the environment. Our product is autonomous delivery technology for online order platforms in sustainable cities. And we are working as B2B, and we are partnering with the online order platforms, traditional groceries, and also parcel companies, and they send the orders, and we already deliver more than 25,000 autonomous deliveries in Europe and the UK with 95% autonomy level of our technology. Our motivation is greener way to deliver, and as Delivers AI, we are also creating new jobs in the green technology in Europe and in the UK as well. Our business model, we are charging a one-time deployment fee, and afterwards we are charging per delivery fee up to 2-mile radius areas in sustainable cities. And also we are charging an out-of-home advertising fee if the customer is looking for fully branded robot. There are similar models in the US, but as Delivers AI, our focus is European and UK market. And also with our B2B business model and in-house autonomous vehicle technology, we are the most lucrative company for the European market. And we believe that the UK and Europe is better market because of the lower distances and also more congested city centers to be delivered on time. We are providing technology for the online order platforms, and we can say that we are a full stack autonomous delivery service to provide the delivery robot, provide the technology, getting the permission from the city councils, and operate the fleets as well. And our robots we are doing vehicle agnostic technology, so we have our model in here as you see, but also we are working with any kind of potential vehicles and robots globally as well. So as Delivers AI, one of our mission also to create a legal and engineering framework for the autonomous mobility networks, and with 2 founders, with the 40 team of the engineers in the UK headquartered and also in Turkey as well. So we have also great partners like EIT Urban Mobility and also Department for International Trade in the UK as well. And as Delivers AI, we are raising £7 million to deploy more than 1,000 robots following year. And this is the time for the autonomous delivery for the European cities. Thank you very much for your listening. Happy to hear your questions.
Really, really well done. So now it's time for the questions of our beloved Jordi. Oh, wait. He wants to tell us something. Are you ready? I mean, we are doing Inspiring the Good Future, and you're delivering the future, so there's like any type of relationship over there. It's cute. Maybe I bring some home. So, questions, Federico?
Yeah, it's just a question about the product itself. It's something that you have designed and you also manufacture. How's that process? Can you tell me a little bit?
Actually, our technology is vehicle agnostic outdoor sidewalk technology. But as Delivers AI, since our technical team is in Turkey also, there is a great infrastructure for the contract manufacturing. So this is our model, but we are not pushing our customers to choose just one model. So we are okay for them, since they are financing the manufacturing costs of the robot, which means that we are just providing the technology and charging a monthly mobility as a service fee for the customers.
The operation work? So is it like just in the part of the cities, or can you apply it in the entire city?
Actually, first we decide the location with the customers, and we prefer public spaces. We don't want to operate in the more university campus or relaxed areas. And after we choose the location, our team is mapping the area. And after the mapping, robot is able to move autonomously. But in the operational side, robot is moving autonomously, but we have teleoperation center as well. So this team is tele-assisting the robot if there is unexpected condition. And we have also franchisee style local operators in each country. So they are handling the maintenance or any vandalism issues or incidents happening in the city. But of course, I mean, the vision is to expand the city as much as possible with the higher number of the robots and replace the gasoline powered vehicles.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. We are missing 10 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Woo! Wait a second. You can take this. I mean, or I can start to sing. No, I mean, okay, it's fine. We need to keep rain one day more. Thank you. Okay. So, let's gonna move into the fourth startup of today. Coming up, Moises Barbera, founder and CEO of Drill Surgeries. Is Moises ready to go? Moises, the stage is yours. Please, a big applause to Moises.
I grew up around medical technology my whole life. My dad worked for a medical equipment company. I grew up around hospitals, and I knew the name of most medical prosthetics before I was 10. He worked long hours, but loved his job. The desire to improve patients' lives through his work was exciting, inspiring, and it shaped my childhood. Eventually, I graduated with a master's in physics from the University of Liverpool, and I developed artificial intelligence algorithms at CERN in Switzerland or JP Morgan in the UK. Interesting roles, but this didn't fulfill me. Neither the money-oriented banking world or the slow-paced academia could match the passion that I have for healthcare. And it's that passion that pushed me to launch Drill Surgeries. Like my father, I too wanted to improve medical procedures. I wanted to make a difference, and I wanted to save lives. That's why I'm so excited today to present to all of you our first technology, Tauri, a first-of-a-kind mixed reality surgical guidance system to improve accuracy in 10 million surgeries every year, focused at fixing broken bones. Our technology improves patient outcome, and it reduces radiation by 75%. It reduces operating time by 75%, radiation by 60%, and overall trauma to the patient. So we can reduce costs to hospitals and recovery time to patients. We're a team of 5 PhDs, doctors, and commercial experts, along with a long list of medical advisors from vice presidents of trauma of big medtech companies to former chairs of the NHS in the UK. We have the right team, and we are first to market to disrupt this $10 billion a year addressable market. Of course, many people could say that our potential competitors could be big medtech companies. At the end of the day, they are the big players, but they are so focused on building medical equipment that they fail to provide reliable surgical guidance systems, or any surgical guidance system for that matter. That's why we take advantage of this competitive advantage, and we transform potential competitors into prospective clients by leveraging our partnership-based business model. We have secured £500,000 from the UK. We have arranged a medical institute and a flagship hospital for trials next year. Drill Surgeries gives a chance to doctors around the world to provide safer and faster surgeries. And when we enter the market through this first surgery, we have a plan in place to expand and cover 100 million surgeries by 2030, a $50 billion addressable market. That's us. Thank you.
Well done, well done. Just perfect in time, so let's move into the questions. Yuri, Any questions that you want to do right now? Rachel, please go on.
You introduced it as a mixed reality product.
Yes.
Could you tell a little bit more exactly about the product in terms of where the software comes in versus the hardware?
Definitely, that's my favorite, thank you. So, thanks to my technical expertise, as long as my team's expertise in AI, we have developed an artificial intelligence algorithm, which is then licensed to companies, and this one is run on a mixed reality headset. The beauty of this is that nowadays surgeons can only rely on X-rays to know where to operate a broken bone. So they can spend up to 2 hours relying only on X-rays. Our mixed reality headset, thanks to this software, maps the whole operating room, recognizes the exact point where this surgery is taking place, and thanks to these 6 cameras and the LiDAR sensors incorporated, builds 3D models of whatever is going inside of the patient's leg or arm, giving them 3D views of everything without radiation.
Juan Luis.
You said you don't have competitors, right?
Sorry?
You said you don't have competitors.
I'm saying that our potential competitors, these are those creating surgical guidance systems for the surgeries that we are tackling, in this case femur, don't have a reliable method. Their system relies on electromagnetic systems, which pushes surgeons to retrain the whole operating procedure, which they have already spent 15 years training for. And it doesn't work because it interferes with radiation. It's a highly radioactive environment.
Yeah.
So while they published this 15 years ago and there has been no adoption by the market after 15 years, we can come on board and offer their competitors a solution, or these same companies the solution that they have failed to provide.
Okay. Do you have any patents or any?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have currently 1 patent, and by May 2023, we will have a portfolio of 4. We're drafting them at the moment.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are good to go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you. Really appreciate your time. Thank you. And good luck, of course. And let's move on into the last one. There's no more startup to go. We are only waiting for one. So we are really happy and welcome here to the stage Eric Sanchez, CEO from Rental Token. Eric, the stage is yours. Please, the biggest applause because it's the ending startups of today.
So hello everyone. In the next 5-10 years, we're going to live a financial revolution. We're going to live the largest exercise of financial inclusion ever, and rental is going to be part of this. Our mission is that everybody from everywhere can invest in real estate with just 2 clicks. Please raise your hand if you have invested in real estate. I think more people have invested, of course, but look like easy. A lot of people invest, but it's not as easy as you see. We have detected 3 main problems. First one, you need to have a high ticket to invest. Second one, it's not easy to find a good opportunity to renovate, to rent, and to do the management. And third one, it's not easy to get your money back. It's not a liquid market. So we have solved all those problems. You can invest for 100 euros, check. You can do a passive investing, because we're in charge of everything, check. And it's a liquid market, thanks to DeFi, to the decentralized finance. So it's the perfect combination to the perfect investment. You can invest wherever you want, you get monthly dividends, you can disinvest wherever you want, and you do nothing. But there is more. Thanks to DeFi, to decentralized finance, you're going to be able to ask for a loan, for a mortgage, with just 1 click. That's a game-changer feature. The business model is really simple. We find a good opportunity, we renovate, we tokenize, so we allow everybody to invest with us for 100 euros, and after, we rent, we pay monthly dividends to all those investors, and we sell, and we pay capital gains to those investors. And of course, we get the fees on the process. The market, everybody knows, real estate is the biggest market in the world. As Boston Consulting Group estimates that by 2030, 16 trillions are going to be tokenized. So we're focused on Spanish-speaking population. So our TAM, our SAM, our SOM has big numbers, are really big numbers, so the opportunity is huge. So now we're talking about the future, but we're going to talk about what we have already done. We have more than 8,000 users from more than 55 countries, because there is no border if you put this product on the market. And in less than 2 years, we have leaders in Spain and in LATAM in user and investment. Estamos en España, estamos en Miami, estamos en México. Sorry, speaking Spanish, but it's the same thing that happens to our users, to the LATAM users and LATAM investors. The only competitors are from the United States, and of course they don't speak the language and they don't have the same culture. So it's a big opportunity for us to open the market, to speak the same language, and it's a huge market. So we're focused on LATAM in this case. About the team, much better team than the other that we saw before. No, joking, of course. I'm very proud of my team, serial entrepreneurs, founder of Checking, of Tutelus.com, and CEO, ex-CEO of Codere, and a high motivated team that is here with us, with me, that very proud of them. There is a new generation outside, a new generation that doesn't invest like the parents, doesn't work like the parents, doesn't live like the parents, and of course they're not going to invest like the parents. And rental is here from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie, for your time.
I saw you.
Yo, no, I mean, it was only 7 seconds ahead. It's fine, it's fine. So, time for questions. Our dear jury, any questions for rental? No? What? That's amazing. Oh my God, I mean, really
Was it
great.
good explained or was no?
Well explained, no, jury, okay. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Eddie, thank you so much for your time. So, thank you. Big applause for Eric. I mean, we are ready to go. Now our beloved jury is gonna really go and see the final votes. And we are gonna announce, no, we are not gonna announce it today. We are gonna announce it tomorrow as part of the final event that we're gonna do at Valencia Digital Summit. And let me explain you one quick thing, guys. Tomorrow we're gonna have an amazing journey here. We are gonna have amazing speakers coming up. We are going to see great topics, great ideas. We're going to talk about the future of a bunch of things. And we are going to have a great ending, a really great party that the beloved people of Valencia Digital Summit has prepared for us. Let me finish with a story that happened just right now. I mean, Valencia Digital Summit is for everything. It's for matching startups, for matching investors. We start up, corporates, we start up, corporates with investors, but also families. So please, I'm going to ask you, everyone, to give me a big applause because my uncle just came here to see me. Mi tío acaba de venir a verme por primera vez en 11 años. Así que... That's the thing. I mean, my family don't see me, so my family had to come here to Valencia Digital Summit. Thank you so much. I'm going to let Alex finish this amazing day today. So, Alex, thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Wasn't she awesome? Was she awesome or not? Come on. That was fantastic. I'm not going to take any more of your time. We're at the end of the session. Several reminders before we leave. Tomorrow we start at 10 a.m., so it's pretty late. You can go, drink yourself silly, and come back and be okay tomorrow morning. I would please ask you to be in time because it's really disturbing for the people that are coming here really early in the morning. It's not early in the morning, so it's 10. To have enough people here to follow them. That being said, you have free beers all the way outside there, sponsored by two great companies, DAM, beer company, and Climate Coin. So you have to thank them and to see what Climate Coin is actually doing. And so you remember what they do. I'm going to say it in Spanish because it's awesome. Dentro video. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
It's all about who we are. We are animal, breath, earth. We are technology, progress, and development. We are two worlds in one, extremes that can't coexist. Until today, meet Climate Coin. Climate Coin is the world's first regulated digital carbon asset.
And the first climate cryptocurrency.
In line with the planet and future generations.
Our goal is to unleash a global investment movement to neutralize and reverse Earth's climate threat, achieving climate balance. The Green Climate DAO is the organizational umbrella that leverages two crypto assets. Climate Coin is the crypto that represents high-quality carbon credit. Climate T is the governance token. In the Climate Coin ecosystem, it is possible to tokenize carbon credits and incorporate them into sales for anyone
wanting to generate a positive impact
on the environment and on the fight against climate change.
Credible and impactful projects across the world will be funded with the help of the Climate Coin CliFi ecosystem.
This is a wake-up call
for both idealists and investors.
Finally, a way to reconcile your future
with the future of the planet.
Meet Climate Coin.
Climate balance, once and for all.